Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Although for me, it is very much a good morning. I hope that everyone is doing well. So, for those who maybe saw the Telegram or Twitter posts, we are up early this morning on what I would call a foreign policy Stream-A-Thon. So, we are up to take a look at some international relations content. There's been some interesting debates going on. And I figured, why not see how long I can do this for? So we're going to do this at 8:15, and I think I have something with Orrin McIntyre later in the afternoon. So we're going to go as long as we can. And the other reason to do this is to sort of, as the title implies, is a stream-a-thon. In part because I'll be over at the US event and every little bit helps. So we're going to be reviewing some books, some debates that have been going on, and some recent articles that many a patron and friend of the channel have sent me. So we're going to go as long as we can until I have to pop on over on Orrin's channel. So it'll be a very good time, I think. Is this going to do what I want it to do? Hopefully I'm going to have a... Oh, perfect. It's going to do exactly what I want it to do. One of the things that I want us to read today is a book from Henry Kissinger. Whoops, failed to load PDF. Oh, thank you. Okay, well, that'll load in a minute. But until then, we're actually going to start with some debates in respects to realism, because as many of you know, I call myself a realist, and why not take a look at some of the debates going on around realism. So believe it or not, I'm actually going to read a Malcolm Kaczynski article. I'm not the world's biggest fan of Malcolm, also known as Tink Zorg on Twitter. Does he still go by? He still goes by Anglo Respecter 40K, despite being... So yeah, all right, we're gonna have fun. So he wrote an article over in Compact magazine, and I'm going to load it up, and we're going to read through it and offer some commentary, and we'll go from there. So let's get started. I hope you all have your coffee with you, because we'll be here for a while. Well, we're up at the crack of dawn to churn the content is what we're here to do. So here we go, share screen. There we go. So this was published earlier this month, about 10 days ago, in Compact Mag. I don't pay for them. As you can tell, I'm using an archived link. Always archive. That way you don't have to deal with the consequences of giving people money through clicks and ad revenue. That, and to bypass paywalls, it works like 99% of the time. I know a few publications get past it, but yes. Stream is powered by coffee and biscuits. That is true, although no biscuits for me this morning. But we'll get started. So the gentleman here is Elbridge Colby, who is a interesting gent to say the least. But we'll get into the whole ins and outs, bits and baubles in just a second here. But we will begin with a good read. So, all right, June 9th, 2023, The Tragedy of Foreign Policy Realism by Malcolm Kaczynski. By now, it has become obvious to most observers that the United States is undergoing a profound transition. Wherever one turns, monumental changes are underway, affecting both the domestic health of the Republic and its economic and military relations with the rest of the world. In April, European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde delivered a speech to the Council of Foreign Relations, reflecting on the new spirit of the times. The world is turning multipolar, Lagarde stressed, and great changes are coming by whether we want them or not. She concluded the speech by paraphrasing Hemingway. Fragmentation can happen in two ways, gradually and then suddenly. Around the same time, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan delivered a speech criticizing tax cutting and deregulation, privatization over public action, and trade liberalization as an end in itself. He declared a new Washington consensus that would, in effect, systematically overturn the neoliberal policy orthodoxies of the last 4 decades. Now, wouldn't that be interesting? Reflecting on the changes underway is a fully bipartisan pastime in an otherwise bitterly polarized America. No one seriously claims that the world is going to stay the same anymore. People just disagree on who will put his mark on the emerging order. This is a struggle with many participants, representing a bewildering variety of outlooks, all vying for the distant possibility of building a new hegemony. One of the most articulate, energetic, and most important figures trying to shape America's future is Elbridge A. Colby, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. Colby's stint in the Pentagon covered the first half of the Trump administration. Since departing from that role, he has been extremely busy. Among other things, he has co-founded the Marathon Initiative, a think tank that helps to aim future administrations chart a better course on China and great power competition generally. He has also written a book, Strategy of Denial, American Defense in an Age of Great Power Conflict, which appeared in 2021. I have a copy of this book. I have not read it yet, but in the future, I would like us to read it for a future show. Strategy of Denial is Colby's only book. This is a particular fact. This is a great deal about who Colby is and what he is trying to do. In the transnational world of think tanks, well-paid fellows, of lavish dinners paid for by Saudi or Chinese money, of endless panel discussions in which nobody manages to say anything memorable, most of the books aren't written to be read, but to win and maintain sinecures. The book itself is a formality. If naked, open bribery was more accepted in Western culture, many of these books would never be written. How many new books about Ronald Reagan does the Acela Corridor need? Well, I would argue that that's definitely true. The book itself is a formality. I don't know so much about Colby's book. I haven't read it yet, although I do have a copy. But that is true. I mean, how much laundering do we do with respect to like presidential campaign books? But we'll continue. Let's see where Malcolm gets to his argument, because as you can tell, we're not yet any chunk of the way through. Strategy of Denial isn't a book of this kind. Oh, okay, good, it isn't. It is a long, carefully written, and meticulously argued. Since writing it, Colby has given countless interviews, appeared on innumerable panels, and has done everything else that could help convince Americans inside and outside government that a change of course is badly needed. In a world of increasingly detached elites, uninterested in real debate or new ideas, and sometimes even openly taunting us with their obvious senility, Elbridge Colby is a welcome exception. He might be regarded as an American approximation of Sergei Witte, a tireless Russian reformer in the late Tsarist era. Like Witte, Colby is driven by a manic, seemingly boundless energy in his holy mission to put right all that is broken in the American regime. One doesn't have to agree with Colby to recognize him as an unflagging foreign policy reformer in Washington today. To be sure, there isn't very fierce competition for that honor right now, but that doesn't detract from Colby's significance. I looked up a picture of Colby on Twitter, and I was pleasantly surprised that he looks relatively young. I haven't looked up his actual age, but I was just going off his profile picture. But Elbridge Colby, I love when you look it up, it says bureaucrat on his on his when you Google him, it just says bureaucrat, which I feel like that's very concerning. Let's see if we can find his age. His net worth is around. Oh yeah, thank you, Popular Bio. Updated April 30th, 2023. He's in his mid 40s. Okay, well that's good to know. So it's good. You want a younger guy to be doing these kind of things, but I'll carry on. Unfortunately, few of his critics bother to give his actual arguments the time of day. He's regularly been called a warmonger or a China hawk, and is regularly denounced in the vein of John Bolton. Given that there are dozens of hours of long-form interviews with Colby available on the internet free of charge, he seems to spend an inordinate amount of time on Twitter, where he responds to and debates with all kinds of interlocutors with a rare level of openness and honesty. Elbridge Colby might actually be one man in the American public life who can't be accused of trying to hide or distort his own views for political gain. And in fact, Elbridge does have a reply to this article on Twitter, which we will read shortly after going through this. But we are only 20% of the way there, ladies and gents. So this could be a long hit piece, but who knows? To make good faith attempts to summarize Colby's views, one should begin by saying that he is above all a firm believer in the realist theory of international relations, and in realism the broad vernacular sense as well. We can think whatever we want about this fact, but America is an empire, and it comes with a large numbers of pressures and obligations. To shrink from that reality is not noble, it is foolish and perhaps even suicidal. Reflecting on the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq earlier this year, Colby quoted Talleyrand. Worse than a crime, it was blunder. Like many other realist thinkers like Stephen Walt and John J. Mearsheimer, he regards the last several decades of idealist liberal foreign policy as one long chain of catastrophic blunders. Following its Cold War victory over the Soviet Union, the United States resembled France as it emerged from a great revolution and then a bloody overthrow of Bourbon monarchy and aggressive, ideologically charged power to which the old rules of give and take and strategic balance no longer applied. In no just universe could the rules and laws written by princes and priests conspire to bind free men, the French revolutionaries boldly proclaimed, or as Robespierre put it, any law which violates the inalienable rights of man is essentially unjust and tyrannical. It is not a law at all. What's more, they were willing to fight and give all their lives to prove that they meant it. Hence, if you were a ruler in another European country at the time when the revolutionary fires were burned the brightest in Paris, you couldn't safely make deals with these people. You couldn't predict what they would do. You couldn't really hope to understand how they thought. In France, unshackled from the outdated mores of the Ancien regime, recognized no limits as it pursued its mission. It would save the rest of the world, beginning with its immediate neighbors and hated rivals, and it would do so at bayonet point if need be. Interesting comparison to the US here, but I think that there's probably some apt comparison here. I mean, uh, the whole aspect of, I mean, that kind of buys into sort of the liberal critique or the realist critique of liberalism. Is just like, we overthrow sort of this ancien regime. We are going to liberate people. This is the basic John G. Eikenberry definition of liberal hegemony, but we'll go on. America thought and acted much the same way in the years after it ascended to unipolar hegemony, and the second inaugural former President George W. Bush declared, "Today, America speaks anew to the peoples of the world. The United States will not ignore your oppression or excuse your oppressors. When you stand for your liberty, we will stand with you. One cluster bomb at a time, one billowing cloud of toxic white phosphorus after the next, the Serbs, the Iraqis, the Afghans, and eventually the Iranians and North Koreans would all be saved, integrated into a global order of free trade and universal rights." The end point to all these dreams was predictable from the start. As the years went on, more and more hands from the long Cold War began to perceive the disastrous path America was taking. American statesmen like Brzezinski, Chalmers Johnson, and George Kennan saw the dangers lurking ahead and tried in their own way to sound the alarm. As the Bush administration's designs into Iraq were clear in late 2002, the nearly 100-year-old George F. Kennan held a news conference in which he cautioned, "War seldom leads to good ends." Brzezinski and Johnson offered similar warnings. They were, at best, politely ignored. For revolutionary Paris and revolutionary Washington, the quest to liberate and uplift the rest of the world would eventually culminate in millions of deaths, civil war, chaos, famine, and the ruination of entire countries, including, finally, the revolutionary homeland. To Elbridge Colby, a warmonger against the backdrop, is grossly inaccurate. While there are many newly minted quote-unquote China hawks today who have never seen an American war they didn't like, Colby is different. Like any realist, he knows that a man has waged war since time immemorial. With this in mind, his goal is to grapple calmly with the question of when wars are necessary, why they are likely to happen, and what can be done to deter them, or if deterrence fails, to win them. He opposed the U.S. invasion of Iraq, warning that war would end in quagmire, destabilization, and defeat. The same fundamental worldview that leads him to conclude that the United States should be prepared for war with China over Taiwan, as he argued last year in Foreign Affairs magazine, precisely to deter and thus avoid it. Yep, here we go. But yes, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. We're beginning our foreign policy stream with a debate on realism, so here we go. We'll continue. Colby doesn't promise America a world without war. He does, however, forcefully argue for a world without limitless ideological wars. He warns against framing the conflict with China as a fundamental ideological conflict, on the grounds that trying to change China's ideology raises the stakes in a competition that was already going to be very dangerous and intense. What must be avoided at all costs is an existential cage match with zero-sum stakes. Colby's approach, as it is reasonable to surmise, would result in a world with fewer wars and the world bringing the Serbs to heel, as a 1999 cover of Time magazine put it, of Operation Iraqi Freedom, of spreading the virtues and sublime joys of Burger King, twerking, and cyberfeminism at the gunpoint to the dustiest corners of the Hindu Kush. To paint the efforts of Colby and other realists to get America a step back from the brink of as a warmongering is absurd. Given the dismal realities of the last 30 years of American foreign policy, their attempt to change course is laudable. And here we go. I think this is where we're going to see the shift to critiquing realism here in America. Nonetheless, there is a tragedy at the heart of the American realist project, and no one in Washington illustrates that tragedy better than Elbridge Colby. The problem isn't that realism is quote-unquote wrong. It is a framework better to equip to explain today's world than liberal internationalism ever was or could hope to be. Rather, the tragedy of great power realism is the truth that it can only weaken America in 2023. Oh boy. Let's see where Malcolm takes this. I imagine that I'm going to get some kind of, I don't know, because like he comes off sometimes, he's a Marxist in a lot of ways, but let's see what he has here. Indeed, beneath the surface, a dream of a world without war might actually turn out to be less unlikely than the dreams of Elbridge Colby. Far from being mere idealism, a future without war can at least be credibly portrayed as some sort of brutal historical inevitability. Once the sun runs out of fuel and begins to swallow the earth, there will be no wars waged on our planet of any kind. The peace of the grave is the one true peace eternal. In the fullness of time, all things will be taken into its silent embrace. But no matter how many years it manages to persist, the world will never witness an America that thinks, lives, and breathes and wages war based on realism. To understand the nature of this tragedy, it is unnecessary to range much farther afield. No, here for once the real answers are right in front of us, hidden close to home, says the Swede. But anyways, they are disguised in words spoken by realists themselves, and there is no better source than to consult the Dean of Contemporary Foreign Policy Realism, the University of Chicago's John Mearsheimer. Over his long and distinguished career, Mearsheimer has been increasingly invited to give talks to the Chinese and other non-Western audiences. He often humorously comments about this, sharing anecdotes about telling his Chinese hosts that it felt good to, quote, finally be home. The joke is that Mearsheimer doesn't speak Chinese, but the Chinese do speak his language. That is, they think about the world in realist terms. America is not a realist nation has been a recurring phrase of Mearsheimer's for over many years. Well, there's truth to that. There are two levels of which the statement America is not a realist nation can be said to be true. The first level is descriptive. Plainly put, neither politicians, pundits, nor policy analysts have done much good to say about realism, nor ordinary Americans seem to find it compelling. After 9/11, almost everyone in the United States rallied to the idea of spreading liberty across the world, a kind of global American revolution. I feel like that's some nice post hoc rationalization or historical analysis there. I don't think that the world, I don't think it was like we're going to bring liberalism to everyone's front door after 9/11. I do think a lot of that was more of a reaction to just witnessing 3,000 people get killed. Of course, this attack sort of just coincides with all these other foreign policy plans that were put in place to oust Saddam and then get invested in Afghanistan. But I think there's a vast difference between public perception and that. Like Toby Keith's "We're Gonna Put a Boot in Your Ass," that's the American way, in this sort of like revenge porn country music bit, the sort of jingoistic warmongering of like the early aughts is a lot different than, say, what we're getting here. But perhaps even I'm being blinded by my own formative years, but who knows? But I'll continue on. It was just as much a bottom-up as it was a top-down phenomenon. Well, 2 decades later, with the fruits of that revolution rotting on the vine, what now interests a significant growing of Americans and what Donald Trump offered himself up as a conduit for is still not realism. It is more accurately called restraint or even isolationism. The grumbling of the American electorate and the earthquake that shook the GOP and brought Trump to power wasn't longing for a more sound policy documents or another seminar on American grand strategy. It was a desire for what lies to stop, forever wars to end, and the burdens of empire to be lifted or at least made lighter. In other words, America is not a realist nation can be simply parsed as America is a nation in which realist ideas are currently not popular. This is a true statement, but like the other, but it is not the only reading of those words. Realism is a theory about the behavior of states. Like all theories, it is an attempt at drawing a map, and a map can never be as large in scale or as detailed as the territory it represents. As such, realism must make many concessions to the sheer complexity of reality and the epistemological limits of human knowledge, and it must reduce the scale in order to increase readability. So I'm going to go here. It is more accurately called restraint or isolationism. Uh, I think that there's some truth to this. A lot of the realists, or self-described realists, whether that be Eichenberry, Mearsheimer, Posen, Walt, Mitra, or potentially this Colby character. I have not read his book, and I would like to read it now after going through this article a little bit. But I mean, Barry Posen's book is literally called Restraint, Reconsideration on American Grand Strategy. And these things do get ignored. I mean, there's a very particular class of academic bureaucrat or pundit that is interested in these things, myself being included. I've told the story before, but the whole reason why I find this stuff so interesting is because I was in high school in 2010, and I first read the recently published Next 100 Years by George Friedman. And Friedman's got his own issues, and we can one of these days we'll spend a show fully dedicating our time to him. But the idea of that you can use history, economics, demographics, war, natural resources, topography, to sort of give predictions to where the world might be based on policy and geography just blew my mind as a 15-year-old boy. And now, over a decade later, the stuff still interests me to a point where it's a mainstay on this YouTube channel with nearly 10,000 subscribers. But I mean, is restraint not realistic? That would be the interesting question that I wonder if Malcolm or Elbridge will get into, because to me, you have to be able to be realistic about where you can pursue power. This is why coincidentally, there's a lot of like anti-Americanism in the concept of European defense autonomy, or EDA. You see this got pushed a lot by Angela Merkel and Emmanuel Macron. But, there are a lot of realist scholars that are like, actually, that's a good idea. This frees up American dollars to go do something else. And either to put that back at home or to focus on larger foreign policy goals where the Europeans are no longer buck passing. America will never return to isolationism. That's innately true. That died in the 1890s. Well, actually, it probably, you could argue it died, in the Mexican-American War, although I think that war is a little more justified than, say, our military adventurism throughout the Caribbean and Central and South America from the late 1800s to the early 1930s. But I'll continue. Here we go. One such concession is that realist theory assumes countries to be black boxes, meaning, as Mearsheimer explains, that it pays little attention to individuals or domestic political considerations such as ideology. Realism cannot explain what goes on inside the box, but as long as you assume that countries are black boxes, the theory can do its work in providing you with both explanatory and predictive power. And this little statement right here has led to a large chunk of what you would call the constructivist school of foreign policy, which does pay attention to individuals' domestic consideration, but most primarily ideology and the self-perception and how ideology will allow us to look around the world. And when we have our ideological blinders on, we are more likely to view the world in an ideological lens and less likely a realistic one. And so there are critiques, of course, of the constructivist school, and we've only barely scratched the surface because I'm not too familiar with their literature, but that is one of their larger criticisms, is that this sort of reduction of ideology can lead to some substantial problems. But we'll continue on. However, you have to assume that the black box works, but this isn't always the case. The political status of the island of Taiwan is a direct result of a black box called the Qing Empire, which one day decided to simply no longer work. Instead, it broke apart into large numbers of fragments, catalyzing a brutal and decades-long series of small civil wars. The life cycles of states, the human passions that sustain them or overthrow them, these things are all beyond the ken of the theory of realism, both by design and practical necessity. The French Revolution then was the story of another black box we called the Bourbon monarchy that simply stopped working for 30 years. Since once the Girondins took power, and once the Great Terror and the September massacres consolidated the revolutionary grip of the war-making power of the state, the predictive and explanatory power of realism nosedived down to near zero. Roughly 200 years later, America's own turn towards revolutionary fervor began the moment it was freed, and the discipline that existed as a real superpower rival, the Soviet Union, imposed on it. I don't know how I would argue that. I mean, a lot of realists, I think, nowadays, perhaps in response to the growing constructivist literature out of the 1990s, has been far more inclined to examine ideology and policy making of countries to such an extent that you look at Posen's book, which came out in 2018, or on this channel, we reviewed large sections of Mearsheimer's most recent book, which is about sort of the liberal world order, which came out in The Great Delusion in 2018. I mean, he's also talked about it in 2010, Why Leaders Lie, and also How States Think in 2023. I think that's his more recent book about rationalism and foreign policy. Neither here nor there. I just find this stuff particularly interesting in his case because it's just, I still think that there's been a lot of still a lot of evolution in any academic field. The pedagogy has certainly changed. But neither here nor there. We'll continue on. I just want to. These are the things that I'm thinking about as I'm reading this. Realists saw a country named America, a country with a tumultuous millenarian history since time before its official founding, and assumed it to be another black box, a power like any other. They assumed that the black box called America would continue to do the work as all boxes normally do. But a box named America simply refused to comply. This brings us to the true and profound meaning of Mearsheimer's statement that America is not a realist country. This meaning is not merely descriptive, but genuinely metaphysical. America is a country that cannot run on, legitimate itself by, or understand itself through, or inspire a sense of genuine national cohesion through realism. Finally, we get Malcolm's thesis. Finally. And we are only... Oh, okay, we're about halfway through the article. Wow, it took us 50% of this article, according to archive.today, to get us to Malcolm's thesis. Maybe front load a little less, but that's just me. And don't worry, I'll have the camera on in a little bit, guys. But we'll go on. That's an interesting... This is a thesis I really can't argue with, because most, if not all, foreign policy stuff today is still argued through ideological lenses, or maybe it's the nature of the fact that we're a democracy and we have to sell things through an ideological lens in order to justify it. I mean, this is even something that realists like George Kennan would critique in over, nearly 70 years ago in American Diplomacy in 1950, that America sells a warm ideological fuzzy to itself in order to justify its policy actions abroad, but also to make sure that we feel good about ourselves when we do it. It's a weird place to be. Neither here nor there. I'm going to say that a few times now, but yeah, I think it's particularly interesting that that's the case that we're at. But oh boy, we'll continue on. The Soviet bloc fell apart because it was not because it was destroyed by overwhelming forces from the outside, but because by the end, nobody inside believed in it or wanted to fight for it anymore. It feels like something Yarvin has said before when talking about the Soviet Union. Interesting. When the order came down to stop the protesters attempting to topple the Berlin Wall, the soldiers and functionaries merely shrugged and ignored the command. What was the point? As the USSR itself entered its final spasms of dysfunction and collapse, there was no one left who had any real will to defend it. Thus, it came to be that the black box, once called the Soviet Union, stopped working one day. What then is to become of America? Colby's strategy of denial is instructive on this point, if not as intended. Few books on foreign policy are so well written and tightly argued. That's definitely true. The chapters link up naturally and tightly like interlocking scales in a suit of armor, but there is a chink in that impressive armor. I'm surprised that word has not been banned by like most rules on editors for being quote unquote racist. Anyways, at the beginning and end of the book, Colby explains the true purpose of American strategy, and this is where things fall apart. Colby points out that in a vibrant democracy, the question of a nation's strategy can never truly be settled, but nonetheless, the fundamental goals can be agreed upon by Americans. Apart from preventing the United States from being militarily attacked by a hostile foreign power, American strategy should aim to sustain a free, autonomous, vigorous, democratic, republican political order, as well as an economic flourishing and growth. In short, America has three national objectives: physical security, freedom, and prosperity. See, even there, I guess he's calling out the contradiction that even realists have ideological blinders, but I would presume that Colby is rational enough to identify that. Peace, freedom, prosperity. Someone insert the Anakin Skywalker peace, freedom, security to my new empire. It is the shared belief in the future promise of these things and already in existing reality of these things that gives America its cohesion. For the Soviet Union, comparably, it wasn't prudent national objectives or smart moves by soldiers, administrators, or generals on some grand strategic chessboard that gave rise to the faith in communism. Rather, it was faith in communism that provided the motivating force for those soldiers, administrators, and generals in the first place. I mean, I don't know how true that statement is. I mean, outside of, say, the actual revolutionaries themselves, but I guess this goes back to the age-old debate of how much of this stuff do they really believe in. I mean, like the sort of midwit managers of things probably believe this because that's what gives them access to their sinecures. I mean, do I think that Larry Fink or anyone up at BlackRock or this administration is a genuine believer in it? I don't know. But they know that it works because you need to sell. And again, that goes back to like political realism again, right? Like you want that sort, a Machiavellian sort of character would recognize that, yes, I don't need to believe in these things, but if the people believe in it and has faith in it, then this gives me power and then we should support this. That's, political formula, Pareto and Gonteo Mosca, like 101. But I again, the question of faith or that these people actually believe, I think that there's maybe 80-20s, again, Pareto principle here, that there's like 20% who are the higher ups that run things that probably don't believe it, but recognizes that it gives them power. And then like 80% is true believers, but it could be the other way around. I think that I would have to do some serious reading on like actual faith in this stuff because people are still pretty evenly divided on a lot of political issues in America. But even then, I wonder how polling here in the U.S. is just awful. But even then, these are questions that are running through my mind as I'm reading this, and like the question of faith in communism or the faith in leftism. I just don't know, but yeah, I mean, corruption and power, that's definitely true. Hello for stupidity. Oh, for stupidity's sake. Yeah, one who leads a movement never really believes in it. That's probably true. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, well, I don't know if that was, but yeah. The Asian American in armor. Far too many liberal arts trained writers are published in foreign policy. Well, there's also a ton of editors with liberal arts degrees that help do this. But hello for the super sticker for 99 cents. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate that. Every little dime that you send over here will be helping in respects to making travel to Tennessee later this week easier because the YouTube payouts is in like a couple of days. So that's what the marathon stream is for. So your support is greatly appreciated. But we'll continue. Realism can help us understand the interests of states, but states don't run on realism. Realism is what allows them to be born, to cohere, and to expand. Instead, states run on what we can call magic. Wow, Malcolm Sargon crossover on the word magic and belief in magic. But let's go. Alrighty. So. And that magic can differ greatly from state to state and from a time period to time period. The magic that the Bourbon monarchy ran on isn't the magic of the American or Tang dynasty China, but that is fine. The Bourbon magic sustained the Bourbons for hundreds of years, but once it ran out, it was impossible to bring back. The Bourbons were reinstated as the rulers of France by a force of foreign arms, but they could only manage to meekly hang on for 15 years before they were overthrown again. Louis Philippe, who succeeded them, didn't do much better. 18 years after assuming the French throne, much reduced in prestige and power, he too was overthrown. As long as the French kings had the mysterious magic that conferred their authority on them for hundreds of years, it was impossible to get rid of them. The moment they lost the magic, it proved impossible to keep them in power. When communism still had its magic, young Bolsheviks endured exile and persecution and death without so much as flinching. Yes, but quite a few of those Bolsheviks also had outsider influence and money, whether that be American, German, or British, when it came to dealing with a young Mr. Lenin. But they sang songs praising their own martyrdom. They spat in the eyes of their executioners, and they thought nothing of hardening themselves to fight one of the most brutal and pitiless civil wars in modern history. Pitiless. Well, it kind of tells you what Malcolm feels about both the Tsar and these communists, but who knows? Just 70 years later, the magic was gone, and when the end came, the direct blood descendants of those fanatical Bolsheviks couldn't rouse themselves from their stupor to defend their sinecures. Interesting. In order to justify why America needs to embrace his realism, Elbridge Colby has no choice but to invoke the most primal form of American magic in his form of national objectives. He has no choice because that magic is the only hope he has of explaining what the point of it all is. Sadly, the moment he tries to conjure particularly that American form of magic he has already denounced in his own work, because that magic has animated America for much of existence, is fundamentally at odds with any realistic strategic assessment. John Mearsheimer is correct. America is not a realist country. This doesn't just mean that realist ideas aren't popular, but realist ideas are deeply inimical to the very basic legitimacy that America needs to cohere to as a state. This raises an interesting bit about magic, or I guess what it reminds me of Dave and Sargon going back and forth, what Dave would call belief and what Carl would call magic. There is a particular magic or animating force or will, and I think you see this predominantly in a particular class of realists that would argue for restraint, that would argue for a more less ideological balance of, say, liberalism or liberal internationalism. Because eventually that magic will run out, or eventually you're going to get yourself into a war and people will die. And I think the realists on this side kind of recognize that there is, in America, a certain shortage of magic. There is a shortage of magic in the instance that I hate to reference him again, but like this makes me think of like the two-story state. Like there are two interesting mythologies that are currently fighting in America. One of them, of course, being heavily more popularized by demographic change than the other, but it still illustrates an interesting point in America's strategic magic reserves, I'll call it that, right? And one of these things is that the realists, the Barry Posens of the world, the Elbridge Colbys, I suppose, in this article, in this instance, they want to believe in maybe a 90s America or an America of the 1980s when there was still this foreign policy industrial complex that could do things. It feels as if if a bureaucrat could be a reactionary, this would be the closest thing that you get, is that you long for this older form of liberalism that isn't here anymore. And that we've clearly seen where that liberalism goes down the line of, and it's not great. And on the other hand, it's pride flags on every U.S. embassy, including the American embassy in the Vatican, and in Saudi Arabia and in Kenya. The one that wants to promote human rights and democracy abroad, the one that wants to withhold money if you don't legalize and decriminalize homosexuality. And in fact, this was also happening in the Trump administration, something to criticize. But I would imagine that any Republican candidate would support that, because unfortunately, the magic and belief of traditional marriage and traditional human relations is also dying in this country. Yet, this battle also has mythological operating costs. you have to keep up your myth by expending. You have to spend resources to maintain things. And this applies to the metaphysical. This applies to mythology and magic and what we believe in. To a point where, to a large degree of people I know, the America they know is dead, and they live as if they're dead. Um, and that some will tell you that you have to live like an expat in your own country, and I think that that has its own severe limitations, because if you're an expat you can always go back home. I can't go back home if my home is gone in that instance. But it is demonstrative to me that this is a debate over mythology. Like, realism in America that's calling for a more restrained foreign policy um, echoes a lot of even what some of the biggest liberal internationalists of 20 years ago were arguing for. The former president of the Council of Foreign Relations, Richard Haass, Haass, or one, no, it's one S, Haas, Haas, or Haas. He worked for the George W. Bush administration. He worked in the State Department. He was a policy advisor to the sort of global war on terror that is often lamented by both the left and the right. And, he wrote a book in 2014 called Foreign Policy Begins at Home. And it was it's a surprisingly really good book. And it covers three main issues, that you have to get the fiscal debt in order. You have to be more restrained with respects to what your goals are in engaging with foreign powers or in adventures like the Middle East. And you have to take care of immigration in the workforce. And he was arguing about like immigration reform, although he took a more amnesty approach, and reindustrializing. And so, and if you have a paperback copy of the book, you'll look at the back of the book, the back cover, you'll see the little blurb, and you'll see some nice little quotes from various critics and reviewers. And one of them says any person running for president in 2016 should seriously consider reading this book. I think someone did. Someone, maybe not Trump, but someone in that camp probably did. Someone probably in Bernie's camp read that book. Or at least those ideas, because America's fiscal house is a disaster. America's borders are non-existent. We're only just beginning to reshore, both under this admin and the previous one, but we're still fighting over those domestic things. And I don't think, and maybe Malcolm is just simply pointing out here that you have to address the issues of the metaphysical first, and that's something I can kind of get on board with, because if you have a bad political theology, well, bad theology makes really bad reality. And here we are in this sort of bad timeline, bad reality. But we're almost done with this article, and then we'll finish reading this article. I'll take my anti-rejection meds, and then I'll cam on, and we'll get to work with the next article, or Mr. Colby's responses on Twitter. This isn't an airy, abstract argument. The question of magic that sustains regime is in fact brutally practical. The guards of the Berlin Wall checkpoints really did ask themselves what was the point of trying to stop protesters was. When they simply couldn't come up with a good answer, they simply came up. In 2023, America's model of a volunteer military is in rapid collapse. The Army missed its recruiting target by 25% last year, and a 2021 survey found a steep decline in active duty members and veterans who would recommend enlisting to their children. A serious problem, since the armed services have long heavily relied upon military families to supply new recruits. Like the Berlin Wall guards, America's sons and daughters are asking themselves what's the point of it all is, and they can no longer come up with an answer. Okay, so some of the things I was just talking about, Malcolm gets to. That's a little terrifying, because I normally don't agree with him. Let's see here. Recently, Colby courted controversy on Twitter by endorsing Representative Seth Moulton's statement that we should make it very clear to the Chinese that if you invade Taiwan, we will blow up Taiwan Semiconductor, which supplies close to 60% of the world's microchips. Again, people rush to call Colby a bloodthirsty warmonger, a neocon, and a baby-eating imperialist. But such attacks were not only intellectually uncharitable, they also fail to appreciate both the greatness and massive inescapable tragedy inherent to what Colby is trying to achieve. And in fact, Seth Moulton's statement even got the Taiwanese to say that we would shoot down American planes if they went after the Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing company. From Colby's perspective, blowing up Taiwan's semiconductor industry in order to prevent it from being used by China isn't a punishment for the Taiwanese. The strategic principle at stake, he has explained, is that America and its allies can't afford the PRC to have such a dominance over global semiconductors, although they do have a relative global dominance over rare earth minerals. The Taiwanese themselves, who do not want to fall under Chinese control, should understand this better than anyone. On the grand chessboard, the sacrifice of a pawn may be necessary to forestall a much greater loss down the road for all who have interest in forestalling Chinese hegemony. To denounce this position as bloodthirsty is to miss the point. But again, the American state doesn't and won't run on this sort of realism. It runs on its own dying and sputtering form of magic, and will accept no other fuel source. Oh God, I predicted where this article was going about fuel reserves and magic resources. To keep this faith alive, America must continue to regard itself as the altruistic defender and savior of the Taiwanese people against Chinese tyranny. This is the tragedy of Colby's attempt to save America. The act nakedly despoiling and impoverishing a country for long-term strategic advantage will merely further dim the few magical embers that remain to be called upon. Magical embers. I'm now just thinking of Dark Souls. Like, who will you rekindle the fire? Or will you let it go out in an age of dark? American realists hope that their ideas can prompt a retrenchment back on solid terrain, like an army pulling back and giving up territory in order to shorten its front. But at the current juncture, the project of substituting American idealism with realism isn't akin to amputating a leg to save the life of the patient. It is more like the administration of a lethal poison directly into the heart of a patient. The realist attack on liberal and neoconservative architects of America's 30 years of failed wars and idealistic excess is lacking in understanding of the world, is not grasping the magnitude of the irony at play. In reality, it is the realists who are naive in the way the world works. So far, kind of a constructivist criticism here, but okay. America was built to be altogether a different kind of country from the old powers of Europe or the brutal, despotic and cynical empires of the ancient world. It was to be a republic, if you can keep it. The magic that gave it form and has kept it going for 250 years didn't envision, much less celebrate, the idea of 1,000 military bases on foreign soil, a massive permanent standing armies, or bombing factories 8,000 miles away. It wasn't meant to include importing millions and millions of people each year in order to drive down wages and turn the country into a massive sweatshop. It didn't involve fortifying elections, ever expanding alphabet agencies illegally wiretapping U.S. citizens, or 20,000 National Guardsmen patrolling Washington, D.C. with assault rifles and cordoning off the Capitol building. All of these things, and more, have come together to diminish the American legitimacy. Pouring yet more poison down the ailing throat of the patient will not help, no matter how many well-intentioned hands holding the bottle may be. It is likely that future historians will end up drawing lessons radically different from those espoused by the realists today about America's self-destructive descent into ideological forever war. To those historians of the future, it may well be the neocons and the liberal interventionists who appear as America's last generation of elites with a somewhat realistic grasp of the mess they found themselves in. To them, the end of liberal interventionism will likely be seen as the last real attempt to keep the faltering American magic going. For those of us who came to age around the 9/11 attacks can attest to that fact. At least for a time, they really did succeed. They revived the magic that kept society together and answered a burning question. What exactly is the point of all this? But nothing lasts forever. Those who hope to supplant the neocons and liberal interventionists to keep the empire alive by means of removing all sops to magic and superstition are the most profoundly idealistic thinkers America has yet to produce. Realism is fundamentally true, but truth isn't magic, and magic isn't truth. The inability, or unwillingness to grasp this is the curse that has bedeviled America's most brilliant realist thinkers. In a recent public talk, Mearsheimer was asked whether people in the White House pay much attention to his ideas. Mearsheimer jocularly responded that over half a century, no person from the U.S. government has ever asked him for his opinion on anything, and he didn't seem to be particularly bothered by this fact. Here we see the first side of the Janus face of American great power realism, the face of a brilliant strategist who has long since made peace with the fact that the princes of the world will pay him no mind. Colby presents with us the second face. Unlike Mearsheimer, he works tirelessly to get the princes to listen to him before it is too late. His is the face of the selfless, brilliant, energetic reformer, the Sergei Witte or the late Qing westernizer, a man who, despite his efforts, will rarely be listened to and is cursed with only the power to speed up the death of a system he hopes to salvage. Genuine tragedy is both deeply appealing and naturally repellent. For tragedy is the story of human greatness, potential, human brilliance, and all of these things come to naught in the end. Here, in the final twilight hours of both the American Empire and this particular form of folk magic that so heroically built it and kept it going, one can't help but be dazzled by the tragedy of America's most brilliant realist thinkers. For their fate to sparkle ever more brightly and then set against a backdrop of a creeping dusk. Well, I will give his word salad to finish that article. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's a crazy thing to think about. But this is the thing that I find really interesting about this article. And I don't know what I'll be perfectly honest with you, Dave Bergeron. I don't know what Malcolm actually believes in. I've seen him on The Good Old Boys a couple of times, and some of his critiques are okay. But he comes off just like this class reductionist Marxist type character. He's seen as this and someone uses so many, I mean, it's very flowery language, and I'm not going to lie. I write like this, and this is why you have good editors, or you have people that tell you, hey man, shut up when you need to. But it is interesting, I think, in respects to the fact that Malcolm is arguing or talking about the same things that like Dave and Sargon are. And I think everyone's kind of coming to this question of American magic. It is a big problem. I mean, he's a grifter. I mean, he's a political pundit. In some extent, we're all grifters. I know that's sort of damning myself in that implication, but I mean, what I find interesting about this is that his basic claim is that American realists, especially, do not have an animating force of will or magic or a political mythos or a political formula that can get people going to where they are, and that the efforts of realists like Elbridge Colby or like Stephen Walt, like John J. Mearsheimer, they're lambasted for making relatively cohesive, sane, and smart arguments that people will, it would be a welcome change from, yeah, it would be. I agree, hello, it absolutely would. But we're not going to get to that. I don't think we will, but we're slowly getting to. And like, this is the funny thing is that there's two arguments that you could raise on that. For instance, one would be this kind of all just magically, I say that in quotation marks, I know you can't see me yet, that everything has somehow just coincidentally fallen into place. This war in Ukraine, those two major neon grade semiconductor manufacturing plants inside of Ukraine, bam, gone. Oh man, we gotta like reshore up our own semiconductor manufacturing. So we're beginning to see the CHIPS Act, the restoration of things, and then all of a sudden, it is that is the point. But Malcolm's point, Steve, is that you actually need the magic in order to live. And if realism is trying to explain how states operate, how states may interact with one another, and what would be the prudent strategy to ensure state survival, then you got that, and it's awful. And that's the issue. And so there's no. Oh, I have not. Holy shit. Okay. Enjoy the event. Maybe I'll take the next one. Well, thank you, Fanami and Son of Haster. That's very, very kind of you. I have no words. I will give you a hug at the event. You can find me. You know what I look like. I will be in a nice blue suit, and the mustache is pretty distinguishable. So yes, I will give you a hug at the event. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. But yes, all right. I'm going to go take my anti-rejection meds here real quick. So if I'm a little quiet, I apologize. This would be a good time to get your coffees, your waters. Presumably, look down below at the merch store links for your own Frog of the Week mug, which I've been drinking my coffee out of. Uh-huh. Yes, Cindy, I do have to take my meds like a schizo, but it beats dying of painful rejection of organs. I mean, realism is meant to describe both like the grand strategy of a state, but it is also meant to like reach a cohesive understanding of how states interact with one another. I don't know if I would argue that realism has more post hoc explanatory power than I think it does predictive power, which I think is a severe criticism of this of the school of thought itself. But I mean, if you read like Politics Among Nations by like Henry Morgenthau back in like the 1948s, I don't know if it's bullshit excuses, Zeranor. I mean, people, yeah, bullshit excuses and like post hoc explanations, but I think it more is along the fact of like people's whole policy platforms run off bullshit excuses. Like, do you really think Biden believes in like transgender ideology? No, it's a bullshit excuse for him to like have wedge power against like regular sane Americans and their children. Like that's the big thing. And so the Koof was a magical ritual, isn't that true? Yeah, that's the big issue, Dave. And that's like the whole reason why you got like the constructivists in the like 89 onward. They were like, well, you guys didn't get this stuff right, and why is that? And they were critiquing the lack of ideology considerations, which a lot more realists have considered. Uh-huh. Alrighty, so now we're going to move to Elbridge's little Twitter thread response, which this was saved a couple of days ago on the 13th. So I'm going to share this tab instead. Thank you, archive.today, for making my life easier. Oh, cool. We got a long thread. Oh, you love to see it, kids. You love to see long Twitter threads. Yeah, right. Like the is ought distinction is another important thing here about ideology that no one I think considers at all is as the is ought distinction. And religions answer this, like religions tend to answer this like is ought question pretty well, in my opinion. Whereas like academia, not so much. Alrighty, so here we go. Mr. Colby begins this thread by saying, I try not to comment on things about me personally. I don't trust my ability to detach myself enough to be worth listening to. But I would like to respond to the substantive point that is very penetrating and compelling piece by Tink Zorg, Malcolm Cayuni, that America cannot run on realism. I disagree. Well, I'm sure that you do. But we're going to take a few more pills and then we're going to keep reading. I find it to be a great and delightful irony that as a man who sucks at taking pills has to take them for the rest of his life. God has a sense of humor, folks. God has a sense of humor. Mm-hmm. Alrighty, let's see here. We'll begin. I certainly am, Mr. Mandrill. I will keep. Ironically, the pill I just took was a red one, so there you go. But all right. If I can boil it down, Tink Zorg's key point is America is not a realist country. America is a country that cannot run on, legitimate itself by, or understand itself, or inspire a sense of genuine national cohesion through realism. To put it directly, I believe America can run on realism. It may not legitimate or understand itself through Morgenthau-style realism, but it can run on it. And so he's not referring to the not Henry Morgenthau, sort of Morgenthau plan character. Wrong Morgenthau. It's Hans Morgenthau who wrote Politics Among Nations in 1948. But a key difference before someone says I'm advocating for some like genocidal maniac, I'm not. Different one. Hans Morgenthau is a much different one than the former FDR Treasury Secretary. But we'll continue. He says, I think the best evidence for this is history. I actually think, observed on the full 250 years, American history shows a powerful realist strand. Was it always fully dominant? No, but different administrators pursued different policies, but I would say it was considered and central. Yeah, interesting stuff here. We'll go on. Uh-huh. I mean, welcome to Twitter, Dave. That's kind of how this works. You got to make your threads long. You got to make your point. Five lines to say I disagree. He's going to expand more on this. This thread is like, oh boy, I don't even have the full thread here. Maybe I can click on that tweet and we'll go from there. But anyways, in the Revolution, America sought the support of Bourbon France, Royal Spain, Tsarist Russia, in addition to the Republican Holland. Ben Franklin in Paris is quite the realist. And the early Republic, Washington's farewell address represents a quintessential realism, as exemplified by the Hamilton and also Federalist Papers. Jefferson was on the other side, but even he compromised with when the president on Louisiana. Isolationism in the early American Republic was isolationism from Europe, motivated by the logic America was better off focusing on North America and elsewhere, and couldn't affect the power balance in Europe anyway, and could rely on European powers, especially Britain, to keep the balance. And I mean, these sort of realist isolation style debates were happening even as early as you can go back to our Prudent Observations episode on the war with the Barbary States, because we couldn't shift the balance of power in Europe. I mean, this was kind of clear even when Jefferson was seeing this with the Adams administration and the XYZ affair, and what would be called the quasi-war with France. We were not equipped to fight larger powers in that respect, but we could definitely, mess up some Mohammedan white slave traders. It's so weird that like ultra Protestant, anti-clerical United States got a like blessing for the Pope from that conflict. I just find that always to be a neat, funny historical hindsight. America was very active in other places, essentially in North and Central America. America was highly expansionist to the Mexican War, multiple campaigns of expansion, near war with Britain over its northern border, and indeed plans to go even further, especially Cuba, also the Yucatan Peninsula. America was also very active in Asia. Black ships opened the Pacific in the 1850s. Americans intervened in Hawaii and elsewhere in the Pacific. And American traders were very active in China to take advantage of their markets from the very early Republic. Basically, our first 100 years were focused on consolidating control on the continent and internal support strengthening while avoiding getting involved in great powers in Europe. Hide and bide. Very successfully, I might add. Once we had finished the Great White Fleet, the Spanish-American War, and eventually World War I was just in the Philippines. Our presence there is very concrete proof of how realistic our statecraft was, even in the late 19th century. I wonder if I can just click on this one, if it'll let me. Oh, it won't. Those bastards. I'll just find Elbridge Colby's original tweets here. Elbridge Colby. See, this is what happens when you don't. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. I found the thread. We can just share this tab instead. Sharing my Twitter thread. Here we go. Share this tab instead. Where did we start off with? And of course, World War II. So I see the Cold War is largely following a pretty realist policy, garbed in highly elevated rhetoric. We pretty much followed a good realist playbook, consolidating key alliances and theaters and focusing on military strength in the primary theater, Europe, to deter war and avoid dominance of a key continent by a hostile hegemon. Eisenhower and the Nixon/Ford were overtly the most realist, but Reagan was pretty realistic in a hyper-idealistic rhetoric. Peace through strength. So I would say that the biggest deviation from this tradition of practical, actual American statecraft has been the last 30 years. Why? And the realist in me says that we have been spoiled and made hubristic by unipolarity, but it doesn't have to be this way. To continue on, see if he continues his thread. Oh, he doesn't. So he just stops here. American political culture will demand a more elevated rhetoric, but this does not mean forfeiting actual realist policy. There is a tension to be sure, but I think American history shows that this can be reconciled. Well, this like raises the fundamental question, right? Like, oh, I just meant the first section. Yeah, no, oh, no worries, Dave. Oh no, I mean, I think Malcolm. That's I can't put your comment up here, JS, but I mean, Malcolm isn't like a broken clock, but he's like a clock that occasionally that's off on the time, but like maybe 4 times a day the clock is right. He's not like a broken clock where it's right. He's maybe right 4 times a day, and he occasionally makes a good point here. Whereas like Elbridge is saying like you can separate the political hoity-toity rhetoric and things like that in comparison to actual realist foreign policy, which I find to be delightfully wrong in a lot of ways, because your foreign policy, the way that you engage in politics, is going to be a clock that goes at 2 times speed. Yeah, something like that. But because he's constantly running his mouth and occasionally he says something interesting. Either that, or if I agree with him too much, I'm going to seriously wonder whether or not I'm on the right or not. But yeah, it's an interesting point on this point. But Moose for $9.99 just chipping in. Thanks for the stream. Well, we are going to be as live as long as humanly possible, and that's why I'm taking aspirin right now to prevent clots. I'm just kidding. I actually have to take aspirin as part of my pills, but we could be peating. You don't know that. Well, I would highly recommend on that point, Watt, that I want to do a stream on this in the future. Now this is significantly less than $1. Well, Prince of Parma, it's like 86 cents or something, courtesy of the South African Rand exchange rate. But you do this all the time, and it's quite funny to me. But yeah, but there has been another article written on this whole little debate here, written in the national interest by Carlos Roa, written on June 12th, 2023. So we're going to share that article next, but I'm going to, oh, it's even worse than that. Oh, that's fine. But yeah, so we'll just get started here real quick, and I will share. Hello, everyone. I hope that you're all doing well, and we'll share screen. Where's the national? There we go. Realists have a problem with realism. Courtesy of Carlos Roa, June 12th, 2023, in the publication The National Interest. Always archive your articles and things like that, and let's get started. Realists have problems with realism. A furor over a recent article highlights an uncomfortable truth. Whoops. Make sure my mic doesn't give me any crap here. American realists demonstrate a remarkable and unexpected blindness in their views. So let's continue. Oh, this is a much shorter article, but nice. One of the more interesting developments over the past decade has been the return, quote unquote, of realism in U.S. foreign policy and international relations. The framework was popularly considered to have been overthrown by liberalism, which in the eyes of many was destined to reign eternally over a perpetual age of peace and progress. History, though, has other plans, and had other plans. Speaking of which, Fukuyama is going to have a new book out defending his thesis. I look forward to reviewing it. Yet realism's, quote, return has not gone over well. In fact, despite strong grounds for success, especially after neoconservative failures in the Middle East and the significant pushback against neoliberals by populist and nationalist forces, realists mostly remain outside the halls of power. At this point, it is not unreasonable to suspect that something is wrong with realists themselves. This is increasingly manifesting in foreign policy discourse. Take, for instance, a withering but well-intentioned critique. See, withering but well-intentioned. That's the nicest backhanded compliment I've ever seen. Put out last week by Malcolm Kayuni, an essayist and columnist at Compact magazine. In his article, Kaczynski goes after realism through Elbridge Colby, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy and Force Development 2017 through 2018, a central figure in the development of the 2018 National Defense Strategy, perhaps Washington's foremost realist, at least in terms of public influence and direct political influence. Both the critique and the response to it by Colby himself. Is it just a link to his? It is a link to his Twitter thread. Illustrative of how American realists struggle to grasp the current historical circumstances in which we live. From promised land to crusader state. Kaczynski's critique is composed of two arguments which must be examined in turn. First is his contention, expanding upon John Mearsheimer's recurring axiom that America is not a realist nation, is that America is a country that cannot run on, legitimate itself by, or understand through itself, or inspire a sense of genuine national cohesion through realism. It should be noted that Kaczynski does not think that the realist framework itself is incorrect. If anything, he asserts it is better equipped to explain today's world than liberal internationalism ever was or could ever hope to be, and expresses a great deal of sympathy, if not admiration and praise, for Colby. But his point remains: America cannot function with realism as an underlying ideological basis. Colby disagrees, stating that America may not legitimate or understand itself through a Morgenthau-style realism, emphasis his, but it can run on it. As emphasis, Colby draws upon America's long and proud history of realist policies, leveraging foreign powers to assist in the revolution, the formation of the federal government, Washington's farewell address, its relationships with Europe, and throughout the late 18th century, and 19th century on, all the way through the Cold War. Colby shortly summarizes, in which we've talked about on the Twitter thread, but we'll read it again. The biggest deviation from this tradition of practical, actual American statecraft has been the last 30 years. Why? The realist in me says that we have been spoiled and made hubristic by unipolarity, but it does not need to be this way. The American political culture will demand a more elevated rhetoric, but this does not require forfeiting an actually realist foreign policy. There is tension, to be sure, but I think American history shows it can be reconciled. Colby certainly has a point that America has a noble and proud realist tradition, but this defense is built on a notable assumption that one can separate the ideological basis and self-conception of a country of how it's run. Again, bad political theology makes bad political reality, and I do agree with this point. This is where the problems occur, and what Kaczynski is alluding to, you cannot separate the two. Oh man, this is a rare Tinksorg W in my book, which is really depressing. Instrumental in understanding this are the arguments put forward by Walter A. McDougall in his magisterial 1997 book, Promised Land, Crusader State, The American Encounter with the World Since 1776. In brief, McDougall contends that for much of its history, the United States understood itself as a promised land, a new nation of new beginnings and unbound aspirations, uniquely blessed and destined towards the maintenance of liberty and greater triumphs. Traces of this can be seen as early as 1783, only weeks after the Revolutionary War had been won, with the preacher Ezra Stiles proclaiming in a sermon, nobly named, the United States elevated to glory and honor, that, quote, the Lord shall have made his American Israel high above all the nations which he hath made in numbers and in praise and in name and in honor. Emphasis on Mr. Stiles. As McDougall observes, in short, Americans were a chosen people delivered from bondage to a promised land. It can't get more exceptional than that. Yes, much in the same way of like British New Israelism, there was a lot of that in sort of the puritanical and, dare I say, Calvinistic thinking, which sort of gives some legitimacy to critiques of the Calvinist, out of Calvin theory for American politics, but neither here nor there. This early American self-conception of a promised land was congenital towards the realist framework. When you, as a people, understand your nation as a promised holy land that is at risk from foreign enemies and must never be lost, you are far more inclined to take its protection seriously. This means making judicious use of limited power and resources, entering deals with foreign powers, compromising here and there, and the like. In other words, the application of a realist foreign policy. This national self-understanding, however, evolved over time towards that of a crusader state, a nation that purposely goes out of the world and seeks to change it. Consider, in contrast to Stiles' sermon, a speech given by Senator Albert J. Beveridge in 1898, notably named March of the Flag, to defend the annexation of the Philippines, Puerto Rico, Guam, and Hawaii. Quote, fellow citizens, it is a noble land that God has given us, a land that can feed and clothe the world, a land whose coastlines would enclose half the countries of Europe, a land set a sentinel between two imperial oceans of the globe, a greater England with a nobler destiny. It is a mighty people that he hath planted on this soil, a people sprung out of the most masterful blood of history, a people perpetually revitalized by the virile working folk of all the earth, a people imperial by virtue of their power, by right of their institutions, by authority of their heaven-directed purposes, the propagandists and not the misers of liberty. End quote. Man, honest to God, that sounds like some like really nice blood and soil rhetoric in like 1898. I mean, I get it; it's to defend imperialism. If you have issues with that, I totally understand. But like, this sort of self-conceptualized Protestantism is certainly something to consider. And we're actually going to have, I think, our first guest come on in just a little bit here. But yeah, absolutely a wild time. Echoes the modern evangelical opinions. Has anyone ever told me that I sound like Kermit the Frog? Well, good sir, there's a reason why this is my profile picture. But if I recall correctly, this is Mr. Kermit the Frog. I have a different voice here. But anyways. You can make Germany great again, Cine. You could. You certainly could. In that respect. But anyways, both ends of the spectrum. But you have to understand, right? Like, New Israelism is not a particularly new concept, especially within forms of. I can only really speak to more Protestant Christianity than I could anything else. But I mean, like the New Israelism is just that what you would call the new covenant established by Christ in the New Testament, and sort of the forsaking of the Logos by the Pharisees and Sanhedrin of the Jews at the time means that for Christians that were not Jewish Christians, that were brought up through baptism, evangelicalization, they are now descendants of the children of Israel through the spirit of adoption through Christ Jesus. And so that sort of has been taken on to this new front, that this is the new Israel, that this is the new people in which the Lord has made upon a nation. You see this especially with like British New Israelism, to a point where there's like literature and books saying that like the British people are one of the 10 lost tribes. And it has its own, and of course the evangelicals have taken it to a radical different direction, where that just sort of means give billions of dollars to Israel. But that's a whole other theological issue that is worth diving into one of these days. Knock it off with the JPB impressions. Yeah. All right, Mr. Mandrill, let me go send you the invite link, because I forget you're living that neat life now, so I can just do this. So we can Control V, send that your way. All right, I send it to you via Twitter, good sir. Okay. All right, cool. Got a chat message I needed to answer to. Okay, cool. I gotta like. This is the nice thing, is that I have my camera on, so I have to like be very careful about not showing shit when I'm not meaning to. Okay. Yeah, thanks, tracking number. Good to know. Okay, anyways. He'll come on in just a little bit, but we're going to continue reading back there. Speaking of voice, can I do a French accent? I do not, not sure if I could do a French accent. I mean, I can read things with that little French affectation, just a little bit of, but the twink only has a point if you sincerely believe in democracy. No, I would go further than that. To give. I don't know why everyone. I blame Gio for everyone calling him Twink Zorg, because he's just like a chubby black guy or some sort of. But anyways, it's a weird thing to consider. But no, you do need a belief system, a political theory, or a political formula if you want this stuff to work. Last I checked, that's just sort of the way that this happens here, is that you need something to believe in. Do I need to believe in like the divine right of kings? That certainly helps to legitimate an authority. The same thing applies with respects to all sorts of stuff, but yeah, I've been told you can pull off he is a walrus. He is a muddy walrus, to say the least. But I'm going to continue. I'm going to send an invite link to another friend of mine, since apparently he's. That's the sad thing for a lot of people, is that they have this day off because apparently, well, they've made Juneteenth a federal holiday, which is a depressing thing. But yeah, we'll continue on. There is a frogman who still needs to be voiced by somebody. Yes, I know. Cine's got a nice artistic project going on that is meant to animate Geo and me. And I like Geo's animation style, or how Geo looks in the animation stuff. Anti-rejection meds. Maybe give one to Geo. That's so mean. Oh, that's also really funny. One of the weirdest talks I ever had to sit through was a British Israel talk. That talk was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it turned into a 2-hour talk. He was not invited back. Things that do not surprise me for $20, Princess Parmo. So true. My anti-rejection medication is transplant medication. I don't think that would help Geo with women. Y'all are mean. Anyways, we'll continue reading and go back to the main project here. The shift in tone is unmistakable. While elements of old self-understanding, a promised land, are still present, America is now a nation that could go forward and materially help the world with a heaven-directed purpose to serve as the propagandist of liberty. And fulfilling his greater mission requires a new foreign policy approach, one that is certainly not as congenial towards realism and is more oriented towards liberal internationalism. So yes. This is where Colby's defense runs dry. The liberal internationalist flaws with America's foreign policy are not limited to the last 30 years, but rather the foreign policy of the last 30 years is both the culmination of an inevitable political outcome, of a shift of how America sees and understands itself, dating back more than a century. While the elements of the old realist approach to foreign policy still remain, as was evident in the Cold War, it is, to borrow McDougall's usage of religious references, the Old Testament. Today, it is the New Testament of liberal internationalism that reigns. Go out and, baptize the nations. This is the real thrust of Kaczynski's first argument, that a number of realists, at least a number of more politically active ones, do not understand this seismic shift as an indictment. How can supposed realists who formulate policy by evaluating the world as it is, not as they wish to be, have a hard time grasping the changed political and cultural environment in which they find themselves? Do they not see that they are in the cultural minority and are therefore hard-pressed to make change happen? Colby, by all measures, is a good strategist and thoughtful thinker, certainly aware of this. So what explains the gap? And this is where we get into the magic discussion. Oh, no worries. Wilson, you're okay. There's a different frogman that's taking up your time. Oh, well, I could have no problem voicing a different frogman. That's perfectly the case. I think of it as a 3-day weekend for Father's Day. I think fathers deserve a 3-day weekend. But our first guest is on. Hello, Mr. Mantrell.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you just fine. It's a total question for the audience.
Well, it is what it is for them, I guess. They'll just have to deal with it.
So true. That's why we're here. But yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. When I noticed that you were doing this stream, I immediately was like, I can totally be there. Let me on. I am Prude's strongest soldier.
You were Prude's strongest monkey.
Yeah. Prude's strongest pay monkey. Yeah.
Oh yes, that's what I refer to. But I just like to think of this weekend as a 3 days Father's Day weekend. I loved, because CNN put out an article talking about like Black fatherhood as told by Black dads, and Community Notes was like 64% of all Black children don't have a father in their life, and it was just like Community Notes is the greatest poster of all time. That's true. We're going to talk about magic real quick. I just kind of find it funny that like both Sargon and Malcolm Kaczynski are talking about magic as this metaphysical property for belief. It's very interesting to see where these two people align. Although it begs the question, if Malcolm and Carl Benjamin were to ever stream together, where would they agree and where would they disagree?
Dude, I have no idea.
Isn't that terrifying?
I think like it would honestly be something really weird where you'd have extremely unexpected areas of agreement and disagreement, I think.
Mm.
But like in weird ways, you'd be like, okay, that agreement makes sense that they say that, but like they totally disagree on a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It just be wild for sure.
Absolutely.
Prude's angriest monkey. Yeah,
That's so true. So true. Alrighty, well, we'll continue on with the reading. Kayuni's second argument, which Colby does notably not reply to, is perhaps the stronger and more significant of the two and illuminates the real problem that realists face. States, Kayuni explains, run on magic, which, if lost, results in the eventual collapse of the state in question. What's that line? Rome was not great because people loved her. Rome was great because she was loved.
yes.
The term can thus be understood as a shorthand for political legitimacy. Yep, correct. And yet it is more than that. It can be described perhaps as a sort of transcendental and metaphysical belief. Hey, this Carlos Roa guy and I are on the same page. Look at that. Upon which human societies are built. Oh God, I have similar opinions to the foreign policy establishment. Kill me now. Rome existed through the Mos Maiorum, the European kingdoms defended upon divine right. Chinese dynasties lived and died by the will of heaven. The dynamic, one could argue, exists in religion. Christ's eternal and universal empire runs on love and the promise of eternal salvation, which millions are willing to die for till this very day. This is, after all, why an institution like the Catholic Church has been able to outlast kings, empires, revolutions, schisms, technological upheavals, and more. Okay, oh, it's a 2-page article, those bastards. Just print the whole thing. Anyways, Kayuni's magic critiques thus have 2 layers. One of political legitimacy layer, and she means the realist attempts to reform U.S. foreign policy and perhaps more broadly, the country's government are doomed to fail. This is simply because of the broad swath of the population no longer regards Washington, D.C. as being legitimate. So true. So true. No, I don't. Anyway. Not an unreasonable charge, given the historically low levels of public trust in government institutions, contemporary political leadership, and so forth. Talk of a national divorce and even civil war appear in the mainstream. These are symptoms of a country where the center, both in the political and institutional sense, is weak. Now, let me see if it'll load up page 2. Oh, here we go. Share this tab instead. Thank you, good sir. But on the more abstract, possibly metaphysical layer, Kayuni is indicating that attempts to invoke America's transcendental purpose and self-conception, that of a promised land that takes care of itself through realist means, are at odds with the realist assessments of the current situation. How can America be, or return to be, a self-focused promised land with a realist foreign policy if it is so fundamentally dysfunctional and internally divided now, at the supposed height of its political, military, economic, and ideological power? I mean, this is also a really good critique of like Turbo America. Like, I mean, how turbo is Turbo America if it's ready to like shoot itself?
I don't think about that one.
Yeah, dark elf magic. Oh, this is so true.
Dark elves don't have magic. They just have.
They just have
pill pull.
They just have open-toed sandals and cringe pictures.
And they wear shorts to the office like Zuckerberg.
You don't wear shorts to the office.
I'm pretty sure Zuckerberg does.
Well, he's also like one of the richest people on earth, but yeah.
That's true.
I don't think you should love him or hate him for that. I mean, the one thing that libs were right about was that there was a pipeline. And honest to God, like when Sargon started having smaller, more conservative guests on his YouTube channels, like the first time he brought Academic Agent on, and I was like, wow, this AA guy is someone I agree with a little more than Sargon, so I just found him. But yeah.
I mean, it literally did all start with Gamergate. I mean, you know,
it's the J6 of the internet.
I mean, I can't believe we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of that, man. It's going to be crazy seeing all of the meltdowns.
Well, they had that. They were complaining about the Conquistador thing, and that Aztec Ecumene game that's going to come out, and someone go ahead.
They're still kvetching about it.
Oh no, they were kvetching about it. But they referenced Gamergate. And that's why I tweeted out the other day. I said I want to thank Anita Sarkeesian and the Academy, because without Gamergate, I wouldn't be like a raging right winger. Saw his and Sargon's video, and I was like, oh yeah, this is better. Yeah, I know. Like this, yeah, Dave. Yeah, I mean, you find people really early on, and you enjoy it. You're like, oh, this Dave guy's got way better essays. And Jim, yeah, that's true. Nudge Unit. It has really been 10 years. But yeah, crazy. But we'll continue to read. I'm going to zoom in on this so people can see it. Okay, good. That's a little better for the audience as well, for those watching at home. But on the more abstract metaphysical later, Kaczynski is indicating that attempts to invoke America's transcendental purpose and self-conception, that of a promised land to take care of itself through realist means, are at odds with realist assessments of its current situation. How can America be... Oh, okay, I was already reading this part. Attempting to invoke the magic of America to justify the defense of Taiwan, as Colby does, falls flat on a not insignificant number of Americans will not see, or more importantly, not feel, how fighting China an ocean away will help in that regard. Just as how Berlin Wall soldiers couldn't be roused to defend the checkpoints for the whole Soviet system was an open farce at that point. Americans won't be roused to man the trenches of Taipei. They don't believe in the supposed holy mission of America anymore. Yeah.
You won't be defending any trenches in Taipei. You're going to have your fleet burning off the coast of Taiwan from Chinese long-range missiles. I mean, that's how that war's going to go, right? You know, this whole thing about trenches and trenches.
I mean, like, Blinken is currently in China right now, and no one in China gives a shit.
Well, that's because he's fucking Blinken.
Oh, I know, but like, it made a tiny little like quarter piece in a Chinese newspaper, not on the front page, not on the second page, but near the end of the third page of the paper. Kaczynski is very pessimistic and fatalistic about the United States' prospects, as would any Marxist ready to like be a necrophile. But anyways, a doomer, to use a popular online term. Oh, Lord. But his assessment of America's present material circumstances is not exaggerated. How can the United States, for example, pretend that it will be able to reorient its political and military might towards confronting China and Asia, an entire ocean away, if it can't even audit its existing military assets, its navy is in dire straits, its defense supply chains are a bloody mess, and there are still other concerns in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, and so on, to say nothing of America's southern border. This is without factoring the country's fragile and recession-bound economy, a worrisome debt situation, especially in commercial real estate, which will hit the financial system hard through the banks, and more.
Speaking of audits, do I have stories as a former military contractor? Oh man,
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I mean, let me just put it this way. My last job, they basically had this massive audit, and there had to be all this paperwork, and every single asset had to be logged, cataloged, and all of this stuff that we had, like literally down to every single last nut, bolt, washer, lock nut, all of that, right? Everything had to be like cataloged, everything, like literally everything. And everything had to be reorganized, and it was just a pain in the ass. And that was like the last year of my time working there.
Jeez.
So yeah, and of course, like all of the stuff, there was a lot of stuff that had to be logged. And when the Pentagon is saying, well, we lost $1 billion in assets. Okay, how much of that is like obsolescent equipment or obsolete equipment that is like sitting rusting in some yard somewhere, and it really, you wonder, okay, exactly what do we have, right? It makes me think. It made me think anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is something to seriously consider. I don't. I would argue he's a doomer optimist in the sense that, like, oh, I can take this corpse and make something out of it, ideologically speaking. But yeah, I mean, you could just choke out the Straits and starve China. I mean, like, the Straits of Malacca is the most interesting part, but even the Americans, like, from what papers I've read, they don't want to do this because I don't think that they would be able to survive the aftershock economically. And that may actually be something to cross in terms of a line that might be seriously escalatory.
I mean, that's the weird thing, though, is by not attacking the Straits of Malacca, or cutting the Chinese off in the Strait of Malacca, you're committing yourself to fight on the prepared ground in the South China Sea, right? The Chinese have all of these little islands with all of these little navy bases and missile batteries and all of that, airfields and shit, and then of course they have the benefit of their long range radar and stuff, and all of the long range missiles there too, from they're mostly shore based. So I mean, you're by not doing the Malacca strategy and not engaging in a guerre de course, guerre de course, by engaging in guerre de scar, war, like literally Mahanian style naval decisive battle, you're going to end up getting your fleet crushed because you have half of your fleet on the East Coast. Most of your fleet is spread out thin throughout the world, and you're just going to end up with some kind of replay of the Battle of Tsushima. Anyway, rant over.
Battle. Oh, man. Isn't it sad that most people only know of Tsushima just in part because of that new video game on the PS5, Ghost of Tsushima or whatever?
Dude, I don't even know what that is.
Oh.
Was this like some Zoomer shit?
No, this is like a new stealth samurai game. But anyways, I've been told it was relatively good, but then again, I don't really I play 20-year-old games at this point. I don't really Well, Dugan, Ashley, you're gonna have at least. I'm going on until 3:00 today because I have to go on Oren's channel later this afternoon. So, but yes, the Stream-A-Thon will continue. You'll have quite a bit to listen to, but your super chat was appreciated, received, noted, cataloged, and we're going to continue. Oh God, we're going to talk about Foundation. Reality comes to the realists. In the Amazon television series Foundation, loosely based on the Foundation series of stories by Isaac Asimov, a genius mathematician, Harry Seldon, uses hyper-advanced statistics and modeling to foresee the collapse of the Galactic Empire. Emperor Cleon and his security forces consider Seldon's proclamations to be a direct threat to the Empire's security and stability, putting a hard-won peace at risk. The Empire's fears are only heightened after a dramatic and devastating terrorist attack, totally not an allusion to 9/11. What are you talking about? Which results in the Emperor exiling Seldon and his followers to the far side of the galaxy. Yet in the years that follow, signs of imperial decline become apparent, mounting costs to domestic insurrection, religious exhortations, rebelling vassal states. Cleon turns to his own mathematicians for reassurance. Head mathematician, we believe the predictive models of Harry Seldon to be counterfactual. Seemed relieved, and you believe this. Why? In 35 years since Seldon uttered his heretical proclamations, the Imperium has expanded rather than contracted by every critical metric. The mathematicians, in short, are less than helpful. They simply cannot understand Seldon's math, his modeling, his worldview, and insist everything is fine despite the blatantly obvious evidence to the contrary. Moreover, they are afraid to admit their total failure to the Emperor and are visibly intimidated, if not terrified of him. Cleon is left immensely frustrated. He senses his empire is slowly collapsing, but he cannot grasp why or accept, as Seldon argued, that he himself is part of the problem. Contemporary American realists, or at least those realists that are vocal and politically active right now, are not quite the imperial mathematicians, but are equally afraid of uttering heretical proclamations that could see them exiled from the imperial capital. Well, people want their grift bucks. People want those nice fellowships. People want those nice grant writing positions where they can get their money to do research and write another book. That could see them exiled from the imperial capital. After all, exile means a loss of power and influence, and then who would be left to do what must be done? Well, clearly a bunch of online internet racists. Certainly not the internationalists that got us into this mess. But it is practically impossible to tackle the critical and mounting problems of the day without openly addressing the reality that the empire, such as it is not what it once was. This, I would hazard, is Kayuni's real critique of Colby and other realists, that not only is the United States collapsing as an imperial power with all that implies, but our realists are not recognizing it. This is either because they don't see it or because they fear doing so openly is an act of political suicide in Washington, D.C. Not only that, but accepting the premise of their imperial collapse, i.e., the end of the Western-led liberal international order, means that a great number of contemporary policy debates are rendered moot. That the life's work of too many academics, theoreticians, think tank wonks, writers, etc., and others are at stake. It's like that. It's like that picture of like an asteroid hitting the Earth, and the two astronauts are like, "Oh shit, it's the economy," like they're not focused on what actually fucking matters. In this respect, the economy, man, fuck. The jobs, my think tank position, my tenure track. Oh no, I mean that's a real
GDP.
My GDP, bros. It's so over. Well, Ashley Miller, the answer to that question from like the Christian apologetics perspective would be like the sons of Noah went out to different parts of the world and clearly things are bad. Or B, clearly that they're one, the out of Africa theory is bullshit, but B would probably be something along the lines of and to take the very like literal Eastern Orthodox perspective, there are literal, like in the Book of Enoch, you have like various human hybrids with say like demons and Nephilim and things, which had created like slave classes of people. And that's where you can probably get an answer there. And I mean, the Old Testament is literally filled with what would be called race wars of extermination of the demonic, what's called like the War of the Seeds. And maybe they didn't win and take care of all of it. That's an entirely open question for historical interpretation. Despite being like descendant of man, right, would be, human beings that would meet a various different opinion of what you determine man is. But like sometimes like, other influences are at play here that are degradation based upon their environment and whatnot. I have a much more biologically realistic perspective of those things than otherwise. No, I don't think that there would be demonic, but simply that sin, incestuous aspects of it, the environment can create tight ecological and bottleneck conditions where these things can happen. But again, various things can play out there, and I am not the person that can give you the world's best apologetic for that. But yeah, thanks for the money, and I'm sure that you were glad to have your fun asking that question. But we're going to continue on. But if Kayuni's diagnosis, and he is far from the only one who holds this view, is correct, or anywhere close to correct, then realists ought to be the ones grappling with it. This will require comforting, diabolically hard, and politically sensitive questions. How do we communicate the American people that they could be facing a permanent increase in the cost of living? What items can and must be cut from a significantly reduced national budget? Well, I can think of a few handouts. Which of America's strategic interests, those that are strictly necessary to preserve and enhance the well-being of American citizens in a free, democratic, and secure republic, take priority over others? Which international alliances and partnerships can be maintained and which ones can't? None of these questions, unlike and the others like them, have easy answers. But realists are best placed to tackle them, and they should probably start doing so.
Oh, gosh. This is... See, when I read this paragraph, I just think of that, Robert Kennedy interview that he recently did with Joe Rogan, when a Democrat who's actually willing to like say that inflation is happening. And, what would I say to a presidential candidate if, on these issues, because really, I mean, that is the ultimate question on all of these domestic issues, right? Is which one are you going to pay for? Are you going to have the foreign policy? And if you're going to have the foreign policy, okay, well, then you're going to have to pay for the military and all that entails. Okay, well, if you're going to have the military, maybe you need to do some domestic politics tinkering so you're not messing over with your, screwing over your warrior class. And, it's just there's no easy answers, and the solution that the powers that be have is, just pay for everything, just keep inflating the currency, just print more money, we can pay for everything. And I think it's been clear for at least a decade, if not 2 decades now, that they just they can't. So
yeah, that tends to be the case, I think, in this respect. But yeah, I didn't get interviewed with Joe Rogan. RFK Jr. did. And I kind of can't help but think to myself that one of these days you're going to have an awkward position where he's going to have way more. I don't know. Like, he's polling pretty well in the Dem primary. Someone's going to have to deal with that, I think, in that respect. I don't know.
I mean, the problem with him in the Democratic primary is, and I'm a complete cynic about this, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
Obviously, they'll at least attempt to give him the Bernie treatment, right? So that'll play out as it will. That's out of my control. I really just don't even care about Democratic politics at all. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, here's the thing. This is my running gag, right? Is that a Soros-funded, super progressive district attorney in California could let Saran out on palliative care as a, like, okay, dude, you're gonna die. We'll release you. And then,
oh dear,
he finishes the Kennedy bloodline.
Oh God.
But anyways,
I mean, God, what a piece of fiction. That sounds like
he takes out RFK and he takes out his son.
I mean, that sounds like the plot to a movie, dude. Like, that's actually, I want to see that movie, actually.
It ain't gonna happen, but I mean, it's just something.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We can do it. We can make that movie. I'll make that movie.
I mean, Alexander Soros could make that movie happen. All he's got to do, right? Who sounds way less competent than his dad, by the way. I don't know.
As these things usually go.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I gotta go retweet that. See, this is when I have my camera off. I can just like tweet things in the background. But yeah, helps when my guests are anonymous.
Mm.
It is the circle of life. They're gonna wipe out the Kennedy anyway. That's so true. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. I mean, this is a very valid argument, though. Like, because like the realists on the foreign policy sense, I think, because they want the Washington sinecures, they want all of the think tank positions. They want to be seen as these like goody two shoes, like, right liberal academics. And they don't want to side with the chuds, even though the chuds are like, yo, you need to address these like serious critiques of like the current state of American affairs. And they're not going to do that. That's the problem.
I mean, insert Bowden clear them out memes, but yes.
Yeah. That's just the case. So those are we've spent the last hour and 40 minutes covering this little debate over realists, only to find me awkwardly agreeing with Malcolm K. Uni, which is very terrifying. Thank you, Mr. Oren McIntyre, for covering my stream right now. So that's nice. Well, we have a boost, hopefully, in numbers. But okay, so the next thing that I wanted to read and go over, if it's still on this, it is not. Where is my? I'm getting a little frustrated by the fact that it is not. Come on, that would be great. If not, what I can do, because I know I have it up here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Just scroll up and find the book.
Is the next article behind a paywall or something?
No. I just I would like to save as. Okay, there we go. I can just save this in my downloads folder. No, I just have to like clear out in my my like files a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Refresh.
Organizing things into folders is annoying.
It is, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
So it's not what I wanted, but that's fine. Save as. Can I save this document? I'm just going to save it to desktop. There we go. Problem solved. Because if not, can I just like, that's the other question about where I can share tabs. So present, stop screen, share screen, window. Oh, I could probably just do that. But let me get that up on the full screen here so we can just go to reading and I can like exit out of all these. So In what year is this? Where did this come from? When was this published is the real question. Because we're going to read something by Henry Kissinger. And this is a very old... I know. I can already hear the cringe. And
I mean, that was like the most excited cringe I think I've ever uttered. But, that was like
the most exciting cringe.
The most excited cringe. I think I was
cringe.
I was slightly excited, but then I was also like vomiting.
So
in my
this
mouth
is
a
going to
bit.
be actually his bachelor's thesis. We're going back 73 years.
Oh my god!
To his batch in 1950.
They still do theses for bachelor degrees. Wow, decline.
I had to do a senior thesis for my bachelor's degree.
Well, I didn't, but I went to state school, so there you go.
I went to a state school.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just leave it there.
Okay. But it's called The Meaning of History, Reflections on Spengler, Toynbee, and Kant. And I wanted to read the Spengler bit because I thought that would be interesting because Henry Kissinger's got a universal hatred by quite a few people. But I wanted to get to where the text starts. Let's see if I can find it. Where does it start? Starts on page 31. Okay, let's get to page 31. All right, chapter 2. History is Intuition by Oswald Spengler, according to Henry Kissinger. So we'll share this. Damn, he chose a hard topic. Yeah, I know. All right, cool. So now all I got to do is... Oh, and guess who's joining us as well? I got to go throw him on screen. Hello, Mr. Hudson. Hello. If he can hear us.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything cutting put out on his end.
Yeah, same. Hopefully he'll pop in when he can. Enter PDF full. That's not what I wanted either. I would... Oh, there we go. There's my... I don't use this Windows crap, but, now I got to check how it looks on screen. Okay.
Looks fine.
Is that readable?
Yeah.
Oh, delightful. Okay. It's actually a good read. I have read it. Didn't Kissinger gift Nixon a set of Spengler's books? I don't know, but I would hope that that's the case. Maybe that's why I like Kissinger, or I like Nixon more. Maybe he did read Spengler.
Oh, is that a Freudian slip on your part? You just
Hello?
I like Kissinger.
I actually don't hate him as much as people do.
Can you guys hear me?
I sure can. Hello, Mr. Hudson.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. It is weird to say good morning because it's only 10 a.m. and I almost never stream at 10 a.m.
Good morning, Mr. Mandrill.
Good morning.
Edit mic settings. I'm going to adjust your mic volume a little bit, Hudson, to boost you.
Sure.
Perfect. Great. Delightful. Oh, I had a copy open too. I heard the whole stream on an echo. Oh, that's why. Okay, no worries. All right, let's go. Spengler denied that history worked towards purposes ascertainable by rational analysis. Progress is causality imposed by intellect, man's reaction to the dual qualities of world longing and world fear that are a result of his relation as a microcosm towards a macrocosm, his knowledge of limits, the certainty of death. History, on the other hand, contains the problem of motion, the enigma of the ever-unique experience, the dilemma that forces man not only to observe the movement in a scene, but at the same time to participate in that movement. The impossibility of the ever-observing that which is in the process of observing itself leads to the inner experience of a destiny idea that is lived with absolute certainty by every man of early culture, with a beat of which is ever decreasing in a late megalopolitan. So, like the megalopolis, as Spengler describes.
Is that two A's that he spelled that with there?
No, Megalo.
Yeah, megalopolitan.
Megalopolitan.
That
M is a little F though, a little F-y there.
Yeah. That and the E looks slightly like an A with this font.
This guy probably wrote this on a typewriter. It's 1950 for fuck's sake.
Yeah. So I just read that it's megalopolitan.
Well.
One could only hope.
Maybe. Destiny represents eternal becoming, the intuitive answer to the question of when, the source of resolution of all man's hope, the ultimate realization of inevitability. Yeah, no one writes like this anymore. Causality governs the become, with space as a representation. Becoming and being, space and time, wisdom and intellect, freedom and necessity constitutes the true polarities of life, giving rise to man's interpretation of existence, either under an aspect of world as history or the world as nature. The ordering of history into ancient, medieval, and modern, the Darwinian theory of evolution, the concept of infinite human progress became equally meaningless. Instead, there emerged the shapes of great cultures as to the carriers of all the meaning of humanity. Each is a product of the soil in which it grew, awakening in a moment when the fear of death and the longing for life synthesized into a picture of the world from which emerges the grand myth, the symbol of all the problems and all the potentialities inherent in the culture. The inward representation of the inward representation of this image is a culture's soul. Each culture, actually, it's very funny. I was at a like a little HR meeting. Like they have all these little weekly bits at my, oh no, not weekly, they're monthly little HR bits, like activities, because everyone works from home, and they still want you to have like a quote unquote corporate culture. And so I'm sitting in here listening to this call, and I'm trying my best to like pay attention because it's you can have your camera off and it's just awful. But one of these people had their cameras on, and I think it was the HR lady, and of course, black woman, just simple HR person that you would expect to have. And she was talking about like your inward characteristics, or how you view your inner self, but she kept using the word inward, INWARD, and my brain is like not associating this because I hear black woman saying inward, not, and I'm thinking the word, not NWARID. So my morning HR meeting last week was just very entertaining of like inward. But anyways,
it's funny that
go ahead.
It's funny that Kissinger almost sounds like one of our guys here, especially with the he almost makes a blood and soil argument at the beginning of the paragraph.
If not for the accident of his birth, Spengler would be an anti-Semite.
Well, that was more of that was Kissinger, but I think
Kissinger,
one only has
Spengler.
You said Spengler. I was
like, damn it! I messed up the joke. I'm
sorry.
I was like,
I'm pretty sure one can read the Hour of Decision and make up their mind there on what Spengler's view was. HR departments suck. Type 1 in chat. So true. So true. But we will continue on with the reading. I just thought that inward representation, that was funny to me. Each culture has a determinate lifespan before returning to the biological ages that spawned it in the shape of civilization, a state of absolute finishedness. With the problems answered, the style lost, philosophy of history to Spengler is not a question of industriously adding epochs to epochs, nor of the more scientific collection of data. Data provides but the raw material, the condition for the higher experience, the physiognomic tact, which illuminates the meaning of the symbols and explains the stages of development. The morphology of history is Spengler's task, one eminently fit for a Faustian (Western) thinker. The cultures are compared in terms to their inner meaning. Their contemporary epochs reveal functions of identical stages in development. Becoming and become, destiny and causality emerge as man's problems at every stage of, and permeate all of his creations, arts, the state, religion, economics, and natural science. And at the end of the road, while Caesarism rules and the megalopolis and man's dilemmas are thought through to the steel-bright sharpness, occurs a moment of realization that after all, the analysis had not led to its goal, that man holds in his hand nothing but the early myth in another shape. At this point, the second religiousness comes over mankind, and the ideation and the grand style ceases in all fields of activities. The civilization petrifies. The period of... Oh boy. I have no...
What is that?
I don't know.
Fella?
Higher?
Philia?
Yeah, Philia existence.
Yeah, Philia existence. Again, I love how... Because if you go to Wikipedia and you go to his published works, this is the one that you're going to get. No one had just... I guess he never decided to type this up or have it published elsewhere. Philia existence as objects to a destiny is no longer experienced commences. Sense destiny is the representation of the will to live, dependent on the self-assurance of its exponent, and analysis of the elements of political success ensures, not in the normative framework of purposive realization or retaliation. Realization, yeah, it's realization, but as an answer to the pragmatic problems of prevailing. Professor von Backerall rejects Spengler's philosophy as a metaphysical creation, not in the first instances based on empirically verified observations. This misses the essence of the inductive method, not the existence but the adequacy of metaphysical concepts, not their exclusive foundation in particular observations, but their applicability in the pervasiveness of experience that must be the subject of analysis. We must further decide how far Spengler is a follower of Hegel's, despite his attacks on the absorption of the rational purposes of history, and what his relations to Darwin and the object of his ridicule, and the chronicler of the biological world of Spengler's political realm. So at last, the question emerges. Is it possible to describe the mere components of political success without imparting into the evaluation of its own elements normative concepts? Is it possible to utilize the necessity as a guide to conduct, not merely as a description of completed action? The solution to these problems cannot be found in phenomenon, but only in personality, expressed philosophically by metaphysical assumptions. And now we're going to wax poetically on Spengler. But this is what 1950s, senior year in college, Henry Kissinger was writing. Very interesting so far.
That's super interesting, especially considering the cathedral or the university system, whatever you want to call it, they don't touch Spengler at all. You have to. There's maybe a couple of scholars out there that really even reference him in their course material.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the same observation that people like Radlib have made when you see, oh, hey, does it seem like your elites are, no longer elite in their ability? And I just read this and I think, who in our university system could write like this? Like, at all? Like, even at Harvard, like, who could write like this in this style? And I seriously doubt that any of the people in charge or any of the people in the pipeline to be in charge could perform this wonderfully.
It does sort of raise the question of quality. But I mean, also Spengler had only died less than 20 years ago when this was published. And I don't know if the complete demonization of like German political thought had really died, at least in 1950. I mean, we have to consider that if I remember correctly, Ernst von Salomon is still alive. The most popular German book about like denazification was his book about like the questionnaire about denazification from the Americans, Germans, or from Americans particularly as they were ruling over their portion of West Germany. And so, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see that, Mr. Henry Kissinger in his youth was very interested in what these men had to write. But metaphysics. Regard the flowers of eventide, one after the other, they close in the setting sun. Strange is the feeling that then presses in upon you, a feeling of enigmatic fear in the presence of this blind, dreamlike, earthbound existence. The dumb forest, the silent meadows, this bush, that twig do not stir themselves. It is the wind that plays with them. Only the little gnat is free, and he dances still in the evening light and moves whither he will. Servitude and freedom. This is in the last and deepest analysis in the differentia by which we distinguish vegetable and animal existence. Yet only the plant is entirely and wholly what it is. In being of the animal, there is something dual. A vegetable is only a vegetable, and an animal is a vegetable and something else besides. A herd that huddles together, trembling in the presence of danger. A child that clings weeping to its mother. A man desperately striving to force his way into God. All these things are seeking to return out of the life of freedom into the vegetal servitude from which they were emancipated into individuality and loneliness. So begins Volume 2 of Spengler's Decline of the West, and therein can be found the essence of his metaphysical doctrine. Everything that exists contains something cosmic, the periodicity of the seasons, the rhythm of birth, life, and decay. But animals do not merely exist. They represent a unit that has separated itself from the all and can define its position in a world around that is felt by its environment. They are a microcosm and a macrocosm. The cosmic has rhythm, tact, grand harmony that binds together lovers or crowds in moments of absolute wordless understanding, the pulse that unites the sequence of generations into a meaningful whole. This is destiny, the symbol of blood, of sex, of duration. This answers the question of when and whither, and represents the only method of approaching the problem of time. It is felt by the great artist in his moment of contemplation. It is embodied by the statesman in action and is lived by the man of springtime culture. It constitutes the essence of tragedy, the problem of too late, when a moment of the present is irrevocably consigned to the past. I mean, so far, this is a pretty solid explanation of like Spengler's, at least the second book.
Yeah, I mean, I am not somebody who has delved deeply into Spengler, unfortunately. It's on my to-do list, like so many other books. But I mean, it's impressive. I'll give Kissinger that.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about several postgrads that would have to be grading this if Kissinger were in college today, and it'd just be marked up and they'd be completely confused about what he's talking about.
Yeah, but they'd be so confused that they just give him an A because they couldn't understand it.
They'll say, "Where are your sources?" That's
so far.
Source?
There's your citation.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, but
I want to know what translation he's using. By the way, I'm just genuinely curious.
I mean, just think of and this is probably also the anachronism of the paper, right? I mean, obviously, this is like written, like you said before, on like a typewriter, and then you don't have like a massive list of citations with like 30 to 40, necessary required citations for graduation requirement or whatever. Literally, you just have one, probably maybe a couple more at the bottom of just Spengler's work and just talking about that. I mean, and also on the when it was published, right? I mean, this 1950. That's what, like 2 years after Nuremberg. So yeah, I mean, just it's such an anachronism to hear. I mean, yeah.
Oh, real-time reports. RFH, Radfim Hitler, has been suspended off Twitter.
Oh no!
Why?
That's to spit.
Why?
Anyway,
what? Yeah. Anyway.
I felt the need to have that on the record.
Moving on.
But yeah, I mean, like, but again, there's still like this era of writing that I feel like is just not present anymore. For instance, like I'll read, because he's quoting off the first chapter of Volume 2, Perspectives in World History, which is the cosmic and the microcosm. I'm going to read this little section from Spengler here. Quote, "The blood is for us the symbol of the living. Its course proceeds without pause from generation to death, the mother body in and out of the body of the child, in the walking state and in sleep, never ending. The blood of the ancestors flow through the chain of the generations and binds them in a great linkage of destiny, beat in time. Originally, this was accomplished only by a process of division, redivision, and ever new division of the cycles until a specific organ of sexual generation appeared and made one moment into a symbol of duration. And how thereafter creatures begat and conceived, how plant-like in them drove them to reproduce themselves for the maintenance and beyond themselves of the eternal cycle, how one great pulse beat operates through all detached souls, filling, driving, checking, and often destroying. That is the deepest of all of life's secrets, the secret that all religious mysteries and great poems seek to penetrate, what secret whose tragedy stirred Goethe in his plays. And when the child has to die because brought into existence without discordant cycles of blood, it is the fruit of a cosmic sin." Again, no one writes like this anymore. And then, but anyways, I think that he kind of gets it here, or at least that Kissinger knows what he's talking about. But cosmic has rhythm, tact, a grand harmony that binds together lovers. Okay, we read this part. Irrevocably consigned to the past. The microcosm contains tension and polarity, the loneliness of the individual in a world of strange significance in which the total inner meanings of others remain an eternal riddle. Rhythm and tension, longing and fear characterize the relationship of the microcosm to the macrocosm. Organisms contain consciousness. Animals represent waking being, waking consciousness. Only in sleep, everything existing reverts to mere being.
I mean, he's not got a citation here, but to design is like a Heideggerian term, if I remember correctly. I mean, I'm sure other German thinkers might use it, but that's more associated with Heidegger. So, I mean, yeah, interesting.
It's literally, that's their word for being there. I mean, that's why he's got it in comma with being.
What's interesting too is, so he did his undergrad at Harvard, but then he also got his PhD at Harvard. So I'm wondering
he never left.
But I'm wondering how his thinking changed so drastically from this to becoming like, the modern day Metternich and trying to destroy kind of the notion of the nation state for the benefit of globalism.
Well,
I don't.
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know if that's actually Kissinger's position, really.
I mean, I don't think it is either. I mean, if you, his PhD paper, which became a book, A World Restored, Metternich, Castlereagh, and the Problems of Peace, 1812 through 1822, is just like highlights the career of Metternich as well as the Concert of Europe, the Vienna Congress. He still acknowledges the Westphalian system of nation states. Like, that's still there. And he's sort of highlighting, and the Problems of Peace, explicitly in that text, is really focusing on the difficulties of maintaining what would later be known as the Concert of Europe, and even designing it. How do you preserve the peace in the midst of national interests of various states, factions, ideologies, and where you have these, imperial monarchies in the midst of this sort of like debilitating revolutionary virus in France? And how do you fight the likelihood of ever having a sort of a, like, quote unquote great man of history come up again? And so, I mean, like, and then if you read like World Order, or if you read even his talks with Premier Zhou Enlai when he was visiting China right before Nixon would have his famous visit with them. I mean, even the issue of Taiwan was addressed. And I mean, it was very much a balance of power with a realistic understanding that, like, there are limitations of what we can do on the world stage because I have domestic politics to attend to. But I mean, like, some would say, yeah, he's evil, yada, yada, yada. I think that he's definitely a man worth studying, regardless of your personal opinion of him. I still think he does adhere to a nation-state complex. But those are just my 2 cents, maybe because I've read him. It's also prominently featured in Hegel. There you go.
Oh yeah. So yeah, he's probably read Hegel.
Well, he most. It appears in Schoenberg's unfinished Jakob Slater oration, although he acknowledged the influence of Kierkegaard, Swedenborg, and Balzac in that work. So much. You need to read a lot of big books before you can write like this. I know, not that I'd. Yes. Oh, okay. People are pressing S to spit because of the RFH thing here. That's so true. So true. There is a question on that questionnaire that starts with, "You see a turtle, it's on its back." I don't think they administer the Voigt-Kampf test to denazify people, but I could be wrong. I haven't had the questionnaire thrown my way. I've actually never seen the American questionnaire with respects to it either.
I feel like we all should probably take it and self-grade.
Oh no.
We're
like 5 years away from that.
This
in
book,
every HR department.
In the introduction, Dave Bergeron, he cites Karl Popper.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Like the most miscited man ever. Isn't this might be the Mandela effect on my part, but is Kissinger a descendant of von Clausewitz? Well, that depends on whether or not von Clausewitz was Jewish or not.
No.
No, I don't think so. I'm now checking his
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
No, I don't think von Clausewitz was
there's no
no.
early life section for von Clausewitz.
No, there wasn't. So
Dun. Well, maybe you know
Maybe,
Wikipedia's
unless,
Wikipedia's not as Wikipedia's not as reliable as it used to be. Let's just say.
So true. But no, he fled Germany in 1938. So no. I wonder.
I don't know.
There's some stories in this early life section that make me cock my eyebrows.
His name was
And
Carl
Kissinger?
Philipp Gottfried.
Anyway.
That's German. That's German.
Okay.
It's a very German name. It's a very 19th century German name. It's not. Is
there
like
another band wave, Moose? Is that's what's happening? Not that I'm I'm a fan of RFH by any stretch of the imagination. But if there's a band wave coming, I should be prepared. I'm sure my account is next.
Oh yeah, no, because you and RFH, you guys have the same profile.
Oh, you have no idea. Two things. Oh, okay. So this is from Hugo for, I think it's 250 Mexican pesos. Thank you, sir. Or MX. All the time.
I think it's Mexican dollars. Or
it is
pesos,
Mexican dollars. Look at that.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Yeah.
Now go back to where you came from.
I think he's where he came from.
The wall will be built. Two things I heard this weekend. He should have used his millions to live in the U.S. Now he is dead. And I can't believe a woman felt safer walking in the center of Oaxaca than in Dallas. 1/3 world.
One third world favela. There you go.
Yeah.
One favela all the world over.
The wall just got 10 pesos cheaper.
I need to delete some tweets. Yeah, it's basically me with the Patrick Bateman thing.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've got to go delete some tweets. You gotta go like pay a little extra for tweet delete and just like restart fresh.
Oh, can you imagine if Elon allowed or made it so that you had to pay to delete tweets? Can you imagine? I mean, I'm like an evil genius over here. I just think of, okay, if I was Elon and I wanted
you're gonna make Twitter worse.
What do you mean I'm making Twitter worse? I'm making it better. It means everything is now logged for posterity, except if you pay me.
Unless you're related to Taylor Lorenz.
What does that have to do with anything?
Taylor Lorenz has family that works at the Internet Archive, so she can delete her tweets and they're permanently gone. Like no record.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
Former Geo Scotty Simps would be most affected. So true, Monothalmos. And don't worry, the article you sent me, we will be reading soon. Because this stream is going to go on until I die of a deep vein thrombosis, or if we make it to Oren McIntyre's stream. And then Captain Bad Plan. I love that. It's a great embodiment of military nomenclature. Says, just keep up the good work. Well, thank you, good sir. Very appreciative. All right. So, I'm going to see if I can find an interesting section. I just think it's interesting to hear Kissinger's thoughts on Spengler. For man, waking being is confined to the realm of the eye. The sounds of the night, the odor of the flowers, all stimulate a wither in the world of light. Of the world of scent, man knows little. The nature of the butterfly, whose crystalline eyes focus on a picture of myriad of possibilities, nothing. Thus, the night has always been felt as akin to death, and the idea of an invisible God constitutes the highest manifestation of human transcendence. This has made the depth experience the most significant concept of man's life. The awareness of the I depends on the recognition of the thou and the existence of the other in the environment. Just as the notion of destiny is tied up in the rhythm of becoming and felt the pulse of the organic, so waking consciousness comes to full awareness of space, extend only through the experience of death. At that moment, man first realizes his immense loneliness in the universe, the episodic nature of his existence. The animal lives in a pure present and dies without knowledge of the fact. But for man, life is a short span between birth and death. The enigma of time first appears, the realization of limits, the transitoriness of existence. Therefore, the first manifestation of higher thought occurs as a meditation upon death. This is all in the first chapter of the Cosmic and the Microcosm. Excuse me. Man rebels at the thought of the episodic nature of life, at its mystery, and at his loneliness in the universe. The enigmatic view which threatens the existence of primitive man begins to be mastered by the act of naming objects, which serves as a limitation and assertion of supremacy. The wish to transcend immortality develops in the process of conjuring the world, achieved under the aspects of a cult by the religious soul, and under the doubt of technique in the age of the noumena, and which are expressed in theory. In primitive societies, enigmatic are conquered by religion, which requires forms, the knowledge of which is restricted and in which rites must be exact. As a function of the soul's depth experience, religion contains the grand myth of each culture, the actualization of its prime symbol expressed in the upward-striving, forceful god of the Gothic, the spiritual god hovering in the cave world of the Magian soul, the statuesque body of the Apollonian. The reactions, which originally were total, tend to be permeated by understanding of significance. Understanding the separated from sensation is called thought. Profaned causality appears, supplanting the holy causality of religion in order to withdraw from the world of becoming the data which it dissects. Yet natural science is neither new nor self-contained, but a consequence of the religious world picture that preceded it, and all its theories merely an analysis and even a rebuttal presupposes an object of the lived metaphysics of the culture's youth. No matter how far science advances, at its edge, the inexplicable residue ever hovers. God is everything beyond the possibility of causal analysis. Yeah, explanation for the terms C postils of each culture. That's from volume 1 of Decline of the West, Form and Actuality. Although he does talk about like the problems that'll come in later of the high cultures, and that's an origin and landscapes, also in volume 2. I need to like do another Spengler stream. I need to go get more Goth on the channel. It's been too long. I think the last one I did was with Astral, and that was like 2 years ago. I got to go reread these books.
I need to read them. Period.
That's a good idea.
I need to put them on my shelf and stare at them.
I see. I've done that.
Are you going to color code your books?
No.
I don't color code them. No, I am much more autistic.
My wife tried to do that when we first moved in together, and it was the worst experience.
How are you able
That's
to find
anything? It's a real test of your marriage.
Yeah, not letting your wife organize your books.
We lived in a small apartment.
Oh, we can't have color coded bookshelves.
Sorry, books are not a fashion accessory, sweetie.
Now I have.
Sorry, sweaty. Books aren't a fashion accessory. Good Lord. Okay. I also sent the link over to Gio in case he wants to come on.
Gio Scotty's coming?
No, Gio Panicetti. But you know, I'm fine with two. You know, if we want another male guest on, I guess Gio Scotty can come on. You know.
I need a towel.
Yeah. I've had Oren on for a Spengler talk. It was like one of the first things that got me on the map was having him on. If your home doesn't use the Dewey Decimal System, you're not going to make it.
Oh, for real.
Oof.
For real.
Ooh. I actually don't use the Dewey Decimal System.
I don't use it either, but I
know it because I go to libraries to, you know, rent out books that I may or may not ever return, but you know.
Yeah, I actually just got Patrick Deneen's new book.
Regime Change?
Yeah, just to stare at it and maybe read it.
I got all my books in a weird organizational format. Like I have them all by subject matter, but then I like every single subject matter, say for like, you know, Evola or something, or whatever religious studies, then I'll have them all of Evola's books are all in one section. Then I'll have all the Spengler's all next to them. So like they're all basically by subject, but like also by author.
As long as you know where everything is.
That's really what matters.
And of course, that you have to put the author's works in alphabetical order, right? Of course, because you have to be autistic about these things.
Oh, I know. I mean, I do this. That's what matters in that respect. I do go to libraries to get books that they throw out, and I mean, I always find books when I see I always get depressed when bookstores closed. Like last year, a bookstore was closing, and they were like, "All right, this is our last day. We're throwing everything out." And so I so many books I stole.
So
Or it felt like stealing. They were free. I didn't steal anything, but I felt like I was sacking Rome. Bag after bag after bag of books that I was just taking for free.
Better to have them than let them rot.
Speaking of books that you can find on a sale, my one of my roommates got a copy of Alfred Thayer Mahan's Influence of Sea Power Upon History, and I was like, ooh. And he got it from a library sale. So I was like, oh, that's, it's just a classic.
This is a classic.
How short is he if he's...
This raise, yeah, how tall is Anthony Blinken?
How tall is Xi Jinping?
I can't imagine he's very tall.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, Anthony Blinken. Oh, he's 5'10".
What?
Yeah, how tall is...
Jeez. Easily well over 6 foot.
Xi Jinping is 5'11".
No way.
Somebody's lying.
No.
That's what Google says.
No. Or Blinken just doesn't stand... Or... What?
No. That doesn't
Blinken
look
doesn't
like a
stand
difference.
Up straight,
Anthony Blink Boy.
How do you let this picture get out?
How do you take this picture?
Why don't they
Me going into half-priced books and hiding anything by Howard Zinn. Oh, so true.
Just straight to the garbage. Straight to garbage.
Give me the garbage.
There's a little free library by my house, and somebody put Ibrahim X. Kendi, one of his books, and I took it out and threw it in the trash.
Oh, speaking of Ibrahim X. Kendi, speaking of Kendi, yeah, I mentioned a Prudentialist. That book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, got on the CNO's reading list a couple years ago.
Oh, of course.
Of course. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Nope.
You have to learn about white rage.
Although I'm not gonna lie, someone took the anti-racist baby and they called it the post-liberal racist baby, and I loved that. I'm glad that the post-liberal discourse is back and apparently it's right on the heels of Deneen having his new book out, which I thought was pretty funny. No worries. Mr. Mandrill has to go feed his dog. I'm not going to make it only manlets forge empires. I'm a firm advocate in the manlet theory of history. Every man who's been important in history. Hold on. This raises an important question. How tall was
Caesar?
Mr. Mussolini was 5'7". His German counterpart was 5'9". How tall was Caesar?
But Napoleon was tall for his era, I thought.
He was. According to Suetonius, Julius Caesar was taller than the average Roman, which put his height anywhere between 5'7" and 5'10".
So what you're telling me is, if George Washington were shorter, we could be living in Pax America.
If George Washington were shorter, we would be living in that alternate history of Assassin's Creed 3 with base King George Washington.
Oh no, I think you mean BioShock. Maybe?
No. There's a DLC to Assassin's Creed 3 where you play that weird Native American half-breed character kid, and you find out that like a lot of the American founders or whatever are like a part of the Templars or whatever. But they have this like DLC where like George Washington's like the king of America. So yeah,
And he's 5'3".
we would have that if he were 5'3". But yeah,
If a cannonball took out his shins during the French and Indian War.
The tyranny of King Washington. I know, how terrible. Just gonna tell anyone if they don't know how their book lists work. If you have money and influence your book is in, well, I one day will have all of our friends' books will be in libraries. One day, at every Barnes and Noble in America, T.R. Hudson's Automaton, which you should be reading, you should buy, will be in bookstores across America.
Yes, even if you don't like it, you should read it.
Yeah, and leave a good review.
Should we talk about Zeihan today?
About what?
Peter Zeihan?
I mean, I can pull the PDF up, but I mean, we can. I'm on the air until 3 p.m. my time, so we can, yes. But I have one more article to read, and then we can probably do that. One day the dissident sphere will be too commodified. Well, that day has not come soon enough. There are not enough good books written by my friends that I can tell people to read.
Go
although
read Marty Phillips.
I'm actually recording a conversation with Marty on Tuesday to talk about his book, which was it's a very good. Do we have another population collapse? Yes. Go read the 2019 book Empty Planet. After the revolution, I will institute a national reading list. Like, I hate, like, this is the epitome of pop culture is when you see presidents and whatever, like Obama, be like, this is my pop culture, or this is my
reading list.
Yeah.
And you know, it's literally just for like liberal white women to go buy them and then never read them.
Or not feel racist while to have hip hop in their playlist because it's Barack Obama's playlist.
No, guys, I really actually enjoyed Hamilton.
The Ron Chernow biography is way better, but you know, that's just me. Read a book, as the kids like to say.
Did I just hear you say that you enjoyed Hamilton?
The biography by Ron Chernow, not the musical.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Ron Chernow is actually like a decent writer when it comes to biographies. Like his biography of Ulysses S. Grant is actually really good.
I've got a really beat up copy of that. I can't wait to get into it.
But I've got one more article, and then we can go dive into Peter Zeihan because I have the PDF, and we can go through bits and pieces. Share this tab instead. So this came from one of my favorite Germans to talk to, Monothalmos, and he sent us a lovely article from Bloomberg by Niall Ferguson, of all people, or however you pronounce his name.
I think it's just Neil.
Neil Ferguson, yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't ever listen to him talk or have read anything he's ever done. So this is the first time I'm reading a Neil Ferguson article.
Really?
Yeah.
He's done a lot of good stuff. I'm surprised because he does a lot of geopol stuff related things.
His book Civilization is actually pretty good, but it's like baby's first international relations book in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah, and
baby's first international relations book should be Politics Among Nations by Hans Morgenthau, 1948, but or The Prince.
Yeah, I mean, he also did an interesting like video series, like a debate thing at some random like policy think tank. But he basically said that, you've got the internet, and the internet is now like the modern day printing press, essentially, and all of the consequences. So that's also
well, that sounds very Marshall McLuhan more than anything.
He's also the biographer for Kissinger, I believe.
Oh no, like the official biographer?
Or I know he's released one volume of like a maybe 2 or 3 volume planned series. He wrote.
Walter Isaacson is the official Kissinger.
Oh, is he? Oh, that makes sense. But I know Ferguson. Yeah, Ferguson has a Kissinger bio. He has a Rothschild.
That's where you want to start, is the Rothschilds.
And he's got a couple. His World War I and World War II books are fun.
All right. Well, I have the PDF, so I can pull that out in a little bit. Where is it, by the way? Going through like my downloads section. I need to organize so much of my stuff. Too many memes, too many receipts, too many jokes. Okay, there we go. Pull that up later. But okay, we'll go read Neil Ferguson. Yes, I know it's called the peso in Mexico. I lived basically in Mexico in El Paso. I just have never seen. Yeah, on YouTube, I don't ever see it as MX dollar signs. I just know it as peso. The most optimistic thing is thinking that Barnes and Noble will still be around. Didn't they get bought out by Amazon?
No, that was Abe Books.
Who owns Barnes and Elliott Investment Management owns Barnes & Noble. Is an American investment management firm. It is also one of the largest activist funds in the world outside of BlackRock. Look at that.
They're not going anywhere.
They're not going anywhere, kids.
Yeah. It's like when the Native Americans saw the first French fur trapping companies.
Yes, Barnes & Noble began in 1886 as a bookstore called Arthur Hines and Company, located at 4 Cooper Institute in the Cooper Union Building in New York City. In the fall of 1886, Gilbert Clifford Noble, then recent Harvard graduate from Westfield, Massachusetts, was hired to work there as a clerk. In 1894, he was made partner, and the name shop was changed to Hines and Noble. Well, when did it change its name? Let's see here. I'm just trying to find out why. Founded 1873. Oh, whatever. Anyways, this is what happens when you're on the internet. You're going to get curious and then you get distracted and this happens. But anyways. All right, we'll read the Neil Ferguson article. America still leads the world, but its allies are uneasy. And this was from June 18th, so just literally yesterday on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there in chat. You deserve it. Continue to be a good father. I hope you're still with your wife or whoever birthed your child and making it work. So, yes. Wilson, thanks for the stream. Good luck with the trip. Well, thank you, good sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Kissinger, Volume 1, 1923 to 1968, The Idealist. Well, then fine. I will go buy his book. And I will review it, but I've got 3 other books to review first. But I think Barnes & Noble is owned by a major investment firm, so I'm optimistic it will still be around. So, in the global struggle between the Eurasian heartland and the U.S.-led rimland, there's trouble ahead. We are literally just living in early 20th century, late 19th century geopolitical concerns of the English.
It's Mackinder's world. You're just living in it.
Yeah, it's Mackinder, Speakman, and Brzezinski's world. We've never left. Hi, Disaster Cycle. Hello, people. But yes, I will. Yes, the book pile rises day by day. This is a running gag between Mandrill and myself because we text each other and we just talk about how the book pile just never stops growing.
I gotta send you a picture of mine.
I tell people I have my reading list for the next 3 or 4 years laid out ahead of me. It's probably 5 years now.
I should take a picture of my desk and post it because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 books here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books to my left, all on the same desk. So yeah, Spengler, some magazines, Andrew Torba's book. Closing the American Mind, De Maestro. So those are all book club stuff. Oh, and that's plus I have Bill Chung Hong's Death of Ritual on here. And then in order to get Kissinger, you have to read it down by Nick Land. So true. Zach, I know this is why I think that he's typically a disingenuous piece of garbage because at the end of the day, he's a revolutionary Marxist that doesn't understand or predominantly does understand that he's an asshole. And but his point there about realism actually was kind of correct. And we'll probably never finish. That's true. Yes. Sam Batch has told me just accept the fact that you'll never read these in your lifetime. So wherever I go afterwards, I hope I get to have time to read them. But all right, we're going to continue. In the global struggle, yes. You're just living in Mackinder's world. Look at these people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that Georgia Maloney? Is that Maloney?
I don't know.
I can't
That's
tell.
obviously
like that's
what's his face?
That's Lagarde, right? Or is that
or-
von Leyen?
It
That's
looks like
Sunak.
von der Leyen. Yeah, that's
No,
Sunak,
I'm talking
right?
about the blonde person right next to him. I know what Sunak is.
Yeah, that looks like Ursula von der Leyen. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We'll keep.
And did they fucking color coded their ties? Like, who does that? Like, look at them. They're all wearing the same color tie. Like, why?
Well, except Trudeau.
I mean, that's purplish. That's
Well, no,
kinda
his
blue.
tie is just in purple face.
Ah, yes, purple face.
Just purple face.
Sir, this is America. We call this
Sir.
grimace face.
sir, your tie. You need to be in purple drank tie color.
Purple drank tie color. I tried best not to put anything on my desk. Yeah, I know. So true. Okay, we'll actually get to the fucking article. On recent visits to Lisbon and Paris, I heard much discussion of American leadership. I was reminded of Mahatma Gandhi supposedly said, where he was asked for his view on Western civilization, that it would be a very good idea. I feel the same about American leadership. It would be a very good idea. Yeah, it's so true. It is a view that seems to be quite widely shared within the European elite, though few of the continent's leaders dare to say so out loud. Oh, they had no problem saying it when Trump was in office. No problem. An essential ingredient of leadership is inspiring destination. Where exactly is the is that the U.S. would like its allies to follow? A good answer to that question can be found in the National Intelligence Council's Global Trends 2040 report, which envisions 5 scenarios for 17 years hence. 2040s in 17 years?
Oh man.
Oh
my God.
jeez. I'm not ready for that. I'll be
50.
I'll be 45. Fuck. Well, memento mori, kids. The desired one obviously is a renaissance of democracies in which the U.S. leads a resurgence of what used to be called the free world. But it is worth reviewing the 4 other destinations, the ones to be avoided. 1, a world adrift. China is the leading but not globally dominant state. 2, competitive coexistence. U.S. and China prosper and compete for leadership in a bifurcated world. 3, separate silos portrays a world in which globalization is broken down and economic security blocks begin to emerge to protect states from mounting threats. I kind of think this one's is somewhat likely. But then again, they must have thought it was likely too if they portrayed it. 4, tragedy and mobilization, the story of a bottom-up revolutionary change on the heels of a devastating global environmental crises.
I don't find that to be very likely.
They'll find a way to come up with, 1 million more Africans into Europe under climate refugees. They've kind of threatened it / hinted at it. The striking thing to me is that just 2 years after this document published, we are already in scenario number 3. The U.S.-China rivalry and other state-to-state relations are channeled into competition for markets, resources, brand reputation. Strengthened economic interdependence lowers the risk of major powers pursuing armed conflict. Most of them engage in influence operations, corporate espionage, and cyber attacks that allow them to achieve goals without risking destructive wars. The central security challenge is how to keep the geopolitical competition between the United States and China from undermining the economic cooperation upon which their prosperity and global economy depends. Long-term stability remains at risk for growing climate challenges that were ignored in favor of near-term economic gains. Technological innovations and economic prosperity have lulled leaders into believing that they can pull off making hard choices on climate change. Many Europeans have the unpleasant feelings of being caught between 2 superpowers in a new Cold War. They know China is partly to blame for this, but they see the U.S. as equally culpable. Yep. I don't... Anything to add so far, gentlemen, or just continue on?
Please continue.
Okay. Superficially, of course, the U.S.-led transatlantic alliance is doing much better than might have been expected in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine last year. The problem is what might be called the power law geopolitical edition, meaning what the contributions of the 38 countries... How many laws of power are there again? What's that book?
40.
Oh, 48 laws of power.
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw 38. My brain was thinking. This is why I should not be allowed to run my mouth, kids. I should just writer only. The contributions to the 38 countries supporting Ukraine's war efforts are not normally distributed, but follow a power law. Put crudely, there is one very large contributor and a lot of very small ones. The very large contributor, of course, is the United States.
I mean, that's that small contributor, please.
Duh. According to the most recent data on bilateral commitments from the Ukraine support tracker.
There's a Ukraine support tracker.
I'm opening that up
man.
on Archive
Oh no!
today.
Oh no!
That's gotta be like you remember.
It's from the
spreadsheet.
The Kiel Institute for the World Economy, the IFW.
Right. Not Kiev.
No.
Do you remember?
Kiev.
Do you remember when Ron Paul was running for president? Everybody had those debt tracker things.
I remember
US
debt trackers, yeah.
Yeah. So this is kind of like that.
Yeah, maybe climate change will get us all. Who knows? Royal purple for a royal man. Well, ain't no one royal in that picture. Maybe all royal pieces of garbage, but that's about
Imperial
it.
Crusader. That's a very good book.
The Rise of Theodore Roosevelt, Edmund Morris.
Yeah, the whole trilogy is fantastic.
It's literally in my book pile. Like it's sitting on my bottom shelf, and this is how bad I've gotten. My bottom shelf is filled with books I have not read, and I'm afraid that I may never will. And Russia, Ukraine support tracker tracks you. I'm glad we're at this weird return of history where like the Smirnov jokes about Soviet Russia are back in prominence. What do I think about Western civilization? I can't decide which are harder, the cars or the women. Gandhi, probably. Maybe like Civ 5 Gandhi would say something like this.
Knowing Gandhi, he probably thought the women were hotter.
Gandhi's in Civ 5, he just sends Catherine the Great, show Bob.
Show Bob and Virginia.
Or else I'll nuke you.
Yeah, or else he'll nuke you, right? Because Gandhi does that in Civilization every time. It's always the goddamn fucking Indians, man. Supposedly there's like a lore background to that too, of like the Indians are supposed to be peaceful, but like they misentered the code as a 0, which like somehow gets warped into them being extremely hyper aggressive. So like you have Mahatma Gandhi as like, the next Genghis Khan, conqueror of the world instead.
Yeah, it was like a coding error, but they've kept it in as sort of like a meme. I just genuinely think that he probably would have been an aggressive little shit had been given the opportunity. But I mean, like, come on. They've almost like killed each other with respects to what's the word I'm looking for? With Pakistan and nuclear weapons. So I mean, if anything, right, like history's only vindicated the civilizational Gandhi bug. But according to the most recent data on bilateral commitments from the Ukraine support tracker, all U.S. commitments of all kinds to Ukraine, financial, humanitarian, and military, are 7 times greater than the next largest nation state, the United Kingdom. They are 15% above the total commitments of all European Union members and institutions combined. And U.S. commitments are 45% greater than all of those other 39 nations combined. In other words, the U.S. really does lead not only NATO, but also the larger informal coalition of pro-Ukrainian states. Jeez.
Yep. And if you want to actually get a breakdown of this,
interesting. I mean, Japan can't export weapons, so
they're
working on that. They're changing that law.
Well, they already did change the law.
Oh, they
already did. Yeah, they did change the law because it was actually kind of a big shakeup because they were providing things like helmets and body armor, like small quantities of them, not like massively substantial or anything, right? It's kind of like in the first part of the conflict, you see people giving like a couple hundred helmets, a couple hundred sets of body armor. Ooh, okay, here's your token amount of stuff like that. Could
be argued that that's defensive.
Yes, and that's obviously how they get around it. But for Japan, who is like very, very strict, like no military, we don't want to relive the Second World War. in typical, like, American outpost fashion, right? But literally having this written in their constitution, and of course, I mean, that this is one of the reasons why I think that the powers that be probably had to get rid of Shinzo Abe, is because, lo and behold, Shinzo Abe gets, taken out by a random assassin, and some other guy comes in and then changes the law and, allows them to send more
but
stuff to Ukraine. Anyway,
but the current prime minister of Japan, trying to think, Fumio Kishida, served on the defense ministry and he was a part of his government, of Abe's government. I mean, I think the remilitarization was going to
yeah. I mean, given China, that's a long-standing trend too. I'm not trying to be too conspiratorial. I'm just saying,
they killed Abe because he wanted them to have sex. That's why. That was a lone act of incel terrorism that the U.S. has been warning about since Joker in 2019.
But incels want to have sex. Like, no, that doesn't even make sense. This is bullshit. It's bullshit. This is a CIA op. Goddammit. It doesn't make sense, Prude.
He used the heart attack gun, and then he fell on a bunch of bullets.
Exactly.
This is a lone act of big Tau terrorism.
I wonder. So, if with the law reversed, are we going to start seeing samurai swords on the Ukrainian battlefield?
No.
Imagine.
Oh, I am imagining. It's glorious.
Anyway, but yeah, you can all, for people who want to check this out. I have my problems with the website Oryx. You can see all of the aid that has been given. I've done a massively autistic deep dive into all of the stuff that has been announced, right? I'm convinced that more stuff has been given or is being given than has been officially announced. But with and of course that's not going to show up in the graph that you see in front of you, but there's a lot of stuff. I think so far the United States has given over 300 what is it? M113s. We've given like well over 1,200, maybe we've probably broken 1,300 Humvees by now. So just a lot of stuff. And everybody else is, of course, as you see on the graph, it's small, very token numbers. But okay, with the United States contribution and maxing out Italy and maxing out the UK and maxing out Germany and all of these other places, it gives them critical capability in certain areas. Like Poland has given them a lot of tanks and shit. So, Oh no.
Imagine.
Oh man.
Holy cow, look at that. Sandbatch finally posted an article. Anyways, this is why I can't be. The camera's on is actually good for me because I actually have to pay attention. Anyways, the reason this is a problem as opposed to an inherent feature of U.S. leadership is that this makes any American-led effort abroad heavily reliant on the support of U.S. voters, and they are fickle, especially when they feel that Uncle Sam is being taken in by a bunch of free riders. Nearly 60 years after the publication of Henry Kissinger's Troubled Partnership, a reconsideration of the Atlantic Alliance, highly recommend that you read it, the trouble remains that the American partners pay a disproportionate share of the cost of defending Europe. Right now, 15 months into the war in Ukraine, the American public is still on board. According to a recent Harvard Harris poll, only 23% think Joe Biden's administration has done too much to counter Russia on Ukraine. Only 15% of Americans think Biden's administration has been too strong on its China policy, but history tells us that shares can grow rapidly, especially if economic times get tougher as a presidential election draws near. Yeah, I'm counting on like recession hitting in 24.
I mean, aren't we already in a recession?
Yeah, but I mean, it'll get worse.
Like an official, it'll be bad enough where they have to officially recognize it as a recession, not we've been at 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, but we're not technically in a recession because we don't say. Yeah.
See, I don't have that much faith. I think they'll just keep plugging their ears and closing their eyes and telling us it's okay.
No. I mean, well, you might be right, but they won't want to do it before the 2024 election. They'll want to do it like 6 months after
Or
whoever's
like
inaugurated in
during the
2025.
lame duck period.
Yes, exactly. Oh, this was totally unexpected. Who could have predicted a lame duck recession, right? Yeah. Yeah.
So true, kids. So true. Yeah, they changed the definition to avoid saying it. Yeah, that's just the case. The economy doesn't identify as a recession. Yeah.
Many such cases.
Many such cases. But after this article, you and I, Hudson, can go dive into Zeihan's book.
Sweet.
Because I know Mr. Mandrill has to go walk his doggo. That's what he said at the chat. So this brings us to a question of U.S. economic leadership. So long as the American economy is doing better than those of its allies and rivals, Washington can afford to lead the way we currently see in Ukraine. Superficially, once again, things look good. Superficially. The Economist, for example, believes the U.S. is riding high and peak China is approaching. I feel like people have been debating peak China for 30 years now. Like, as long as I've been alive, peak China has been a debate. But on closer inspection, the picture is less rosy. For one thing, the political class reminded us with a recent game of chicken over the debt ceiling, American public finances are on an unsustainable path. The federal deficit is projected to be above 5% GDP for the next 10 years, hitting 7.3% in 2033. And the trajectory will probably be even worse than the Congressional Budget Office projects, as it has consistently underestimated the growth of the debt to GDP ratio for the last 20 years. Debt service is expected to exceed defense spending in 2029. I suspect it will be sooner than that. The history of previous empires that spent more on interest payments than national security is never encouraging.
Oh my God.
Americans are also still paying for the higher prices of grave monetary policy error by the Federal Reserve, which slept through the revival of inflation during 2021 and the early months of 2022. Inflation is now coming down, to be sure, but not the Federal Reserve goal of 2%. The fact that the headline annual rate of 4% and a rate of 5.3% were thought good enough to justify a pause, rebranded as a skip, in the hiking cycle last week speaks for itself. The Fed's credibility of 2% average inflation as target is in tatters.
Okay, so I'm just going to address that real quick. First of all, it ignores the fact that the reason why the Federal Reserve didn't do enough right, as this article is trying to classify it, is because if the Federal Reserve increases interest rates too quickly, like that's how you get 2008 again, right? If you start massively spiking interest rates on all, everybody's credit card payment, everybody's car payment, if they have everybody's mortgage payment, if they have an adjustable rate mortgage, all of that stuff is going to go sky high the moment the Fed decides to increase interest rate payments. And so what the Fed is kind of obligated to do in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis is to make sure that it increases rates at a relatively slow, steady level by 0.25%. Okay, wait a month or two, then another, 0.5%, then another 0.25%, a couple months after that, right? It can't do what Bernanke did and just massively increase interest rates, from 0% or negative interest rates into 5.3% or 6% interest rates, over the span of a year. You can't do that because that's how you get bad stuff happening real quick.
Remember, kids, take the fixed mortgage rate, never take the adjustable rate.
This is true.
Implying that we'll ever own houses.
We will when the market crashes. But anyway, yeah. Please continue.
I always love these academic breakdowns where they talk about matching interest rates while totally ignoring that they're crazy, cooked, and fake to begin with. Yeah.
I mean, but this is the problem with the Federal Reserve, right? This is why its credibility is in tatters. Is because it's a bureaucratic body which is determining what the interest rate is depending on how they feel that day, right? It's not based off of. I'm sure they have data, but it's not. It's not like the interest rate is increasing or decreasing based upon what the market is saying. The Fed reacts to what the market does. So
did you ever see
and how the politics wants the market to be? So yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
Very
Adjustable will shaggy.
True. Did you ever see that that cartoon that came out like post 2008 about what the Federal Reserve really is?
Maybe not.
And yeah, they like it's got the Rothschilds as like the central bankers of the world. It was on YouTube for a long time, and then they took it off. I forget what it's called.
I'm sure I can look it up.
I'm sure chat help me out here.
YouTube, Federal Reserve cartoon. Oh, is it like the Federal Reserve for Dummies?
No, it's not a for dummies thing. I'll find it. I'll send it to you later. I don't mean to get us off track.
Oh well, we've done that more than on several occasions, so it's okay, I think. But yeah, there's a mix of some interesting things when I like typed in Federal Reserve cartoon, to say the least. Is this the collapse of the American dream one? Because that's one. Like,
yes, that's it.
Oh, that's like 12 years old.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it happened post 2000.
9.6 million views. We're doomed. Pass it on. Whew. That's an old piece of YouTube. Is anything more than 10 years old at this point. Has more views than the business casual verified account that says how the Federal Reserve actually works and who really owns it. The IRS American. So true. But anyways, we'll go back to reading. I remember Zeitgeist, the movie, and that had some cartoons about the federal. There was a movie called The Zeitgeist.
Yeah, Zeitgeist. It was Geo talks about it all the time. It's literally like a documentary about
that god awful George Carlin, Ted Gunn. Oh boy.
And now it like tries to disprove
from
Jesus.
Peter Joseph. Let's go look up Peter Joseph. Zeitgeist. 3 movies on Zeitgeist and the future. Occupy Los Angeles. These awful. Oh well, physiognomy strikes again. Activist arm of an organization called the Venus Project, based on the architect Jacques Fresco, a social engineer, for a socioeconomic model to develop a resource-based economy for human beings utilizing technology. Ugh.
That sounds sinister.
Yeah. Started in 1985, 38 years ago. Crazy. I remember, kids, they sunk the Titanic for this. But we'll continue. No economist can fully explain why the 525 basis points of monetary tightening since the beginning of last year have not had a bigger impact. Oh, say it ain't so. The strength of the labor market and the resilience of the consumer are astonishing. There were 10.1 million job openings in April, up from 9.7 million in March, far exceeding the 5.7 million Americans that month. The average hourly earnings grew by 4.3% in May compared to the year earlier. A part of this explanation is the Biden administration's ongoing stimulus of the economy, now rebranded as the industrial strategy. In the words of financier and commentator Steve Ratner, America is undergoing a factory construction boom with real construction spending, manufacturing hitting $190 billion in May of this year. This is in part of what you get around $1.2 trillion in infrastructure-related subsidies, the same amount in green subsidies, and $39 billion in subsidies for semiconductor production. Whew. That's a lot of subsidy shit from the government, fellas. With inflation falling and the economy nevertheless booming thanks to this big government policies Democrats believed in when Biden was a freshman senator, you might expect the public to be ecstatic. But no good deed goes unpunished in the thankless vale of tears. Gallup's Economic Confidence Index is currently at the lowest point since February of 2009. True, a 42% approval rating. Joe Biden is doing better than Jimmy Carter at the same stage of one of his and only presidential term in May of 1979. Carter was at 28%, according to Gallup. But Biden is faring worse than Gerald Ford and George H.W. Bush, 2 other presidents who failed to secure re-election. But George W. Bush and Gerald Ford didn't have mail-in voting.
Oh yeah, we can say this now that YouTube.
YouTube changed its policies. We can tell you right now in this present day and age, the 2020 election was stolen.
It was stolen.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There was shenanigans and cheating. Yes.
Yeah.
Chicanery.
Chicanery, yes.
Chicanery.
A word that has been made popular courtesy of Better Call Saul. That is a good performance, though.
That's a good show.
That is a good show.
Oof.
What?
Does the U.S. has... I'm just laughing at that first sentence. Do we have a leadership strategy?
In a column last month, I discussed National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's speech at the Brookings Institution, where he set out the administration's 5-step foreign policy for the middle class. A key part of the speech explained why the new U.S. industrial strategy poses no threat to American allies, because they are being encouraged to follow the American example. He also implied that the same was true of confining America's technological lead over China in a small yard with a high fence. Officially, the US and European Union are on the same page when it comes to de-risking their economic relationship with China, but privately, Europeans have their doubts. First, they saw the Inflation Reduction Act as America First, Biden edition. Second, they know that Sullivan's high fence keeps them out of the artificial intelligence race, except maybe as regulators. Third, they worry about the unintended consequences of what amounts to US policy of technological containment of China. No one I spoke to in Europe expected much to come of Washington's new efforts to thaw the new Cold War with China. As Biden put it at the G7 meeting in Hiroshima, Japan last month, surely Sullivan recently met Wang Yi, China's top foreign policy official in Vienna. Sure, the CIA boss William Burns made a secret, Mr. Burns, made a secret trip to Beijing to meet with his counterparts of the Chinese intelligence. And sure, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, no Anthony, it's just Antony Blinken has his meetings in Beijing this weekend, which does not look good. Though at the time of writing, it's still not clear with whom. Well, he met with Xi Jinping, and that picture was not pretty.
This sounds like such cope, honestly. Like, Europe has never really mattered post World War II. It's always been America and, whoever America decides to be against, whether it's the Soviet Unions or the Chi-Coms now. And I don't see Europe running into China's hands, because they know what comes with it. I mean, yeah, we get, I don't know.
You can pick one, kiddos. You can get cheap Chinese plastic shit, or you can get rainbow colored dildos, which are also cheap Chinese plastic colored shit.
And right now they want the dildos.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, there's a tweet going on of the Dutch military on a boat
I saw
saluting the Dutch LGBT. The Dutch military who defeated the Dutch farmers salute the Dutch gays. Whew. It's Juneteenth. Has anyone checked in on Tariq Nasheed's Twitter account?
I think you got it. Never mind.
Hold on, I'm gonna just check real quick.
Babe, it's time for your annual buck breaking.
Annual?
Oh boy. She says Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom from the sisterhood among the pageant contestants in her life story coming to the U.S. I love how nativist American blacks get over African immigrants, and this everyone just hates the outsider. It's interesting. Anyways, this is what happens when I get distracted. They need oil and gas to make the dildos, which they don't have. I mean, this is why the Middle East thing is always going to be a pain in the butt, literally. Yeah, it's a weird turn of phrase. I think he should have used the word detente rather than, hey, we're going to go to war. But they talk like it's,
It's so not a possibility to them.
Yes, Moose. I too am a fan of that Decemberist song. And the anchor person on TV goes, but the Chinese defense minister, Lei Shangfu, pointedly refused talks to hold with his U.S. opposite number, Lloyd Austin, at the Shangri-La Dialogue. Life imitates art, and art imitates life. In Singapore 2 weeks ago, in his speech at the event, Austin warned that a conflict over Taiwan would be devastating, affecting the global economy in ways we cannot imagine. And
the economy.
I know. Oh, shit, the economy. I normally hate swearing on streams, but just every time that there's a talk about the economy, it just comes out of me. And reiterated calls for greater communications between the two superpowers' militaries. But Lee, who is still under U.S. sanctions imposed by the Trump administration in 2018, was not interested. In his Shangri-La speech, he was shockingly combative and in criticism of the U.S., quote, some country for having willfully interfered in the other country's internal affairs and matters and frequently resorted to unilateral sanctions. Money, quote, when friends visit us, we welcome them with fine wine. When jackals or wolves come, we will face them with shotguns. Some thaw. That is a thaw. That's like a hot war. But, the only logical conclusion for U.S. businesses to get out of China is not just to de-risk, but to decouple. And this is where we get the de-globalization talk. There is no other way to interpret the venture capital giant Sequoia's announcement last week that it is splitting itself into 3 separate entities. Sequoia in the U.S., Hongshan in China, and Peak XV Partners in India. When rival venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, hey, there's Andreessen, look at that. Anyways, when rival venture capitalist firm Andreessen Horowitz declared that it will prioritize and investing in American dynamism, you want your Andreessen bucks. You want your Mark Andreessen bucks, not your Teal bucks.
My treasured mutual, Mark Andreessen.
Treasured mutual who follows like 20K people, Mark Andreessen.
Oh yeah, but he knows me. I'm
knows
special.
You. That's true. He knows me. Thank you. We don't get money from these people. I wouldn't be doing a Stream-A-Thon if I needed money. Like if I that's what I said like during the midterms. If I was getting Teal bucks, I would own a house. I wouldn't live in a shack. The problem for America's European and Asian allies is that decoupling from China is very hard to do. Just think, as I pointed out 2 weeks ago, sorry, Neil, I'm not reading another article of yours, of the huge investments European car makers have made in Chinese electric vehicle factories. This is very true. The same thing with like bypassing American sanctions with Iran. Like the French have a nice relationship with Iran with respects to like aircraft manufacturing that a lot of other countries don't have. Many such cases. A good question to ask about American leadership is this. Who's not following? A map of the 38 pro-Ukraine coalition of the more or less willing looks familiar. It's essentially North America, Western Europe, Japan, and the antipodes. And the language of geopolitics developed in the last century. It's Mackinder's world, fuckers. You're just living in it. In the last century by Halford J. Mackinder and Nicholas J. Speakman, this is the Rimland as opposed to the vast Eurasian heartland, which stretches from the blood-soaked and waterlogged battlefields of the Dnieper and now dull, despondent streets of Hong Kong, from the prison colonies east of Moscow to the labor camps of Zhejiang, by the gallows of Tehran. My Bloomberg opinion, Hal Brands, precisely saw the relevance of Mackinder 2 years ago. I think Mackinder saw the relevance of it when Mackinder was alive. But anyways, the 2002...
go
ahead.
Never mind. I was going to make a bad joke about Rimland and yeah, never mind. Let's avoid that.
The real question to ask about American leadership is who's rimming who. The 2002 Axis of Evil speech, originally written by David Frum, who you should try to ratio on Twitter every day that you can. Iran, Iraq, and North Korea. There were speechwriters' fiction. The 2023 Axis of Ill Will, China, Russia, Iran, is a reality. Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, Brzezinski, wasn't Kissinger, but he was pretty good in the grand chessboard. In 1997, he warned us, quote, potentially the most dangerous scenario would be a grand coalition of China, Russia, and perhaps Iran, an anti-hegemonic coalition united not by ideology but complementary grievances. It would be reminiscent in scale and scope of the challenge once posed by the Sino-Soviet bloc, though this time China would likely be a leader and Russia the follower. Averting this contingency, however remote it may be, will require a display of U.S. geostrategic skill on western, eastern, and southern perimeters of Eurasia simultaneously, end quote.
Well, that's not happening.
Yeah, ain't happening, kids.
It's the exact opposite of what you want, Neil.
Yeah. Like Brzezinski, Kennan, all these other guys telling you what you need to do. We kind of, as we talked about in the first article stuff that we were reading this morning, they ain't doing that shit. To many states around the world, that skill seems conspicuous by its absence. More and more of them are therefore reluctant to follow the American leader. Jared Cohen, formerly at Google, now at Goldman Sachs, has been published a brilliant essay on the rise of the geopolitical swing state. My version, presented at the Milken Institute conference last month, was the polyamorous Cold War. Polyamorous Cold War, the great global polycule of 2024.
I hope we lose.
Oy vey, not my global geopolitical polycule.
Oh shit, the economy. Number one, countries with a competitive advantage and critical aspect of global supply chains: India, Brazil, Morocco, Indonesia, China, Guyana. Two, countries uniquely suited for nearshoring, offshoring, or friendshoring, e.g., Vietnam, Mexico, Canada. Three, countries with a disproportionate amount of capital and willingness to deploy it around the world: the Gulf states, Norway, Singapore. Four, countries with developed economies and leaders with global visions they pursue within certain constraints: Germany, France, South Korea. In the Cold War, countries such as India and Yugoslavia proclaimed themselves as not aligned, owing loyalty to neither the U.S. nor the USSR. Today's swing states, Cohen argues, will often choose multi-alignment, a strategy that will make them critical and sometimes unpredictable forces. So far, that doesn't seem to be... I mean, that's pretty close to baseline reality. I tried these ideas out in Paris in conversations that included two of Emmanuel Macron's advisors. Supposing there was a war between the U.S. and China over Taiwan, I asked, on whom would Washington rely? Japan, the UK, Australia, maybe Canada. That's it, was one of the replies. I was even more startled by the pessimism about Ukraine. If Trump wins in November next year, I ventured, then Zelensky is screwed. He's screwed whatever happens, one of my other interlocutors replied. Ukraine cannot get back the Black Sea coast that it has lost, the so-called land bridge to Crimea, so the war is effectively over and Putin has won. Such conversations reveal a Europe torn between the familiar security of the transatlantic alliance and the economic self-interest that barely overlaps with that of the United States. And you would think Paris is wobbly. I would invite you to visit Berlin. There you will quickly see that Germany, now in recession and with the far-right Alternative for Deutschland polling at 20% at the latest YouGov survey, is losing its nerve, not only about the war in Ukraine, but also about its green energy transition. Other polls...
not the far right.
Wait, who is this article for?
I'm curious, but we're reading it, so it's for us and our audience.
I guess.
Other polls are also revealing an ECFR. I mean, it's not like Neil Ferguson's like a diehard rightist that is just like...
No, I know, but he's also not like a raging shitlib, and I don't know.
Read on, please.
Yeah. Gotta load up the next thing that we're gonna read. But okay, here we go. According to an ECFR survey on foreign policy, asked European voters how their country should respond to a potential U.S.-China war over Taiwan. Some 60% of Germans favor neutrality. 23% would want Germany to support the war. And if China started openly delivering ammunition and weapons to Russia, only 37% of Germans would support imposing sanctions on China.
I mean, but look at how much neutral that is, right? So you have a massive part of the population of all of these countries who is either support or don't know or neutral, and like the plurality, the strong plurality is going to be to support the US. So of course that means that supporting the US is going to be what's politically likely to happen.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the strong neutrality also comes from the fact that, it's not Ivan knocking on their doorstep. This is, a faraway war over a place that most of these people have never been.
Yeah, like no one's writing books about what to do when the Soviets or the Russians come. Most of the books about China that have been written in the last 20 years, 15 especially, they're all about how do you cooperate, include, or contain. It's not about like existential crisis. I haven't seen a lot of jingoism is what I'm getting at in this respect, at least in terms of like there's this like weird sort of pause.
Well, we didn't have our economic base in Moscow during the Cold War.
That's also true. We did not. As for climate change, it's a clear case of the St. Augustine principle: give me chastity and continence, but not yet. Around 3/4 of Europeans want their governments to plant more trees or to pay them subsidies to make their homes more energy efficient, according to a new YouGov poll of 7 EU countries. But only 20% if Germans are themselves willing to switch to an electric car or support a sale or a ban on the sale of petrol or diesel cars. U.S. leadership would indeed be a good idea. A trip to Europe undermines your faith in it. It is partly, of course, the diminishing credibility of Reagan's shining city on a hill role model. Understandable when a former president may have to win re-election next year to avoid going to jail. But there is something more profound at work. The U.S. is the undisputed leader of Speakman's Rimland against the Heartland as much as it was in the 1950s. But the rim is somehow thinner than it was back then. And today it shows the first worrisome signs of cracking. It almost feels rather wrong to read that during the during Sodomy Pride Month, you know.
Well, I guess maybe that's who Ferguson was writing for.
The rim's cracking, kids. It's a little thinner than it was back then.
Get your adult diapers.
Yeah, just get your Depends. But you know, there you go. That's our article. Yeah, I'm not particularly. Yeah, David from. Oh, he's from Canada. Are you serious? I did not know this, David.
So we had a foreigner.
Oh my God, he is Canadian. I didn't know this.
Perfidious you didn't know?
Canada.
You didn't know this?
I associated him with the
National Review crowd.
I just associated him as just another neocon early life checker from Brooklyn. I didn't know he was Canadian.
I mean, it makes everything worse. Yeah, let's be real.
A leaf? God.
A leaf. Day of the rake.
Yeah, when are we? Yeah, we gotta rake these leaves up, man. We gotta pull an Operation Canadian Bacon.
Get Gio in here. I want to yell at him.
He's not
in his country. I know. Get him in.
Just because you're America's hat doesn't mean that you're on top of us.
Yeah.
Gonna turn into America's top.
I mean, maybe they already are. Never mind. Let's not go there.
Well, we're gonna go basically review sections of a book and read. I know you got to walk your dog, so.
Yeah. It's long past time since the dog should have gone on a walk, but yeah, I will see you gentlemen later.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on, good sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to come.
Are you coming to Are you going to be there this weekend?
The Nashville event, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you there, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Yeah, you too.
All right, have a good one, man.
Alrighty, on to what everyone was so excited about. We're gonna share this tab instead. Here you go, kiddos. Hudson and I have read The End of the World is Just Beginning. This is when I first started doing Geopol. Everyone was telling me, go read a Peter Zeihan book. Do you read Peter Zeihan? Do you watch his YouTube channel? And I don't. But your long-awaited desire for Peter Zeihan content is finally here on this Stream-A-Thon. So we're going to be reviewing...
we know what the kids like.
I know. What is this what the kids like, right? Is this what the kids want? So we're going to be reviewing and reading sections of The End of the World is Just Beginning, Mapping the Collapse of Civilization, Mapping the Collapse of Globalization by Peter Zeihan, published earlier this year. For me, dedications are difficult because I'm lucky. Like, born in the right country at the right time to grow up in safety. You know.
Yeah, it's and the worst part is he writes exactly how he talks, which I know people do.
It's so rough. It's so rough. But yeah,
just the punctuation, the choices that he uses is like so odd.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to give your thoughts on the book first before we get into it while I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
I'll be right back.
I found this book to be a massive white pill for our guys, especially because Zeihan is a doomer about a lot of what's going on in the world right now, especially when it comes to, like, I mean, the book is called The End of the World and the Collapse of Globalism. uh, a lot of what Zeihan writes in this book, he goes into autistic detail about several different facets of how the end of the world is coming in terms of globalism. As you can kind of see on the screen right now, we go through transportation, finance. Let me pull up my copy real quick, actually, just so I can get that. Please mind the brief pause. I apologize for any dead air. Anyway, I'll find it later when Prude gets back. Yeah, Zeihan is totally black-pilled. Well, it's weird. He's black-pilled, but he's also like a CIA glowy, so he's almost not black-pilled at the same time. I find it to be incredibly heartening for our guys in terms of the end of the end of globalism and what it means for rebuilding the nation state across the world. Yeah, I wasn't exactly prepared for this, so I apologize to anybody who's not following my rough tangents and scatterbrain. Prude is gonna be like, why did everybody leave? Thank you, Sasan Hibiri. I appreciate your confidence in me. I'm definitely more the sidekick to Prude's. I'm the Ed McMahon to the Prudentialists, Johnny Carson in this case. My favorite frog, probably the South American dart frog. I like poison frogs, especially the weird colored ones, because they're fun to look at, but they can kill you. I've been here for 3 hours. I think I can wait 10 minutes. Well, I hope Prudentialist isn't taking a dump. I hope that it's a quick in and out, but we won't be talking about Prudentialists' dumping habits. Let's see. If you guys have seen Peter Zeihan's YouTube channel, he basically goes over he goes over what he discusses in the book. More recently, he's been going over the war in Ukraine more. He does like, maybe like 5 to 10 minute short rants about what he thinks. Usually people giving him questions, and then he'll kind of go in depth about them. If you're new to geopolitics, it's pretty enlightening, but a lot of the time he's just covering the same ground over and over again. And it looks like the Prudentialist is back.
What's your favorite frog?
The South American dart frog.
The South American dart frog.
Whichever one, and I could just be making up a name right now. Whichever one is poisonous and is blue.
Ah, yes. Everyone's favorite angry blue frog.
Exactly. I'm a big fan. You left me here high and dry, and I started rambling.
Oh well, I apologize, but taking a shit is a little more important.
Oh, so you were all right, guys. So press S in the chat for shit. We were wondering.
There you go.
Yeah, that's my guy right there.
That's your guy. There's your favorite frog. I've been here for 3 hours. I think I can wait 10 minutes. Well, Dave Bertrand's been a real trooper. That's so true. We're 3.5 hours. Globalism died because you didn't have enough sex. Roughly, Peter Zeihan.
That's actually
pretty accurate.
Which is ironic for him.
Because he is a homosexual.
Yeah, like fuck you, dude.
We apparently have to follow Med Gold's idea because Peter Zeihan won't have heterosexual relations.
It's Shinzo Abe, but for everyone.
Yeah. All right, so back to the book. We had our frog. We had our slight intermission for me. Afghanistan will conquer the world. Discuss. No,
they won't.
that's true.
Discussion over.
Discussion over. That is true. Well, he might be a donor. Are we referencing the idea of like blood, or like, what do you mean donor? Dave? Oh, are you talking about yourself or Peter Zeihan? That'd be the real question.
Oh yeah. Oh,
because
no.
they allow blood donations now for sperm donor. I doubt that. I hope.
And
not.
also that's not exactly like there's plenty. It's more of a dearth of women wanting families. There's a few reasons why the population collapse is coming, but
anyways,
anywho,
we will get into the book. We where do you want to start? I thought this might be the fun part.
Yeah.
This book is really straightforward to read. In part because it is written exactly like he talks, like we discussed.
Which is especially funny coming from reading Kissinger talking about Spengler and how like, oh, it's like you have to kind of digest every sentence. This you can kind of just speed run.
Yeah, this is a speedrunner's book. I think partially, Joshua, because we work on an economic model that demands constant growth. Like that's the primary reason why. And I don't care if that sounds like a tanky take, but like when we constantly have to like up our projections and we don't accumulate for the idea of population like degrowth or economic downturns because of population degrowth, this happens. And I think that it's definitely an issue for sure. In that respect, I'm not a fan of the fact
line must go up.
Yeah, the line must go up. Like this GDP worship means that we have to have like a gajillion Americans living in tiny little grain silos and all the
we'll never colonize space until we run out of room on Earth.
Yeah, that's basically the logic here, I guess. Alrighty. So I'll read a few sections. This is really going to just cover like the Industrial Revolution and sort of how this leads to warfare. But I mean, primarily this is
and its consequences.
And its consequences. But I've already done my video on that. So if you're interested in learning more about my thoughts on Ted Kaczynski, go listen to the video that I have, or watch the video I have, which narrated my obituary article in IM 1776, where some angry leftist is in my comment section. Saying that I'm normalizing bad people, and I was like, I condemn terrorism, and God.
Terrorism has always been bad. God bless America.
And I was just like, God bless you for misrepresenting me. I'm gonna say that to a lot more people.
Make my enemies ridiculous.
And oh man, did he answer that prayer? Throughout the German and British experiences, 3 additional and completely unrelated issues. This is where I took issue. Intensified the urbanization trends as industrialization launched. The first was the rise of the women's. Completely unrelated. I kind of think that there were a lot of relations to urbanization and industrialization.
Yeah, I mean, and even like, I mean, to kind of bring it back to Ted Kaczynski for a second, he even talks about like the conservatives are fools. You know, you can't keep traditional values when you have these monumental leaps in technological prowess. So of course the women's right movement is a byproduct of industrialization.
So true. Let me zoom in so our audience can also read, because sometimes reading is good for the soul. But yeah, like population reduction leads to population booms. Like it's downshifting going up a hill. Well, there's the well-documented like mortality effect. Like when men experience mortality, usually in like violent events, like fights, warfare, or car accidents, they will put the feeling of putting off children that goes away in men. They immediately want to come home from war. After they come home from troops, coming home from war, they typically want to fuck their wives and have children because that feeling has been postponed. So I don't know in this respect, but
Well, I just know that there are a bunch of new Europeans who are going to change that around.
Yes. New. Yeah. Yep. But anyways, to the book. At its core, the women's rights movement didn't really gain traction until the European revolutions of 1848. The technologies of the industrial era spawned massive economic and political upheaval across Europe, culminating in a series of intense civil wars as old political and social structures within and across countries struggled to contain unfamiliar pressures. Again, refer back to Kaczynski's bit about rapid technological change leads to rapid social change. The new technologies all had one thing in common. They required people, lots of them. Some of the techs, like new assembly lines, required largely unskilled laborers. Others, such as petrochemicals, demanded people who really knew what they were doing. Yeah, this I can read this in his voice. I've only seen one Peter Zeihan video.
This is a long book, too. This is like over 500 pages, I believe.
It's 603
pages. Yeah, and a good editor could have pared this down to like
half
400, 300.
Probably 300 pages. Oh boy. Yeah. And yes, I did see that wonderful, delightful little New York Post article about that one kid. But anyways, we're gonna read the Zeihan book here. But yeah, like this could have been. That's my biggest complaint. This is overly long for what this is. Traditional societies, women tend to be wed at a very specific physical location, farm and home. If there's a famine or a war, it is the men who venture forth to scrounge or to battle, while the women remain behind to care for a household. Such restrictions ensured women were typically, I love this, typically available. Like, just quit, cut the crap. Such as in industrial societies where it was common for a woman to bear more than 6 children during the course of her life, but to break a link in the household and agriculture, enable mass female education, allow women to earn their own income. Even women desiring large families quickly discovered that careers tend to crowd out other items on their to-do list, in part because regardless of intent, spending a few dozen hours a week at a factory job reduces opportunities for pregnancy.
And honestly, not for like this...
But these aren't linked. This is what I loved about this, because like he's literally linking all of this bits to industrialization
and just declares that it's not linked. But he's also like he's declaring that women never worked. Like
it holds to that liberal notion in respects to homemakers, not a job.
Well, but even then, like women were still like doing stuff, like women were working in laundries, women were like they were doing quote unquote domestic work for people who could afford it, and while still raising children of their own, mostly because they had large families that could help bear the burden of raising children. This like the nuclear family was not the default for all of human history up until like the 60s, Yes, Dave Bergeron, they were working in the fields as well. They had to.
Yeah. I can see why this guy became popular amongst normies. Yeah.
It's funny. I first really heard about him when I watched him on Joe Rogan, because I watched Joe Rogan's podcast because I like to keep a foot in normiedom. It's my digital version of touching grass, and I thought what he had to say on the podcast was interesting, so I went out and grabbed this book, and everything he writes in here, and I think I mentioned this earlier, is just like completely white pilling for me, because the collapse of globalization means the rise of maybe a leadership class that cares about me and mine.
The second factor encouraging a collapsing birth rate sits at the intersection of women's rights and industrial technologies, birth control. In the days before the Industrial Revolution, the most reliable form of birth control was good timing. Oh, well, yeah, that's true, because the plant that the Romans cultivated to extinction was no longer around. Industrialization expanded the options list. In 1845, the U.S. government awarded a patent for rubber vulcanization to Charles Goodyear, which set the industry on the path of making cheap, reliable condoms. Combined with such advances in early women's rights movements and the political and economic stars, the fairer sex began their long rise, but overall at the cost of fertility rates. Yeah. Like, here's your black pill, I guess. 1972, Mexico begins national family planning campaign. Where's the Mexico in this picture? Mexico dad.
And if you know anything about Latino fertility, that's saying something.
Yeah. Gray line, Egypt. Steadily on the decline. Slight baby boom from the Egyptian revolution. How's China doing? Recovery, industrialization. Bam.
One child policy.
Yep. One child policy. No, it was already decreasing before the one child policy. It was decreasing. Well, I wonder how much this has to do with everyone dying.
Greatly
forward. But yeah, it has been precipitously on the decline since the one child policy. Where is the United States in this one? Oh, the little dad. Peaks, baby boom, 1960, and we've been precipitously on the decline ever since. Not great. Not great, Bob. Not great. The third incident factor, the depressing birth rates, can be laid at the feet of the Americans' grand plan for their post-World War II international order. The urbanization trend was already going full steam before the World Wars blasted the old system apart, but with the onset of the free trade order, the world's most advanced economies, most notably Western Europe, Japan, were no longer burdened with a world of constant high-velocity war. Countries could focus on what they did best, or at least what they wanted to do best, and the security and placidity of the order enabled them to import food from half a world away.
Except for Japan and Prussia. They couldn't do what they do best.
Well, I mean, Russia still has a very hefty agricultural sector.
I meant going to war.
Oh, well. Hey, Russia's doing it again.
I said Prussia, but
no, Prussia. Yeah, well, Prussia's not Prussia anymore.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, 80 million in the famine. Famine, I like that, not famine. Famine. It's like the Doge is speaking to me in the Doge talk. All right. The very nature of the Bretton Woods globalization process depressed birth rates by squeezing the agricultural sectors across the industrialized world. In a pre-free trade world, importing food en masse was rarely a viable large-scale option. That drove government calculations both economic and strategic. Cloudily short summer Germany is hardly known for its rich agricultural system, but the general melee that was in pre-1945 Europe, the Germans had no choice but to wring out as much crappy food from their crappy land. Again, this is so pop geopol.
Yeah, it's just so unnecessary.
Like the book's thesis is not remarkably bad. Like he's calculating things like catabolic collapse, falling birth rates. You don't have enough people to maintain your systems, and immigration is going to only cause more social disunion. Like he's basically ripping he's kind of cripping from Philip Caffaro's How Many is Too Many. But he's just like, yeah, all of these things about like the industrial world that like Redditors will be like soy jacking over is bad. And
also, what is his definition of good food?
I like German food.
Yeah, seriously. I don't know.
I don't know how nutritional like wartime German agriculture might have been, but German food is good. Collapse. I joined at the right moment. Yes, welcome, Lewis. Zoomer speak is far worse than double speak. Oh, well, sorry. Born in that weird part of not really liking Zoomers, but I kind of understand them. Great Britain, known for its food only because the food is so bad. This is such an American book. Was able to take a different road only because the place inside is an island. The place is an island. By the late 19th century, the imperial system enabled Brits to source their food from the colonies was far removed from Europe. Depending on the decade, that meant Egypt, South Africa, India, or Australia, and New Zealand. Such sourcing options enabled the Brits to not only focus their energies on manufacturing side of Industrial Revolution, but also gain the benefits of a globe-spanning empire to boot. I'm gonna scroll down.
I don't think he understands the British Empire because
I don't think he does either. Not in this book.
As you our fair audience can tell, we loved this book.
Yeah,
This was a pleasure to read, and we'd recommend everyone go read it.
it was a quick read. I have the PDF on my computer. I could post this to Telegram. Actually, you know what? Screw it. That's what I will do, because I am an advocate for free and open information.
Except my book, you have to buy my book.
Yeah, you have to buy
steal
his
it.
book. Sorry, you have to go buy. Where is it? Where's my Peter Zeihan book in here? It's from like back in January. Is when you gave this to me. Trying to find it.
Yeah, and Paul A. What ethnicity would be anyone say has categorically bad food? To kind of go on that, the fact that the British were able to create an empire and had like one of the largest populations in the world means that their food had to be pretty good for doing something. You know, like they had enough, they raised enough people that they were able to span the entire globe and create like 4 or 5 different new countries.
Yeah.
This book it's not even typically American. It's just so Reddit.
Yep. Okay. It's posted on my Telegram page if you want to enjoy all 603 pages of this PDF. But the most unfortunate consequence of this compression phenomenon at work is China. The long stretch of Chinese history was so comparatively pre-industrial until one Richard Milhous Nixon's 1972 visit. Is it real? Does Milhouse not have the E at the end for Richard Nixon's name? Or is this no, he spelled it right. Okay, I'm thinking Milhouse from The Simpsons.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was ships, not food. Moronic. Yeah, no one said that this man was smart.
A lot of people say that he's smart, but
you know what's funny is listening to like Warhawk and known spook Jack Posobiec laugh at people who read Peter Zeihan, and then people who take him seriously. I'm like, you're a spook, man.
They're both spooks though, which is odd because Zeihan even talks about, in all his interviews, he talks about how he's currently doing work with the CIA.
Yeah.
And every think tank that he worked for was, just a CIA front. So.
But yeah. So the price of Chinese realignment was pretty straightforward. Admittance into the American-led global order. Some 800 million Chinese started down that route to industrialization, and that was now a newly blazed path, and some 14-lane superhighway with double HOV lanes. Following the patterns established by much of the rest of humanity, Chinese mortality plummeted by 3/4, and the Chinese population expanded to match. China, like everyone before, saw its population surge from under 800 million in 1970 to over 1.4 billion in 2021. I like how we say these little citations that I can just click on. But yeah, 30 to 34. Look at how they look at the font. Look at that.
Is that sans serif?
Yeah, it is.
Comic
but
Sans?
I mean, I think it's not Comic Sans, but it's sans serif or something. But it's not my point is that like it looks like something you'd see in a kid's elementary, middle school textbook. That's what it reminds me of. Like this is a pop geopol text that I'd pick up at an airport.
Which, I mean, like, there are merits to that to get the average person. Like, I didn't come into this thinking that I was going to get, Paul Fussell or John Mearsheimer levels of analysis. But I don't know. It's just it's grating on the eyes and the brain.
But I mean, not to say that there isn't bad stuff here, but we're talking about demographic issues with respects to demographic collapse and what Italy will look like in this respect of age, with respects to like youngest members of 5-year cohorts, and these just scaling what we looked like at these times in terms of birth Youngest year of birth members for 5-year cohorts, again, 2020. 2020.
Now, chat, I have a question for you guys. What do you think his solution to this is? And I'm going to give you a hint. It's mass immigration.
It's the same plan in respects to that the font. Look at that beautiful demographics font. Yeah, right. Look at that subtle off-white color.
Let's see Paul Allen's demographics chart.
Yeah. My God, it even has a Peter Zeihan watermark. My God. What many in the world may see as a threat, the rapid rise of China in economic, military, and demographic terms is nothing more than 200 years of economic and demographic transformation squeezed into a searing 4 decades, utterly transforming Chinese society and global patterns of trade, as well as Chinese demography. No matter how much you crunch the numbers, China in 2022 is the fastest aging society in human history. China, the population growth story is over and has been over since China's birth rate slipped below replacement levels in the 1990s. A full replacement birth rate is 2.1 children per woman. As of early 2022, China's only partly released 2011-2020 census indicates China's rate is at most 1.3, among the lowest of any people throughout human history. Although I think South Korea, what is the current TFR now? Asian TFR rates. Fertility according to the OECD library. What we got? Come on, baby. What do we got? Who's the lowest? Hong Kong, Korea, Japan. Where's China now? That's the real question.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't listed because they might not actually put that data out there.
I wouldn't want to put that data out there either.
I think if I remember correctly, because I read this book back in February, he kind of goes into it.
No, they have China listed here.
Oh, do they? Oh, that's
they
good.
do. Countries with high fertility rates tend to have also high adolescent birth rates. China's in there, but China is also still China's youth fertility rates, total births per woman. China is still below replacement, but Hong Kong, Korea, and Japan are still below them. Interesting framing here, because, but yeah. The country will soon have traveled from pre-industrial levels of wealth to the health of a post-industrial demographic collapse in a single human lifetime, with a few years to spare. Nor will China die alone. The time-staggered nature of industrialization, the process from Britain to Germany to Russia to Northwestern Europe to Japan, Korea, Canada, and Spain. You didn't need all those countries listed. Combined with the steadily accelerating nature of that process means that much of the world's population faces mass retirements followed by population crashes roughly at the same time. The world's demographic structure passed to the point of no return 20 to 40 years ago. The 2020s are the decade in which that all breaks apart. For countries as varied as China, Russia, Japan, Germany, Italy, South Korea, Ukraine, Canada, Malaysia, Taiwan, Romania, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Austria, the question isn't when these countries will age into demographic obsolescence. All will see their worker cadres pass into mass retirement in the 2020s. None have sufficient young people to even pretend to regenerate their populations. All suffer from terminal demographics. The real question is how and how soon do their societies crack apart? Do they deflate in silence or lash out against the dying of the light? Coming up behind them rapidly are another cadre of countries whose birth rates have dropped even faster, and who will soon face a similar demographic disintegration in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. 2030s and 40s. Brazil, Spain, Thailand, Poland, Australia, Cuba, Greece, Portugal, Hungary, and Switzerland. And even further forward, these countries who started their birth rate collapse a bit later may still have a chance to avoid it if they can get today's 20 and 30-somethings to have a whole mess of kids. But honestly, these late arrivals' birth rate collapse have been so severe it doesn't look great. Like Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Vietnam, Iran, Turkey, Morocco, Uzbekistan, Saudi Arabia, Chile, and the Czech Republic.
But I was told India would be a superpower very soon.
I was
promised.
So, well, this is an interesting bit here because, like, this raises a fun bit to examine. Brazil mentioned, Russia has already been discussed, China has already been discussed, and India is in this list as well. So where did we see India? Was that earlier up here?
Lower.
Lower. Okay.
It's one of the last mentioned. There we go.
Yeah. India. So yeah, all the BRICS countries are also going to face the demographic
of course.
crunch. The next batch of countries, mostly in the poorer parts of Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the Middle East, are even more concerning. Their demographic structures are younger, far younger, but that doesn't mean they're in a better position because there is more to economic and demographic health than just numbers and ages. Yeah, like, I mean, what's the average, like, average age in, say, Sudan?
Well, it's got to be pretty old because all the young people are leaving Europe.
The median age in Sudan is 19.7 years.
Oh, man.
Average or median, I'm just going to go, median age in Chad.
How does that even work?
In 2020, the median age of the population of Chad was 14.9 years old.
How does that work?
The median age is the age that divides the population into two numerically equal groups. That is, half the population that is younger than this age and half that are older. It is a single index that summarizes age distribution of a population. In 2020, the median age of the population of the country Chad in Africa, 14.9 years.
No, I mean, I get what the median age. I just I don't understand how a civilization or how a country
you don't
runs.
I mean, like consider this though too, right? Is and this is something that gets laughed at because it's called like feminist foreign policy, which I kind of have to chuckle. But there is some truth to this. So, for instance, because there is such an overwhelming number of young people in these like sub-Saharan African countries, predominantly Muslim, mind you, what happens is that access to women gets a little more expensive and gets a little more pricey because there's a dowry to be paid, bride price, essentially. And there's been a rapid escalation over the last 15 years. The last time I read this paper, this came out like 2016, 17. And it was talking about how there's been like a steadily precipitous increase in bride price in sub-Saharan African countries as the median age of the population gets incredibly younger due to birth rates.
How does that work? Because I figured basic supply and demand would mean that.
Well, if there's an oversupply if there's too many men and the economic situation's not great, not a lot of guys can afford women. And so one of the things, for instance, that the USG is noted on, and this is from like a Congressional Research Service paper, and I think one out of the Director of National Intelligence, was that terrorist groups like Boko Haram will promise men wealth and opportunity in order to afford women. Basically, if you join our group and you engage in terrorism and you survive, if you're not martyred for your profit, then what you can accomplish is having enough wealth and status to essentially afford to get bitches, basically. So there's this like motivating factor for younger men to sort of join this. And so that sort of gets enculturated into this like quote unquote feminist foreign policy. But I just think that that's a very interesting factor when we consider the demography situation in these countries, because it does facilitate extremism in the midst of less than modern conditions with respects to healthcare, economics, and whatnot.
Volcom Pro 180, inflation is real. You are correct.
Oh, so true, sir. It's true everywhere. So some people join terrorist organizations in sub-Saharan Africa. Others just become prolific incel posters or something. It happens. It happens. But yeah, we're going to continue on. I just, in most cases, these countries are extractive economies that ship out raw commodities, just like what we were talking about here. In a safe, globalized world, such hybridization model can limp along for as long as the commodities flow out of the country and the money flows in. But in an unsafe, fractured world where trade is sharply circumscribed, outright national collapse will by far not be the biggest problem that these people face. In these countries, the very population is vulnerable to the changes farther abroad. The industrial technologies that reduce mortality and raise the standards of living cannot be uninvented. But if trade collapses, these technologies can be denied. Should anything impact these countries' commodity outflows or the income or product inflows, the entire place will break down and experience a deep-rooted famine on a biblical scale. Economic development, the quality of life, longevity, health, and demographic expansion are all subject to the whims of globalization, or in this case, de-globalization. And I had an episode with Semyagog about this a few months back on the subject of de-globalization, that a lot of people, just like Neil Ferguson's article, were kind of in that like third model that they were outlining, that countries are kind of beginning to sort of carve out areas where they can still have extraction economies and they can still produce goods, and they're trying to reshore and get themselves to where they're still a developed economy, but they're not as entirely interconnected, both partially based on economic situations with, say, supply chain shocks, but also with respects to ongoing conflicts, whether that be potentially over the United States and China or the current war in Ukraine.
It
And
really
so
feels like these countries are just building giant boomer retirement homes.
that's what we're doing. Giant boomer retirement homes to be manned by people that weren't even here when the boomers were born. Learning a scary word. I wonder, here we go. Here we go. Is everyone ready for the scary word? Let's scroll down to it.
Nationalism.
I mean, de-globalization is the scary word, and we're going to get into. I don't use these examples lightly. If you're looking to describe this outcome, it isn't deglobalize or even deindustrialize, but instead decivilize. Everything we know about human civilization is based on the simple idea of organization. Once the government lays down some basic ground rules like don't kill your neighbor, people start doing what people do, raising families, growing food, hammering out widgets. People start trading so the farmer doesn't also have to make flour and the blacksmith doesn't have to grow his own food. The specialization makes us more productive. Orders and institutionalized orders will scroll down, basically just saying like, hey, when things start to break apart, we're going to have it. So this is the funny part here where he starts talking about high degree of development while simultaneously avoiding collapse in birth rates. United States, France, Argentina, Sweden, New Zealand, almost all of them, with I think the exception of Argentina, all of this is due to immigration.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not sustainable. So earlier,
what does New Zealander immigration look like?
I actually don't know. New Zealand, but we are going to look up TFR real quick. But even their fertility rate is below replacement at 1.61 births per woman in 2020. Now we'll take New Zealand immigration. If they have to be relatively strict.
I mean, they didn't let anybody in or out during the
COVID.
During the what does Geo call it? The Chinese World Tour.
Something like that. But I mean, like, Australia's got it pretty strict, but they're not in this list. I mean, New Zealand,
No.
But New Zealand is below collapse. I mean, it's below replacement. How is that not a collapse? I mean, this book came out like what, earlier last year in 2022? It's 2022 HarperCollins. Like, this is a new book.
Yeah, I think, well, if I remember correctly, he talks about the way that they have their economy structured and their access to natural resources.
Well, they're far. Well, I mean, Jacinda Ardern, even before the coup, was like, we need to focus on having a focus on a economic policy that's not explicitly on growth. Like, we have to find a way to make it work without growing all the time.
Anywho, let's just take his word for it. He's a really smart guy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but even so, he just points out that even if these 5 countries maintained a positive birth rate, they wouldn't be able to maintain their the global economy. So yeah, I mean, this period of 1980 to 2015, particularly as simple, has been a unique, isolated, blessed moment in time. That moment has ended, and that isn't even the bad news. Or if you're like maybe delicious tacos or something, this is good news.
Finally, some good news.
Finally, some good news. It's the only, like, that in his story about like universal basic girlfriends. That's the only stories I've read of.
He's got one about, I think it's called The Soap. It's about a couple arguing about where soap is in an apartment, and then it gets really dark. That's probably my favorite story by him.
I actually liked the universal basic girlfriend one. Like, Yang became president, and like alongside UBI, you got a girlfriend.
Chat, post your favorite DT story.
Yeah. How does it work? 16 kids per woman, average life expectancy 50. I mean,
they started like 13.
I mean, basically that. Yeah, ISIS also had a same emphasis on brides and sex slaves. Like that's just the case in these areas.
Yeah, I predict a large cadre of war brides. And that's the thing too, as I don't think Zion's still kind of maintaining like civility.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to take the darker sides of human nature into account.
But this book is really sanitized. He just like says, "Oh, this is bad." But he doesn't ever really. He just says like famine on an unpredictable scale. He's basically saying billions must die, and he's like really sad about it in comparison to some other people. But he doesn't go into detail of what this is going to look like.
It's not even a must. It's just billions are just gonna die.
Yeah, it's not even the judge yet.
But we're gonna be fine.
Zeihan. He's trying to sell it to you that we're going to be fine. Spoiler alert: we're not going to be. If you live in the West, it's not going to be fine. You will get hit the hardest, and I feel the need to bring up this book again. It's called Empty Planet. It's published in 2019, February 5, 2019, by Daryl Bricker and John Ibbotson. And their argument is basically like, look, actually, demographic collapse is going to happen. It's not going to be. It will not be, overpopulation. It will be underpopulation. And they just tear the shit out of that Paul Elric character. Like actually the population bomb is going to happen. The idea that we're going to have 11 billion people will hit way sooner than it will in the 21st century, and then it will collapse. And countries will fight over immigration, 6 working age people, because in 2019 there's roughly 6 working age people for every 1 retired person. That ratio will be inverse by the end of the century. Will be 6 retired age people for every 1 working age person, and no one's going to have an answer other than fighting over immigration.
Day of the pillow.
Yeah, right. But so far that has yet to happen. Yet to happen. Madsen's avatar is disturbing me. It's like Owen Jones. Madsen. Did I miss somebody? Or do you mean Hudson? Hudson's is, it's a Soviet propaganda.
I mean, this is my actual face.
So true. All right. The last bits of quote unquote more. Will the U.S. pull some Handmaid's Tale crap? Handmaid's Tale is what's her name? What's the author's name?
Shoot.
Margaret Atwood's.
Yeah, Margaret Atwood.
It's just her erotic fan fiction,
and it's also just based on the Iranian Revolution. Nobody ever talks about that part.
Yeah, it could happen here. She says that she thinks about it way too much.
And she's Canadian.
I know, right?
It could happen there.
Yeah, right. Instead of Gilead, it's Ukrainian Canada.
And honestly, Dave, I think, or who has to go? Fëanor. I think that the more likely solution is that they're just going to push artificial wombs.
Yes, Otto von Bismarck, we are going 4 hours strong. And I will probably I'll stop before I have to go on Oren's show. But yes, your ongoing super chat support will make life worthwhile, because the YouTube ad payout will go out on the 21st, right before I leave for the US event. So that's what we're here for.
And he's not going to waste it on alcohol because he can't.
I can't drink. Also, yes, there will be an IQ decline. Like, this is Jolly Heretic's thesis that you're seeing a general fall in IQ and things are going to get really bad. If we really had that, any woman who would be able to reproduce would be queens. Yeah. And there would be a sort of I guess, not a children of men scenario, but more of a like if you thought putting women on a pedestal was bad now, wait till there's a small select group of women that you can
it'd be, you remember, did you ever see Fury Road? Mad Max Fury Road?
No, I did not. The new one, right?
Yeah. It's, well, so I think ER actually does a good. It has a video about it. But all that is to say that there's like a privileged class of wives for the main bad guy, and I mean they're basically just birthing machines, but they have such like their lives are so much better than the average person living in that hell. Dave Bergeron, the milking, yes.
Y'all are awful.
The common
Awful.
joke minds.
But yeah, so life will change too, but not nearly as quickly as drastically or negatively. The one that matters more than all others combined is the U.S. Like this is meant for a U.S. audience. The American more, part one. So like this whole section about more is just like this age of more of like what's going to get good. And I get this is talking about COVID and stuff again, right? Very much of a book of the age. But like because of immigration and the state of the American economy, like you can still probably squeeze out a few more years of decadence before collapse really hits. And this is in part because of its geography, which gives the U.S. a lot of that sort of, you can understand the providential thinking when it came to like early American leaders. Why is Fox News talking about Juneteenth being as American as July 4th? They really hated Tucker Carlson.
Why is Jay Ford's asking or telling me to have a Juneteenth? That hurts my feelings.
You're not. He's calling you non-white, good sir.
No, I know, but.
Dude, we're going past 5 hours. This will probably be like a 6-hour stream. That's why your ongoing super chat support is so important. But yeah, so we're getting the sort of the big part here with respects to American geography and topography and its ecology. First world country closest to the equator, granting it more solar power than any other country, while positioning its mountains compared to the coast gives it more wind power than any other potential country in the country. Green or fossil-driven electricity supply will probably not be an American problem, save for competence, which he never talks about in this entire book. There's like no big issue about competence in here. Whereas like Jolly Heretic and go ahead.
We'll have AI by then. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, which only makes us more dumb.
It'll just run itself. It'll just work.
It just works. The Todd Howard's
America.
Todd Howard's America. It just works. It just works. That'll be the case. Whoo boy. So we're gonna bottom line, in a world without more, the United States will not only still have plenty, but it has the capacity to keep it. But there's no qualifier to these claims. No qualifiers. Just it has the capacity to keep it.
Just don't worry, guys. Everybody else is screwed, but we're gonna build a big, beautiful wall, and America will be fine.
More Reddit tier. Rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, nuke.
God.
I can't. So to the guys, like to the old heads of the Prudentialist YouTube channel, I'm reading Zeihan. I hope you're happy. And this is what I got. I've only seen one video of him where he spent 12 minutes padding out the runtime to explain why Joe Biden will be president in the 2024 election.
He's got to get that sweet ad read.
I know. He's got to get that monetized. That monetized bit there. Of course, we need more slam poetry, queer therapists. If you don't reference your statements, you're just a crook. I mean, I like to qualify my statements by articles and books I've read, but Fenor, I like that one. I can't put that up on screen, but that's a great one.
Everyone smash that like button.
Smash that like button while you're at it. This is our insider trading. I mean, yeah, like this is the thing. This is that you're going to need to be able to be pretty effective in a embrace the Howardocracy, right? Yeah, right. Like you're going to need basically people that can attend to technical fields and have competence.
Well, do you remember months and months ago the thing in Mississippi where they didn't have water and it just turned out to be like they just had to turn the knob or something?
Yeah.
That.
Actually, what was the cause of that? Jackson water crisis.
That was at Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi. I know. The latest updates. So I just went to the Mississippi today. The Mississippi Rapid Response Coalition asked federal officials for more inclusion in the future decision-making process of the Jackson water system going forward. A water system so broken that it leaks 5 million gallons a day. Thousands in Jackson lose running water on Christmas. That's freezing temperatures though.
In Mississippi.
Yeah, and there was a Senate bill putting Jackson water pressure under state control. I mean, and it was like all the like boomer, like middle-aged Gen X white guys in trucks, like with their selfies on Facebook, being the ones that fix it. They needed to restart the system. Good Lord. But yeah, Todd Howard being the one there. Oh yeah, no, Dave, you're fine. I'm just being a bit snarky and cheeky. But yeah, so of the 17 million American men, more than 20% of the male population who fought overseas in World War II, all but 400,000 came home, and they came home ready to get on with their lives. The GI Bill helped them get education. So the Eisenhower Interstate Act of 1956 enabled a new national road system that enabled former soldiers to settle anywhere. New programs for home loans enabled young vets to purchase their first homes, and in doing so, combined with a new interstate highway system, launched what we know as the suburbs.
Which are evil and fascistic.
Yeah, they're fascistic, as we covered last weekend on Oren's channel, or I did, and I'll be on there later. He just wants you to have some tendies, Herr Hudson.
Well, I appreciate that. I will definitely go get myself some tendies.
Are you gonna have Mrs. Hudson make you tendies?
She might actually. I'm gonna text her real quick, or I'll just I'll get the broom and hit the ceiling.
Nick Land says nothing human survives the near future, but that's okay. Trust Peter Zeihan. Yeah.
Nick Land makes me scared, and Peter Zeihan makes me feel warm inside. So I trust Peter Zeihan.
Yeah, you got to trust the warm fuzzies, kids. Yes. All right. So, relative to pre-war populations, the American boomers were a far larger cadre than their global peers. Even 170 years after independence and a 30-fold expansion of its population, Americans still enjoyed a lot of open land. The Americans were still growing into the territories made vacant by the eradication of the natives based. Lots of useful land meant boomers enjoyed lots of low-cost, high-payout opportunities. In contrast, Europe had reached its land's carrying capacity decades previously. There wasn't much in the way of internal frontiers. Even in the newly developed countries, the countryside wasn't teeming with unused territory. But that was then, and this is now. As we enter the 2020s, boomers are largely spent demographic force. Calendar years 2022 and 2023 are when the majority of the world's boomers will have turned 65 and have shifted into retirement. But most boomers, because they can't afford anything nowadays, are still in the workforce. And so
a lot of gold watches being made right now.
Yeah, a lot of Rolexes that are still going to, remember, coffee is for closers, and that's still going to the boomers. But this generates a double hit to labor markets. The baby boomers are the largest ever generation, so in their absence, it's a hugely impactful in the numerical terms. They're also the oldest economically active generation, meaning that their numbers still comprise the bulk of all available skilled labor. There will be issues when it comes to trying to make manufacturing plants and reshore in this country as the boomers die off and retire. And a lot of boomers are, a lot of technically skilled boomers get asked to stay on well past retirement age in order to help get things started. Remove so many high-skilled workers in a short period of time, and labor shortages and labor inflation are a foregone conclusion for years to come. So there you go. There's the American demography as of 2020. You got your Zoomers, your Silents, barely any. Your Boomers, your Gen X, your Millennials, your Zoomers, female, male. Not a lot of guys up here anymore. All the guys that fought World War II, they're all either a century old or they're all dead. And this is what you got. Boomers, we're the largest. I think Millennials are finally exceeded them in the millions. But yeah, this is the U.S. picture.
I want to see. I mean, based on the lack of family formation, I don't see it going well. But just the millennials family formation, like millennials and what would they be? Gen Beta or Gen Alpha?
I guess.
What those numbers turn out to look like.
I mean, I kind of I'm inclined to buy into the fact that like there's going to Haywood isn't a grifter though, whereas Zeihan kind of is. But yeah, it's a Stream-A-Thon, Heath. That's why we're still going. It's 4 hours in. We're still live. But also like I agree with Dave's point that he's talked about with this, like because so many millennials have like missed the boat to form families. You're going to see two things happen. One, they'll have families late, which is not good in terms of like the health of the population. But secondly, it's also going to be that there's going to just be a massive like mental health crisis.
We're going to have a bunch of Cormac McCarthy running around with their 20-year-old sons at their funerals.
Yeah. It's still crazy to think that, 89-year-old recently reposed Cormac McCarthy has a Zoomer child born in 1999.
Dad, the judge is bussing for real, for real.
Oh my gosh. But yeah. So this is what you're getting. The next generation down is Gen X, my parents' generation. So many baby boomers that when they entered the market, they outcompeted each other for wages, suppressing labor costs. This forced many boomers to decide that two-income households, the two-income trap, were the only way to scrape by. It's not only depressed the labor costs more, but introduced considerable stress into interpersonal relationships and resulting. Again, there's not a lot of like causal links here. Like, give me a study for this. I want to buy this on face of things, but also, what did we legalize during the baby boomers' lifetime? No fault divorce. Like, what?
And contraception.
And contraception. Is that his only child?
But they're not linked.
I know.
I think he has an older son as well.
I think he's got more than one child. Let me find out if he does. He has two children. An older son, but his most recent one was with Jennifer Winkley when they were married in the late 90s. They had a child in 1999. But yeah. Yeah, you had feminism. No fault divorce, the pill legalized, and then of course two-income households.
But none of this is linked.
But none of this is, this. He just argues the economic position.
He literally can't link them.
He can't.
and hold any of his positions.
None of the positions that he's going to talk about in this book. Yeah, it just happened.
It's emergent.
It's all emergent. None of this is coordinated. None of these things happen to be linked to one another. It just happened. LOL. I don't know. Because yeah, the thing that irks the shit about Zeihan is that he's such a he's a materialist determinist. So he's going to only talk about economic and material conditions. Nothing cultural or social or religiosity, other than it's a minor factor. Like, this is the I heckin' love science version of catabolic collapse. She said yes. Does that make me a closer? Did you just get engaged, King of Games? Because if so, many years and congratulations. If you think this is a mental health crisis, this is a mental health crisis. I mean, yeah. Reference statistics, laws, events, anything except, the social stuff. Gen X was already a smaller generation, never going to be able to fill the cavernous hole caused by the boomers' departure, but with a lower labor rate participation, the result will be far of a larger shortage. That's great for Gen X, who chose to work and will have the best pricing power of any workforce to date. That is probably true, or at least I can only speak to that anecdotally. My parents are doing pretty well for themselves. But it's a bit of a disaster for the labor market writ large. At the bottom of the scales are the Zoomers. They are eager workers, but very few exist. The Zoomers are the children of Gen X. A small generation already generates a small generation. All the Zoomers
are they eager workers?
Are they? Most I see anti-work, quiet quitting trending, but like this raises another interesting question though. If what's the word? The reason why I said he'd be a good pirate captain, well, that's why the it's on the book for free on my Telegram channel that you can go see the link for at findmyfriends.net. But like, this is what irks me is and this was a great thread about this on Twitter, and I wanted your take on it, Hudson, because it's a cultural bit here, and it's a fiction literary bit in movies. Was that Gen Z's been around for quite some time? No, this is the point I'm getting at, Tom. One is this actually bit here is that like there have been two generations of like Gen Z actors, child actors that, you know, of all these coming of age tales. They're all eagerly millennial coming of age stories, or they're all Gen X nostalgia, like Stranger Things. All the actors Zoomers, but it's 1980s Gen X nostalgia. No pop culture has talked about the Zoomer experience, and I think that a lot of that is because so much of like the writing staff and things like that, a lot of this is so permeated with that millennial nihiline that I don't think we're going to see like a Zoomer story get told anytime soon.
Probably. Well, so we'd have to look back. When was like when did the millennial stories start coming out? Because, you know, even in the 90s we were getting stuff like Dazed and Confused, so we were getting like boomer nostalgia, and then early 2000s to like, you know, early 2010s we were getting Gen X nostalgia. We're still getting Gen X nostalgia with stuff like Stranger Things, and we're starting to get millennial nostalgia in shows like
2008. Like,
yeah,
that's when I would argue that it really starts.
So,
but like,
it might just take a little bit more time before we start getting Zoomer stories. But
like, so this raises an interesting question. What movie? Like, I think of, like, for instance, I think of Garden State, 2004. Who's that for? Because to me, that's like peak early 2000s millennial like shit libbery movie, which I still have a very special place in my heart for, because I discovered this shit in my own adolescence and thought it was, you know, good.
Deep. Yeah, I had a friend who was like drank all that Kool-Aid, and he brought me along for the ride.
I still love the Decemberists, even though they're all shit libs.
It's okay. This is a safe space. This is your channel. You can like whatever you want.
I can like whatever I want. My audience can castigate me for it.
Nick and Nora's infinite playlist was millennial core. Shawnee Mac, you are correct.
It's so true. What will the next Zoomer / millennial great American novel look like, I wonder? Oh, it's Dan Baltic's Nutcracker.
It really is.
It really is.
Go read Nutcracker by Dan Baltic. It's you're gonna read it, and there's gonna be a lot of it that you're gonna feel uncomfortable
reading it,
and you're gonna be like, "Oh no, am I like this?"
I will never. Oh, I hate double negatives. I'll never not defend Scott Pilgrim, the most hated media opinion on the modern right. Most people hate it probably because of that negative XP song. I've actually never seen Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and I haven't read the comics. But boy, oh boy, am I gonna sing, you know, that the refrain about Ramona Flowers. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we've gotten a Zoomer story yet. I don't think 40 years old is millennial. Ooh, yeah, that's true. They're aging.
And they're not having kids.
You know, if you're lucky, you can marry someone a bit younger, and you can probably crank out a few. But
yeah, but older millennial women are screwed.
It's over.
The great whinging is upon us.
The great whinging. I mean, and like, here's the other thing too. It's just that like there was a great study that just came out like earlier this year, linking SSRI usage, or linking hormonal birth control to an increased likelihood of SSRI usage. So like there literally is a morning after pill to SSRI pipeline.
But you know what's really heartening for me, especially, is, you know, I go to a church and I see so many young families there. It's mostly younger people and their families, to the point that they have like a daycare service. Um,
Well, that's the other part of the two income trap is then you have like daycare services.
well, no. I mean, like they have a daycare sort of not a daycare service every day, just for um, during church. That way, um, people aren't distracted by crying children the whole time because there are so many of them.
Mm.
Like if you're an evangelical Christian, for the most part, your demographics are actually all right.
Yeah. Garden State is for Generation Y, so millennials. Well, yeah, that's what I would agree with.
Mm-hmm.
Daycare during the daycare during like I actually really don't like the whole concept of like Sunday school daycare or whatever. Take your kids out of the service type bit. Like I mean like I can't speak for everyone else. Like I go to an Orthodox church, like a cajillion children just sit in the liturgy, or stand in the liturgy.
Hey, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying what it is.
Yeah. But like, I mean, if it's a Christian daycare service, I guess that would be better.
Yeah, no, it is. It's
that's way better than like what we see on like the New York Post every time I see like racialized daycare, violence. Nutcracker is the Zoomer anthem. I guess
maybe I don't think so.
it terrifies the idea out of me. But anyways, back to Peter Zeihan. I don't know if they're eager workers. All the Zoomers that will be born have already been born.
That's brilliant.
Where is this? Like, validate your claim. This is why I put off reviewing this book for so long, because I was just gonna get mad. Back up your claims, motherfucker.
But no, but I mean that's also just so obvious. Like, yes, because anybody born after a certain period will be a different generation.
I'm just gonna look up the what years? Okay, Gen Z, 1997 to 2012. So yeah, all the Zoomers that have been born have already been born. Like, but okay, great. I like these micro digressions you go on. Well, it's Hessian Space Marine. It's what we're gonna do it.
If you join his Patreon, then it's all micro digressions.
Yeah, my subscribe star is early access videos.
Oh, that's it.
Paywalled essays, Q&A videos. I have the video game streams I've done also behind a paywall. Well, this is the whole point about James Polis's book Human Forever, like, about the digital age that we live in. Like, your children will either be categorized by the algorithm of like TikTok and whatever apps may come in the future, or you can do something to help them retain their humanity. And it's bad. Yeah. This is literally peak pop geopol. Yeah, welcome to Peter Zeihan, kids. I forever will not be. If I ever turn into this kind of character, please shoot me.
I got you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. To this point, boomers, Gen Xers, Zoomers. I love how, again, this bit. Don't you notice how interesting the millennials are left out here? Say what you will about America's millennial generation, and yes, there's a lot we can say about millennials, but nearly no other millennial cadre does they exist. Overall, the American millennial demographic group falls into two categories. The first is the match stereotype of entitlement and laziness that taking on an extended adolescence between college and entering the workforce. The second got screwed by attempting to be adults. They got sideswiped by the combination of boomers squeezing them out of the workforce, the mass unemployment triggered by the 2007 through 2009 financial crisis. Regardless of bucket, millennials lost years of meaningful work experience, and they are the least skilled of any age-equivalent cohort in American history. But they are many. The millennials are essentially the largest demographic in the workforce by number. That's great. That's essential. But the real hope is with their children. American millennials numbers raise the possibility that they will have enough children someday to fill the labor gap, but the soonest that will happen is when those children enter the labor force, and that process will not begin until the mid-2040s. And there's still a risk here. There's a not-so-minor issue that millennials must have those children. At present, birth rates for millennials are the lowest in American history. The Fed, the Med Gold argument comes to mind about increasing the rate. You have to increase the rate. You're perfect the way you are, but look how broken and attractive you are. Millennial music. I mean, It reminds me of that Saturday morning breakfast cartoon webcomic where it's like Charlie Brown is just like, the grief is good. That's what this is. The grief is good. Yeah, that's millennial music.
I need that on a Prudentialist soundboard.
It's just someone will clip it, I guarantee you, because I really should just open up a clips channel for the Digital Archipelago, because there's a lot of clips that people have made. But yes. Beyond the United States, the picture is much darker for the simple reason that most of the world's boomer cohort didn't have kids. The reasons for this lack of reproduction, well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the world didn't have was ravaged by war, or was ravaged by a cultural revolution.
Yeah, the baby boom also didn't affect, like, to call a whole generation of boomers around, like, boomers is very American.
I mean, this chapter is about the United States, and I mean, it does point out the fact that, like, structurally speaking, the United States can probably forestall the demographic and catabolic collapse that will come. But again, what this does not address, for instance, is the Biden administration and like leftism in general, like being fervently like like anti-white, anti-competence, anti-meritocracy, anti-family. Like when you promote abortion, extended adolescence through like subsidization in your college education, and you don't do anything that promotes healthy family formation, like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. There was a 10-year ban on abortion after the war. Well, that doesn't surprise me. It depends on which country, but I mean, like in America, abortion was illegal until like 1972, 3. You know, it's just a mess. Yeah, peak pop geopol. Americans will have a small amount of company. In France, a conscious, sustained effort to outpopulate West Germany became one of the world's most family-friendly nations. Sweden's version of social democracy entails a cradle-to-grave family support. The New Zealand brims with elbow room, and a faint shadow of Australian and American policy in eras past deliberately reduced options for its own indigenous population in order to increase options for whites. But these three countries plus the United States are exceptions that define the rule. Everyone else's boomers failed to procreate anything close to replacement levels. 6 decades later, the global millennial cadre of advanced world is simply too small to even theoretically keep up their nationalities in existence over the long haul. Back of the envelope math done by folks who live in the intersection of demographics and statistics, which looks a lot like calculus to me, which suggests these places with fair to crappy demographics like Spain, the United Kingdom, or Australia will suffer a drag on their annual growth of about 2% GDP annually. This terminal demographies of Germany, Italy, Korea, Japan, and China are looking at least at 4%, while the youngest populations of America will only suffer about a 1% GDP reduction. Add that up for just a single decade, it is difficult to imagine how the inevitable rise of places like Germany and China can even survive, much less function, much less dominate. Oh boy, this is where we get culture. This is the only part where it gets mentioned, and it's not, and it's so terminally optimistic. Here we go. It's one of the 4 settler states, which is a pseudo-technical term indicating that most Americans can trace their lineage to folks. Most Americans can't, because most Americans are already here after 1965. Most young people born these days can't trace their family lineage back to like the 1940s. They arrived young, fogies and biddies couldn't and wouldn't put up with that sort of cramped conditions required for a multi-week sail across the ocean. I'm going to move down to settler state. Like,
that was
populations by race.
Sentence.
This is what we got. Not looking so great.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everyone. Good luck, America. In a large part, of course, with respects to national identities, but not all governments are nation states. Some are composed of different people residing in different geographies. There's a federal system. To take away from all, this stuff's actually really important. Like, demography in respects to how you govern people and have, say, like racialized preferences and affirmative action, or encouraging like healthcare based on like a racial spoil system. This is not political blah 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 blah. Like, this shit actually matters. And, like, Peter's like, fuck it. Fuck it.
People are blank slates, Prudentialist.
I want to, like, fence to first blood Peter Zeihan. Like the duelists. It was expressly not designed to serve the interest of a specific ethnicity. Immigration Act 1790. And then I mean, we get the whites are
what is a white person?
What is a white person? The relatively loose definition of what being American is still de facto white. Or the rest, the rest of the world still thinks that, be the white American that Japan wants you to be. But in unitary systems, new migrants need to be invited to join the dominant culture. Failing that, they become an underclass. But in the United States, new migrants are often allowed to define themselves as members of a broader community, and that has led to a quasi state-sanctioned race war.
Yeah.
In the world to come, that'll be a hell of a handy characteristic. With the world's consumption-led economies taking responsibility for more of their own production and becoming more insular, there simply won't be many economic opportunities for working-age adults living in export-led systems, much less post-growth systems. If even weakening countries survives, their workers will have a choice between steadily higher tax rates to support their aging populations or leaving. Expect a lot of the world's remaining labor, especially its high-skilled labor, to soon be knocking on America's door. With every such relocation, America's position vis-a-vis... See, immigration's good, fellas. Immigration's good. It's not. One of the books that I will be reviewing after the U.S. event is going to be Philip Cafaro's book, How Many is Too Many? A Progressive Case for Immigration Restriction. Because there's a lot there. Culture doesn't exist unless it's someone else's. Good old leftist BS. Yep. And we're only like 100 pages in. This is why I would have to medicate myself on like a Tramadol or something before we review this book, so I can review it calmly and objectively.
And we don't have to do the whole thing.
I know. Do you want to? Oh, let me zoom out just a tad so you can read a little more. I need to go to the restroom one more time, so I will be right back. Mr. Hudson can hold down the fort while he reads this little section on Mexico.
Part of the Mexico factor is obvious. In 2021, the average Mexican was nearly 10 years younger than the average American. As a direct source of migrants, the Mexicans scratch several American itches. Okay. We're just going to go past that image. Mexican immigration has held down the average age of Americans, kept semi and unskilled labor costs under control, and filled out the broader demographic, especially in regions like the Deep South, which without Mexican inflows would suffer a demographic structure similar to that of rapidly aging Italy. Okay, so guys, don't worry. Everything's totally fine. We just get a bunch of Mexicans from Mexico, bring them into the United States, and suddenly they are Americans just like you and me. I can't see any problem with that. I'm sure that the Prudentialists can't either, and I'm sure that you listening at home can't as well. Let's go on. Part of the Mexico factor is less than obvious reason: manufacturing integration. The Mexican system isn't as capable as providing electricity, education, and infrastructure to its people. I wonder why. All of you guys in the chat, if you have any answers to why the Mexican system can't provide electricity, education, and infrastructure to its people, why don't you let me know, because I just can't figure it out. This pushes down not only Mexican wages, but Mexican skill sets and Mexican worker productivity. Any multi-stage manufacturing system will have steps that are highly technical as well as those that are highly untechnical. Melting bauxite is easier than extruding aluminum. Snapping together the pieces of a computer is easier than coding software. Trenching ground is easier than manufacturing the cable laid in the aforementioned trench. Zeranor, electricity is racist. Hey, cut that out. Electricity is good for everybody, and everybody can make it. let's see. Tom Wynn, we might as well import Mexicans instead of importing drugs. Are you saying that that's what Zeihan's saying, or is that an opinion that you hold? Let's see. Matching tasks to skill sets, aka division of labor, enables maximum production at a minimum of costs. Globalized supply chains are all about tapping different skill sets and labor cost structures to generate the most economically efficient outcomes. Few places are as lucky as the United States and Mexico in having the perfect technical complement right next door. So guys, he's basically outlining a symbiotic relationship between, let's say, a host and a parasite. Well, I guess it wouldn't be symbiotic if it was a parasite. But anyway, we have a symbiotic relationship with Mexico in terms of our ability.
Reasons.
What was
I said
that?
only for economic reasons.
Oh, yes, purely economic reasons. Yeah, so that last paragraph is infuriating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's data to indicate that there has been, up until recently, which again, this goes back to the trying not to identify as white because ethnic spoil system. But yeah. So yeah, that issue is kind of irking. We don't even have like an assimilation capacity anymore. Like we don't.
Yeah, I mean, just the southwest of the United States is just going to be Mexico.
Like all of those like border and like ethnic activists that were like that Aztlan plan that got listed as a conspiracy theory. Like most of the Southwest is just like predominantly, if not majority, outright Hispanic.
I remember I was in college and I was in a creative writing class, and there was this one Mexican immigrant girl who was in the class talking about how reclaiming the Southwest was her birthright.
Yeah.
And you know, everybody was kind of like nodding along, and I was just like, wait, what huh? Reconquista, but for them,
basically. Such a disaster. Did he?
But don't worry, guys, this is the white pill that Zeihan has.
Okay, just sending Geo a message. Wall now, yeah. I recently watched a Victor David Hanson interview where he traced his family lineage 7 generations back, half of which lived in the same house he lives. It was fascinating and sad. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Without cops and audits, yeah. I mean, like that. You kind of actually regulation is good, so like kids don't get. Eisenhower did send a bunch back with Operation Racial Slur that I can't. I can't say on YouTube. But anyways, and of course, it isn't all sunshines and tacos. Yeah, I mean, if they were culturally seekers of the American dream, there'd be more of those. No, I mean there isn't us and them, Peter Zeihan. I'm sorry, like there is. You may not see race, Peter Zeihan, but the rest of us do. Like, yeah, U.S. foreign-born population consistently high. Most of it from Mexico. All other foreign-born. Unbelievable. And then, yeah, what happens after 1965 just shoots up. But
that's like another emergent phenomenon.
Yeah, totally emergent, fellas. Totally emergent. Not that we didn't have strict immigration controls roughly after the 1920s during the Red Scare and the war. And yeah, time is a flat circle. If their culture, if their group actually dissolved into the culture, yeah, I mean that really won't happen though. I mean, it would be interesting to see what happens if but we'll see. Immigration in the United States at a historic low in the 1970s, and a decade in which America's boomers came of age. For boomers, an overwhelmingly white demographic, their primary experience with interracial politics was the civil rights movement, a movement that was already involved with people who were already here at a time where the boomers were young and politically liberal. In-migration rose steadily until reaching near historic high, again in relative terms, in the 2010s, at which point the boomers were nearing retirement, and doing so become politically stodgy. Again, this is such... Not a fan of the writing style. That's all I'm going to say.
Not a fan of the man.
Huh?
I'm not a fan of the man.
I'm not a fan of the man. And each and every last decade as the boomers aged, the largest single immigrant group was always Mexican, and in the minds of many boomers, the Mexicans have long not simply been the other, but the other that has arrived in ever larger numbers. Yes. Big reason why so many baby boomers have been supportive of nativist politicians such as Donald Trump is their feelings of shock at the pace of change in American society is not a collective hallucination. It is firmly backed up by reality. Yeah, the Great Replacement's real. This is one of the pieces of the kaleidoscope of why American politics has turned so sharply insular in the 2010s and early 2020s. But regardless of what you think about boomers or Mexicans or race or trade or assimilation on board or borders, a couple of things to keep in mind. I know there are.
It's funny how he can admit that as long as he puts, and it's a good thing at the end.
Yeah. Just annex Mexico and Canada already. Yeah. There was a race of sheep who pretended everyone was sheep. The wolves too. They were extinct. Yeah. I mean, it would depend who. I mean, like the issue over immigration is such a conflicting debacle in the U.S. in terms of like the history of it. Or what the Great Mexican Wave has not already come. It is over. Net migration in the United States of Mexicans peaked in the early 2000s and has been a net negative for over the 12 of the 13 years since 2008. And it was even more sharp. The issue is not Mexicans. I mean, yes, they are an issue, but like the issue is the fact that the U.S.-Mexico border is so unfathomably porous that it's not Mexicans. It's like Chinese and other Asian groups. It's Haitians. It's sub-Saharan Africans. It's Arab groups that come in here, primarily also from Central America, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. Like, the wall was necessary.
Don't believe your eyes.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes. This is fixable if you do what the president of Ecuador did. You mean El Salvador? The guy that just like became like became the triumph of the will of Central America.
Well, his Bitcoin scam didn't work, so then he decided.
Yeah, he just decided to become Caesar.
Based.
Yeah. Oh boy. Such a wild ride. Yeah, it was orderly back in the day, but nowadays it's just a wild ride. But again, this is Peter Zeihan, folks. I wasn't missing anything reading him. I was not missing anything. On the other side of the equation, Mexican Americans are turning nativist. The demographic polls in the United States that consistently polls the most anti-immigration is not white Americans, but instead non-first generation Mexican Americans. They want family reunification, but only with their own families. Never forget that anti-immigrant build the wall Donald Trump carried nearly every county along the southern border when running for re-election in 2020. That's true. The Rio Grande Valley went red in 2020.
And it's probably going to stay red.
It will probably stay red. I'm not going to lie. And yes, you would have to repeal Hart-Celler. Well, the other thing too is that like the other issue that I wish got discussed more was just visa overstays. Like it would not be that hard to track down people that overstayed their visa and deport them. You would deport millions.
Millions must be deported.
Millions must go back. Millions must go home. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, with the fact that they're, mostly net users of, what is it? Net users of taxes rather than net contributors.
Yeah. I don't know what the exact wording is, but that's certainly out there.
Honestly, it might be more expedient and cost effective to just cut them like checks and then tell them to leave. And if they come back, they get arrested.
If only. If you take the check, yeah. It's pathetic on both counts. Yeah, I agree.
Correct.
That's why they all got to go. But honest to God, this is why Gavin Newsom's probably running for president.
He's going to tear down the wall with the sections that are already there.
I genuinely think, I genuinely think, you pay taxes and they use it. Isn't that great? I know.
Well, okay, so to bring it to U.S. domestic politics for a second, if Newsom runs, he would have to debate Kennedy.
Probably. I don't know what they're going to do to screw the debate rules, but I mean, like, Kennedy's polling roughly fit 20%.
Yeah, he's not insignificant.
He'll make the debate stage. It all depends on the.
Well, no, but the thing is that if this is the trap that they're caught in. If Biden is running, he is the nominee. There will not be a primary, right? If Newsom runs, there will be a primary, and they'll have to have a debate.
Well, here's the thing: like both of those two, Kennedy and Biden, are running for president for the Democratic nomination.
Yeah, totally. But what I'm saying is the DNC. There's some like rule that they have where it's like, since they have a candidate, they're gonna try and screw him in the way that they won't have to have debates, and they won't have to put Biden on a debate stage.
I guess time will only tell. I certainly hope that we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I still think Gavin Newsom's the dark horse candidate to run, because he just spent all that money on the sort of ad buy where he's focusing on gun control, which is like the one safe issue that white Democrats can run on is gun control. Like, the only like white social media influencers for the DNC, like that Harry Sisian character, those like little, like, just these like twinkish like TikTok gesticulators about gun control and why Republicans are dumb. Like that's all they can campaign on. That's it, right? I like this. Let's see. Like, look at this. This is the logic. I imagine that Republicans will be like, California has suffered enough. It's time for the rest of America to suffer under Gavin Newsom. It's inevitable. It's certainly inevitable. But yeah, that's the world.
Unless something comes out that he's straight.
There's a guy down here in Texas running on God would want you to be a lib. Who's saying this? I'm looking this up now. God would want you to be a Democrat or a lib. I don't know. You'll have to give me the name of that character, Cheap T, because that sounds bad. Guns bad, grooming good, DNC, basically, yeah. But here we go. So third, America and Mexico will have something most others don't more, and they will certainly have more together. This use of more is in terms of just like benefits and goodies and economic advantages. Just use terms like comparative advantage. There are some clouds on the horizon. While it is aging slowly, the American population is still aging, and while Mexicans are young, they are aging faster than Americans. They certainly do hit the wall faster than us. At some point in the mid-2050s, where I will be in my 60s, Jesus, the average Mexican is likely to be older than the average American. But even in the worst case scenario, demographically speaking, the United States is something hardly anyone else in the world has disorder we're falling into is time. While others must figure out how to unwind and rewire their systems to design and implement a new ism in just a few years, Americans and Mexicans will have decades, at least until the 2050s. There is something to be said for being a late bloomer. Americans and their Mexican partners will be able to look across the world and learn from what everyone else has tried. But the rest of the world's also going to be looking at us. But perhaps the most notable takeaway isn't that the Americans, in league with the Mexicans, will face the least traumatic adjustment to the world, which will soon be, but instead a future that is of the world is American. The math is pretty simple. America's population is more than young enough that even without Mexico or inward migration, its population can keep growing for at least a few decades. It's the end of the world as we know it. Compare that to China. China's population path has turned its terminal 2 decades ago based on whose statistics you're using. The average Chinese citizen aged past the average American citizen sometime between 2017 and 2020. China's labor force and overall population peaked in the 2010s. In the best case scenario, the Chinese population in the year 2070 will be less than half of what it was in 2020. More recent data that's leaked out of the Chinese Census Authority suggests that it may need to be pulled forward to 2050. China's collapse has already begun. Again, more China hawkishness on collapse. James Tallarico. Okay, I'm going to go look him up. What?
This is like the first reference I've seen him make.
That is the whitest looking Hispanic last name character I've ever seen.
It's Italian, I believe.
Born 1989, political politician and teachers are elected in Texas, Williamson County in Georgetown. Jeez.
A little close to home.
No, but I don't ever really associate. I mean, like Williamson County is. Yeah, I mean, you're south of like DFW, but I mean it's yeesh. Anyways, not that close to home for me. Maybe it is. Who knows? He joined Teach for America. But he is going to be running again in a new redistrict area. But he says he's a devout Christian and raised Presbyterian. Sorry, now that I know this, I'm just going to get really depressed. I'm already, but you know, that's the case. House of Cards, vibes. Can't wait for my friends to fall for him like Beto. Yeah. Well, it just depends on your shade of skin, really, Dave Bergeron. For instance, like, and then some just fake it, like Beto O'Rourke, Francis Patrick O'Rourke, son of Irish politician or Irish American politician. But that bit of arithmetic doesn't even begin to take into account what will happen to global and Chinese mortality levels once globalization is firmly in the rearview mirror. Again, most of this book's thesis is entirely predicated that the world will deglobalize and the consequences will be devastating. Most of the world, including China included, vast majority of its energy as well as inputs used to grow foods are imported. Most of the world, China included, is dependent on trade to keep its population simply wealthy and healthy but alive. Remove that and global Chinese mortality levels will rise. Even baked-in demographics trend will mean birth rates will continue to fall. But between demographic collapse in much of the world and demographic stability in the United States, America's share of the global population, like this just kind of just like, this is a black pill that is like, but the capsule for the pill is in this nice glowy capsule. You know, here's why you don't have to worry, America. Despite the fact that everyone in the United States feels like it's going to shit. Teach for America made one of my most like staunch, one of my lib buddies, a staunch conservative. Oh yeah, it's definitely
many such cases.
Many such cases. The one funny thing that has ever been said from Bill Burr's mouth is when he makes fun of freedom writers, and he's just like, I wish somebody would tell that story accurately, where like she goes in trying to teach the kids and they all just like beat the shit out of her, and she goes home to her boyfriend in her like shitty apartment and she's like, you can't help these people, you can't teach them. No one's made that movie despite the fact that that's the reality. That's the reality. Yeah. But we'll get. So in that mind, let's talk about life after the end of the world. At the time of writing this in 2022, I am 48. I don't expect to be fully functional in the 2050s when this new world fully shakes out. What the world looks like over the horizon, what the world looks like when Americans finally and fully re-engage, is going to have a project for another time. Instead, the purpose of this book, we're 103 pages in, and we're just beginning to look like what the world will look like after the end of the world.
But he's got to do all this, you know, winking and nodding at himself.
Yeah. So now we got the publishing bit here, but now we're into transportation. Kimchi quesadillas, fusion food. You know, he's what we would call a little cosmopolitan. The average grocery store has about 40,000 individual items, up about 200 at the dawn of the 20th century. A humble grocery is a technological miracle that enables me to source anything I need from anywhere, anytime I feel the need to experiment with some crazy, wild-ass cuisine combo. I wish I could go back in time and find the commenter who said, "Do you follow Peter Zeihan?" I wish I could just ban him in chat.
From now on, any mention of Peter Zeihan
heads are on notice.
Give me the wrench.
Give me the Oh, thank you for the Victor David Hansen thing. Oh, thank you, sir. I'll watch that later. Yeah, Uncommon Knowledge with Peter Robinson. I am a big fan of Hoover Institute. Let's go to the adult arcade and drink IPAs. Yeah, I want to get wasted at Dave and Buster's. I'm so glad I can't drink anymore.
We can go to Wine Bar with GF and engage in tasteful banter.
And be gay. I want to find a picture of him soy jacking in the same way that, or soy facing in the same way that like Rod Dreyer's got his oysters.
There's got to be one.
There's got to be one of him. And I want this to be. I want this quote. The humble grocery store is a technological miracle that enables me to source nearly anything I need from anywhere, anytime I feel the need to experiment with some new wild-ass crazy cuisine combo. I want that just on a picture of soy-facing Peter Zeihan.
Him just pointing at a kimchi quesadilla.
That's the future of pop geopolitics, is crazy fusion food enthusiasts stamping on your face with their custom Rizal shoes forever. And I've gotten ads for that, actually. Sorry for sounding like a homo, but kimchi quesadillas sound delicious. Odds are they probably are.
And at the top of the page, we see all the seed oils that he loves so much.
Oh, yeah. There they all are. Zeihan ban, yeah. It may have been me. It's okay, Joshua. I'm not going to ban you. I remember when I first started doing like geopolitics streams, like I think it was like episode 2 or 3. Someone was like, "You should like watch Peter Zeihan." So it's kind of funny. That's kind of what's come out of this.
Boy, I hope you don't remember that I'm the one that gave you this book.
But you're my friend. That's different. That's just the case. Okay, well, most technologies do not fundamentally change us. Excuse me, sir.
X to doubt.
Press X to doubt. Yeah, Baghdad has a McDonald's now. Hold on, I'm just going to look up McDonald's in Iraq. Are there any left? While McDonald's is a global icon, the fast food giant, there are 123 countries where McDonald's is yet to set up a restaurant yet. Outlook India has an article called "Dying for McDonald's in Iraq." Actually, you know what? We're gonna read this one. We're gonna take a break from Zeihan. We're gonna read this instead.
I'm cool with that.
Huh?
I'm cool with that.
That sounds dying for McDonald's in Iraq. In London, recently, an investors' conference entitled "Doing Business in Iraq: Kickstarting the Private Sector" was agog with reports that McDonald's, along other corporations, may begin selling Big Macs and fries in Iraq by next year. This came out in 3rd of February 2022, so maybe not yet. Madrid, October 23rd. In London last October 13th, an investors conference entitled "Doing Business in Iraq: Kickstarting the Private Sector" McDonald's next year, attracting 145 multinational prospectors. The London conference was held less than a month after the U.S. announced its economic master plan for Iraq, a blueprint which The Economist heralded as a capitalist dream that fulfills the wish list of international investors. I'm sure that this is like a. I wonder if this is like a Marxist like author.
I mean, it sounds like Barber, Jihad versus McWorld.
That's so true. I like those little penguin book cover memes that you have, because someone put like an M240 Bravo on top of like one of those like Ronald McDonald statues on a park bench, and I made that one a Jihad versus McWorld.
I'll send you the link to it. It's just a guy It's just a site where you can upload the picture, and then those are fun though.
Yeah. Can trace the decline of Western prose and thought from the transcendental Kissinger to the vulgar Zeihan. Yes, Philip Daniel, and we've seen the differences it makes from the senior thesis of Henry Kissinger to Peter Zeihan's book. Yeah, he was heavily recommended to me by the YouTube algorithm, and I knew you guys would have fun with him. I usually get, like, when I do geopolitics stuff, my algorithm on the side will usually tell me when I'm streaming the Caspian Report. I get a lot of, and then Alt History Hub, which he has another channel called Pointless Hub, where he like reviews movies and other pop culture shit. And I
think he's our guy.
I don't know, because but here's the thing: what irked me, I found like the Pointless Hub when it put out its first video, which was reviewing some movie, and I was like, that's not. Because I never knew his larger channel, the Alternate History Hub. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that he had a 2 million sub channel. And so I saw this little small channel called Pointless Hub doing like video reviews or movie reviews. So, that's kind of entertaining. And then I found out like he's got this other 2 million like sub channel, and I was like, I don't want to watch any of his things anymore because this is how he makes money. I'm not gonna no screw that. If I want to watch something that is going to be interesting, I will watch a 3-hour Elder Scrolls review of Redguard by some British guy with less than 1,000 subs. That's just how I am these days. I'm evil. I support the little guy. If you're a million plus channel, it's not happening.
Who's PewDiePie?
He I don't know. I think he's some Aryan that moved to Japan. But whether Ronald McDonald cuts the ribbon in time and makes the dream come true, however, will depend on the large extent of the outcome of the U.S.-convened donors conference that opens here today. This was last year, mind you. As the U.S. struggles against popular resistance in Baghdad and the U.S. battles its cash flow woes in the balmy Spanish capital, behind closed doors of the Campo de las Naciones, a representative of the creditor countries and the multilateral financial institutions will be meeting for the next 2 days to determine how and when McDonald's and other multinational corporations will finally be able to open up their doors in Iraq. In exchange for allowing entry to their corporations to Iraq, rich creditor nations will be pledging hundreds of millions of dollars to finance the occupation in order to make sure that it goes unhampered long enough for the golden arches to rise in the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. Those who will pay the price for burger and fries, however, will have no seat at the table.
Do you think? How do you think the Baconator will go over?
I don't think it'll go. I don't know. I don't think it'll be that great. The Baconator. It's instead of Mid-Girl, he has Med-Girl. Yeah. I will take Mediterranean Grill instead. I know. Oh God, think of the economy. Oh shit, the economy. That's Jack in the Box. No, the Baconator is Wendy's.
Oh, is it? I don't eat that garbage.
Turkey bacon is halal, of course. There you go. He doesn't even understand war racket. Yes, war is a racket. Anyways, here we go. I've been listening on and off all day. Really enjoyable and informative stream. Having the Stream-A-Thon today was a prudent decision. Thanks for all your great content, Matt. Well, thank you, Death by Cognitive Dissonance. I greatly appreciate it.
$10.
$10. Yes, thank you. Since it's not Geo on, and he'll do it more like $5. He's got the more entertaining bastion about it. Have you noticed? I'm not going to put that this little image up on screen, but I've been enjoying the recent meme drawing from that New York Post.
Oh yeah,
who's in trouble, which is pretty rough, actually.
A poor kid.
That kid's actually being charged as with I think a misdemeanor.
Oh man, that's dark.
He's being charged as an adult, I think, with misdemeanor. Alt History Hub blames me for defending the Confederate States of America. Whoo!
All right, so I guess he's not our guy. Never mind.
Yeah, not our
guy. Opinion
discarded. But But we'll let me find the article here again so I can like scroll. I have like a million tabs open now. I got to stop doing this. At the donors conference, the United States will be asking the quote international community to finance an occupation it could no longer afford on its own. Oh God, please tell me that this is also like a delightful.
We're raising money.
Piece.
We're raising money to
please
get
tell
McDonald's.
Me this is a parody piece. Is he a scholar? No, the kid is being charged, but I don't think he's a scholar. Yeah. It's rough, to say the least. But yeah, anyways, that article has gotten way too much focus.
Oh, there's no way he's a scholar if he's getting charged.
I don't know. There's very few things I think that can get you in trouble in New York, and that's one of them.
Mm.
But anyways, like the news, I'm a travel genius. Here's the thing to Google before vacations, and it's just like thoughterly is the profile image. But yeah, I love the tabloids. You know, love a good burger. At first, the U.S. was hoping that Iraqi oil revenues and assets, as well as its own taxpayers' money, was enough. We were dealing with a country that can really finance its own reconstruction. Undersecretary Wolfowitz. Oh, okay. I know what year this is in.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Updated February 2023. When was this originally published? Because this is like a Bush-level parody. So who pays? When did this come out? Like, please tell me down at the bottom. Am I reading like courtesy of ZNet, making a difference opinion? I love how this is like a 2003 article. God bless. I really thought that this was like reoccupying Iraq for Mickey D's, but no, this is a 2003 shitting on the Iraq War.
I wonder how long we could have gone.
I've been played. As soon as it said Wolfowitz, I've been
President Bush.
What year is it? What year? You know. God bless. Oh my.
Misinformation is just reading 20-year-old articles.
Yeah, misinformation is reading 20-year-old art. Because like I've been bamboozled. Oh, here's the other thing I could look up.
So what you're saying is we're not getting a McDonald's in Iraq.
A correction. We do have the Iraqi McDonald's ripoff. You know, that's the important thing here. We do have that. We have McDonald.
McHalal's.
No, yeah, my McHalal's. My Madonna. Madonna. So we've got that going for us. Don't spend all your money on Buc-ee's nuggets on the way to the show. Actually, it's kind of funny because for us in the Orthodox Church, it's the Apostles' Fast right now, so there will be no Buc-ee's nuggets on the way to the show. So my dinner options will be the vegetarian options this weekend. But yes, we have Madonna. We have the.
You see, McDowell's has quarter pounder with cheese.
Yeah, what do you call that in French?
Royale. You've seen Coming to America, right?
No, actually, I haven't.
Oh, it's a funny movie with its own McDowell's in it.
Well, we have the I remember a Burger King I remember a Burger King knockoff in a Starbucks. I take it you were deployed, good sir. So I'd imagine that they have that. But here, we'll read this story instead for our last bit of geopolitics, and then I'll probably break it off at 2:00 so I can prepare for the Oren McIntyre stream. McDonald, the story behind the Iraqi McDonald's ripoff. By yepthatexist.com, Jill Somerville, April 7th, 2019. The American fast food chain, McDonald's, sells 2.365 billion burgers per year. Billions. The menu is profitable, but can anyone waiting on the drive-thru name 10 items on the menu other than the ones on his or her order? The food is cheap, it can be prepared quickly, but is it memorable? The answer is subjective because it is a matter to individual taste. To be fair, though, when Maurice and Richard McDonald started their first McDonald's restaurant in 1948, they were only aspiring to assemble, not make, because their food was cooked prior to its ordering meals quickly. That's what attracted the salesman, Ray Kroc. Please go watch The Founder. That's actually a really
Yeah,
good
The
movie.
Founder's a super good movie.
And it makes you really love, but also hate Ray Kroc.
Oh no, I hated him the whole time.
I can't hate him for his like entrepreneurial scheming and conniving
See,
business practices.
I guess
Maybe
that's
it's
why
because I'm just like a cold-hearted bastard, but like
I'll never be.
I'm like, ooh man, that Ray Kroc fellow sure knows how to screw these guys over.
I'll never be a businessman.
Oh, it's like Billions Must Grill. Oh, they were only on base, not in and out town. Oh, that's fine though. But yeah. McDowell's has the golden arcs. Yeah, I saw that. Billions Must Grill. Then Ray Kroc screwed them out of their business. I know. That's kind of why I'm like, you know, I can't hate him for his persistence, as Sean points out. I can't hate them. You know, Ray Kroc is dead. He's probably in hell. But I mean, like, I can't hate his business practices, although they'll probably damn you.
He changed the milkshakes from real ice cream to powdered crap.
That isn't that's unforgivable sin.
And he did it to steal a man's wife.
I'm a Brahms and Whataburger stan. If we're gonna have to defend any of them, in this house we defend Brahms and Whataburger. Although there is a burger joint outside of Dallas that does their fries and their beef cooked in tallow instead of seed oils. That place is great. Croc's marketing made the McDonald's logo and its commercials ubiquitous. However, applicants to native countries other than the United States are not simply coveting the symbology of a company now permanently associated with the professional success of a businessman can achieve while operating under the tenets of a capitalist socioeconomic system. Honey, you don't need the thesaurus, but okay. As a reliable franchise, McDonald's promises a considerable economic benefits for an owner. Franchises offer benefits for ambitious but inexperienced small business owners that other models for small businesses do not. A franchise provides every small business owner with an effective business methodology as well as business planning and marketing assistance. In addition, the stigmas American franchise owners face during periods of unfavorable press coverage, such as the public protest over McDonald's deliberate marketing to children and its unhealthy menu choices, do not unnecessarily affect franchise owners operating outside the United States. Unfortunately, for some inspiring entrepreneurs, the McDonald's Corporation, which provides resources for people who are awarded a franchise, will not award any applicants living under sanctions or trade embargoes. Note, a McDonald's is currently in Cuba. It was built during the U.S. embargo, but was not built on Cuban soil. It's on the U.S. Army base in Guantanamo Bay.
Oh my God.
There's a Mickey D's on every. I'm pretty sure there's a Mickey D's or some Mickey D's ripoff on every U.S. military base.
Oh no, they're real. They're just not.
But
they're always technically U.S. soil.
Yeah. PX near me. Like I'm like Googling where I can find like the closest exchange. So yeah, that's not too far. But yeah, like the food that you would go. Because like they aren't really like really well known brand stuff. Like Charlie's is like, you know, it's like a place to get like
A&W.
Well, no, like Charlie's is the place where you would get like a Philly cheesesteak, but it's not like a national associated brand. I just associate it with like the world I'm looking for. I just associate it with being on Post. Is Des Plaines, Iowa, not a typo?
I think there's a Des Plaines.
Is there a Des Plaines?
I thought so. I thought I've heard that before, but
yeah, Des Plaines. No, it's a city in Illinois.
Oh,
unless there is a Des Plaines in Des Plaines, Iowa. Nope, it's just in Illinois. Nope, because there's only Des Moines, Iowa. Yeah, there you go. Brahms is pretty good.
Never had it.
You're missing out. Suleiman Kassab, a resident of Kurdistan, fought with the Kurdish resistance movement in the 1970s. And when the Kurdish resistance movement failed, he fled to Austria. While living
he opened a McDonald's.
He worked as a cook at McDonald's. He went from freedom fighter to fry cook. By the 1990s, he was living in Iraq again, in an area that is now the country of the Kurdistan, belonged to Iraq until 2005. Well, there is no Kurdistan. You have the Kurdistan regional government. And he first applied for permission to start the first McDonald's franchise in his home country. He was an impressively qualified applicant previously due to his experience as a cook. His application was denied for reasons, but the reason provided was unrelated to Kassab's employment record. At the time he submitted his application was enforcing a trade embargo, which then President George H.W. Bush declared against Saddam's Iraq during the Persian Gulf War. As of 2018, the U.S. is still enforcing sanctions against both Iraq and Iran. But since no one at the McDonald's Corporation would support his professional aspirations during the Persian Gulf Wars, Kassab opened McDonald. The missing letters in the restaurant's name may be a reminder that Kassab is not illegally operating a McDonald's, but it is nearly the only one. The building is red, a golden M painted on the front with the word McDonald, written below a familiar white font. The restaurant serves Big Macs and fries, and although the menus are written in Arabic, despite McDonald's similarity to the chain is obviously its inspiration, Kassab is not committing copyright infringement. He offers fast food that would be available at most fast food restaurants, hamburgers and fries. His building design and logo are similar to the ones McDonald's uses, but they're not exact replicas. Kassab is not claiming to own McDonald's, but he is not requesting any of the resources from McDonald's Corporation to which a franchise owner would be entitled to. Kassab has made a successful business investment, and he still hopes to one day be able to add a D on the restaurant name.
Paul A. McDonald, have it in a way. That's pretty good.
Yeah, of course he is illegally operating. I don't care. Have it your way. Freedom fighter to freedom friar. Yeah, that's pretty.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Now I wonder for the sign where he got the pictures from. If he took them from like the McDonald's website.
I'm curious as well, because like this has to be like halal meat though, right?
Totally. No, I'm sure it's all above board.
It's got to be on board.
I've heard he's gonna open another one in Islamabad.
I'm looking forward to him expanding his access to Tel Aviv markets. I have to say, as a Eurobro, KFC is actually really good in Europe. I can agree with this. I've had like a German-owned and ran KFC. It's really good.
Yeah, outside of the U.S.
Outside of the U.S.,
really
like
good.
fried chicken's actually really tasty. If it's not cooked in seed oils, it's tasty. But I like that. McDonald, have it in a way. That's funny. All right. Well, we can make it for another. What day? We can make it for another 18 minutes. You never misspell a brand name unless you are not licensed. No joke, many Kurds are pro-Israel. Well, then this Kurdish gentleman could open up a McDonald in Israel. But hold on, that's the real question is there a McDonald's in Israel?
There has to be.
There has to be. Yeah, and Netanyahu, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem.
They built it on where the Temple Mount used to be.
Instead of rebuilding the second temple, you built a McDonald's. God, that's depressing. There are 3 McDonald's just in the stature near the Western Wall in Jerusalem, and then up along the coast in Netanya, there's 2, and there are a shit ton of them in Ramat Gan, by Tel Aviv and the coast.
I wonder how many are in Saudi Arabia.
Let's find out. I can't imagine that there are any Saudi Arabian McDonald's.
They're gonna start having. You know how they have the CIA.
There is one McDonald's in Riyadh. Whew.
I don't know what to do with that information.
I don't know what to do with that information either.
But I was told that
the
countries.
McDelivery, Saudi Central, Eastern, and Northern. You too can sign up with McDelivery too with your McDonald's app account. Single login, you earn loyalty points. Apparently, 163 outlets in Saudi Arabia, according to Business Insider. Wild shit.
And they shut down the Moscow McDonald's is still running.
Despite claims to shut it down. Yeah, right.
My comrade.
McComrade. Yeah. I'm not getting any indications of what race that student is in Massachusetts, but yeah, don't know. But it's just I was keeping up on that. They sell goat sandwiches slaughtered from slaughtered goats. Yeah. Interesting. Welcome to McDonald's. You were saved. I've seen a lot of that quit. Yeah, the 7-Eleven convenience stores out of that. I mean, the only like Indian family in my like part of town owns a Shell gas station.
Yeah, it's a Shell gas station and a 7-Eleven or like a Comfort Inn.
Yeah, they also have one of the Comfort Inns. So,
aha.
Yeah, they have a hotel and they have the Shell gas station because there are no 7-Elevens nearby. But like I live in like the middle of bumfuck nowhere, so it was weird when I like first moved back to like where family is, and like there's an Indian family running the gas station. I was like, oh boy. Yeah. The milkshake machine is pros. Then where the milkshake machine is never broken. Praise kind David Yeshua must have been taken. Thinking about how the French called McDonald's McDo.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Sam Bankman-Fried's charges have been dropped.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Back to the polycule.
Back to the polycule. Oh boy. So apparently they're making a Kraven the Hunter. So I guess they're doing the Morbius cinematic universe now. Thanks, Twitter. I didn't need to know that. Freedom died 1,000 frying pans. I see. Yeah. There is a documentary on the milkshake machine. Well, it's also in respects to it's broken by design, so they have to service it. That's why 25% of their income. Whoo boy. Yeah, Bankman-Fried, am I right? Moose, I'm going to tweet that right now. And I'm you will get credit. Or like Sam Bankman-Fried.
Good for him. No one should have to go to prison ever.
There you go. And you even got credit in the tweet. Moose and
Bankman-Sneed.
More like Sam Bankman-Fried, am I right? There you go. Bankman-Sneed. There's Spasticus Autisticus, our good friend. Death by 1,000 cold cuts. That's actually my only complaint with Jersey Mike, is that it doesn't allow me to toast my sandwich. That is the one statistical advantage or comparative advantage that Subway has, is that they allow me to toast my sandwiches.
Yeah. Firehouse Subs lets you toast them.
See? Good man. Good man. But yes, Madonna.
And also, Subway sandwiches are technically like, their bread is more cake than bread.
More cake than bread. Yeah. Are you talking about this? Is there an actual serious documentary though, with respects to? I actually like Schlotsky's. Schlotsky's is underrated.
There's one by my house. I haven't been there yet.
I've had them. I've had them twice, and I was thoroughly impressed by their their sandwiches just being full of actual substance. Like it wasn't just bread. Bro, $15 for a bloody tuna sandwich, and then they ask you if you want to tip. So oh, that's great.
My favorite part of that is they don't ask you if you want to tip. And here's a few questions.
Yeah, here's a few. They turn the
turn the iPad around, and this is just going to ask you a couple questions.
Yeah.
You gave me a muffin. I'm not tipping you.
Like, and I always like, because like I will make an exception if it's like a locally owned restaurant or store. If it's like there's a local owned donut shop where I shoot where I will tip on occasion, but like if it's like Subway or like a fast food chain like that, like no, I won't. You work for Starbucks. Whatever his name can do that. What is that? Is that guy
Schultz? Is he still in charge? Schultz?
He's still in charge? No.
Well, no, because I know he ran for president.
No, he took over in 2023. Literally just like weeks ago. Howard Schultz.
Again? Oh, so he's back in charge again.
No, the Indian guy. There's an Indian guy that now runs.
Oh, fun.
God, they run everything.
Maybe they are a superpower.
Yeah. Just in the United States.
Well, and Great Britain.
They have a tipping option at self-checkout at the airports. Oh, Lord have mercy. I miss Einstein Bagel Bros from army bases. I've seen Einstein's bagels.
They're not
outside.
bad.
They're not bad. I don't remember them being explicitly related to like the military, but yeah. Would you like to tip? Enter custom tip 000. Confirm. I just feel like we're reiterating the opening monologue conversation from Reservoir Dogs.
I don't tip. Or what was that? There was a short story in the New Yorker like decades ago about the Libertarian Society.
Yeah.
Where it's like if you want to answer this call, you have to pay 25 cents. And then he's a police officer, so there's a robbery, and he says, "Somebody pay me to solve this crime." I'll send it to you. It's really funny.
Make sure to tip the honeypot federal agent after he sells you the offer this illegal modification. Be sure to tip your honeypot federal agent when she promises you a trad wife. You gotta keep your priorities straight, kids. You gotta keep those priorities straight. Let's see. Is there anything else that's like? Do you have any newsworthy things that I should keep in mind to look into? You know,
Cheap Tea EDC. I'm pretty sure it was
a
New Yorker. I'm pretty sure it was a New Yorker short story, but it could be one of those rare instances where somebody steals from 4chan.
Yes, I'm familiar with the wash the chicken bit from Popeyes. Yeah, it's a weird world to live in, but I still cannot get over the fact that David Frum is Canadian.
That's
I knew everything else about him. I just didn't know that he was
the final piece has been put.
That he was a Leaf. I'm pilled on other questions, but I was not familiar with that aspect. Oh, Lord. The American Conservative writes, according to Keith Rothfuss, remarkably, Juneteenth is just 2 weeks away before the 4th of July, the date our founders signed the document that set forth the principles on which the country was founded. The freedom season. Ugh. This is my peak conservative, folks. Speaking of, I am not hearing a beep every 30 seconds. Mr. Prudentialist, can you explain? Yes, I'm white.
Chirp.
There you go. I'm glad that hope that answered your question, James. That and I don't have a smoke alarm in my room / bedroom office. Is there a solution on the table for the weird American tipping culture / situation?
Yeah, just stop.
You could stop, but like, also you have to understand that like in a lot of states, it's basically it's ingrained in the law. So like for instance, our federal minimum wage laws has like a minimum wage laws for respects to tipped employees, so they actually don't make minimum wage federally. They make like $2.
They
make like $2 an hour plus tip, which is expected to make it up. And it used to be a cultural thing. Like this did not used to be the norm in respects to it was much more Southern and was much more enculturated with like high class society because you had money to throw around. But now it's just ingrained in the law for like those that work in the service industry, and I don't know
Yeah.
how you fix that.
Well, you also have college educated people working in restaurants because they don't have the skills to do anything else.
That's true. Joshua BB is asking if I've seen, or BB, have I seen the Act Blue donation scandal? No, Act Blue. So we're gonna go look that up and see what the news has to tell me. News. It laid off 17% of its. Oh no, here's the. Rubio demands probe into Act Blue after reports of fraudulent. Oh, I'm not turning off my ad blocker for you, Fox News. In fact, I'm archiving this article because screw you for firing Tucker Carlson.
Dave Bergeron, I'm going to watch that documentary later.
Act Blue names Regina Wallace-Jones as its first black female CEO. She's got that dismantler phenotype. Union says Democratic fundraiser Act Blue not living up to progressive values after mass layoff. 17% of their workforce has been laid off. And it says for fraudulent fundraising off seniors. Well, I guess that's fair.
Who else is going to get that boomer money?
Personal finance advice from Slate Magazine. My elderly mother was taken advantage of by campaign donation texts. It added up to more than $30,000. Holy cow. Early 80s, handed over investment accounts. 30 grand.
That's sad.
Oh, man.
The text just kept saying, we need to keep abortion legal.
Basically, I feel like she was scammed on how often she was reached out in the escalation of dollar amounts throughout the day. Is there any way to recover any of this money? The small claim court's limit in my state is $7,500, which isn't much. But if I engage with an attorney, I could easily spend all the money we'd hope to ever recover. I thought about writing to Act Blue and explaining the situation, asking them to refund any donations over $999. Is there any more I can do? Signed, at least they won the Senate. Well, according to Slate.com, let's see here. Both parties do this, by the way. It's a sad feature of American politics. You can certainly try requesting refunds from Act Blues if it's been 90 days or less. Yeesh. That's just depressing. I hope that was the Act Blue scandal that you were referring about. Because that's get Geo on. We need more smoke detector beeps. So he's currently editing an episode, so that will not be happening, Scribe. I think tipping is fine in restaurants where they provide a service. I mean, yeah, despite being 17% of the workforce, do they have a skill? That's the other thing that I kind of find irritating is they'll have those discussions about, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no such thing as unskilled labor. And it's just a guy being sort of theatrical with how he's pouring his popcorn at a movie theater. I don't think that that's skilled labor. Sorry. You're just good at putting on a show.
Yeah, that's just it's a
I'm
bit.
not tipping you for wasting my time with my popcorn order. I want to see my movie.
I'm not going to tip you for being a juggler.
They are claiming poor people with no money have made hundreds of donations for thousands of dollars that they didn't make. Money laundering. Oh, many such cases. I really thought that this was about the seniors thing.
No,
James O'Keefe. Oh, yeah, here's the James O'Keefe Media Group claims to have spoken to some people on fixed incomes who were stunned to learn that their names and addresses were used to donate thousands of dollars to Act Blue. Ah, there you go. Money laundering. So,
wait,
cases.
I thought that only happened in Black Sheep with Chris Farley.
I guess not. It's a circus act. Act Blue. James O'Keefe on this. It's all in the States. Oh, I mean, yeah. Shows a guy putting plastic jugs on a shelf. Yeah, right. I mean, that's what I mean. That's just the irritating thing. If you can learn it in a day, it's not skilled labor. Yeah. Well, I looked up I went to James O'Keefe's Twitter account. So let's go find it.
Does he have his own? He has his own separate media group.
Yeah,
now,
he's
right?
got his James O'Keefe media group.
I wonder how many people left with him.
That's a good question. I don't know. But
I like how he named it James O'Keefe Media Group, so he couldn't be ousted from it.
Yeah, the O'Keefe Media Group. Okay, OMG. Well, it kind of works out that way. It tends to be the case. Cash award given to 2 OMG citizen journalists who captured the story, saying 90% of medical, about Dr. Fauci and such. That's very interesting, But he hasn't tweeted much at all. I'd have to go to like the O'Keefe Media Group's account, and that way I can see what they have on Twitter. Stay tuned for a big week in news. Oh boy,
Dave Bergeron. I think that was the point, that they had to kill Project Veritas.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like the thing about Project Veritas is that James O'Keefe's got to start doing the Acorn thing.
Yeah,
years ago when Obama first got into office.
It was him and what's his name? He's dead now.
Breitbart, yeah.
Andrew Breitbart.
Yeah.
He talks about that a lot in his book. And then they killed him too.
Yeah, here we go. This is New Orleans, Louisiana resident told me she lives on Social Security, did not contribute Act Blue amount of $29,107.34 between the years 2016-2022. Oh boy. Crazy. That's nuts. But I'm also not surprised that he just paid off his car and did not contribute to Win Red the same amount of $30,174.52 between the years 2019-2022. So yeah, just like money laundering, nothing new in America.
It's gonna be a lot easier when it's people without Social Security numbers making the donations.
Yeah, right. It helps when it's illegals that you got to.
Thank you, Pedro Sanchez, for your $500,000 donation.
Thank you, Pedro Gonzalez, for your $20,000 donation to the DNC. I mean, DeSantis. Is Buy Me a Coffee a best service at the moment for distributing my large? Yes. Buy Me a Coffee is great, and so is there is also a tier via on Subscribestar for $0 that you can just sign up to, and you can just tip that way. So yeah, I mean, Buy Me a Coffee or Subscribestar or Substack are all great ways of distributing your largesse. And doing so, you'll get access to all sorts of great content behind the scenes, paywalled essays, and just what the hell am I currently working on, which is a lot of short story shit.
I think we have an episode behind your paywall.
We do have an episode behind my paywall where we shot the shit for 2 hours. It was great.
We did. We talk about, or we were going to talk about Patton, and then we decided to talk about 4chan culture.
We did. We talked about Chan culture.
And then we got spicy on Kaczynski.
We did. So that's behind the paywall. All the more reason to enjoy. I'm pretty sure the dead already donating to Act Blue. I mean, they managed to vote. Yeah, that's true, right? Is it really money laundering if you're a good guy on the right side of history fighting the fash? I mean, that's the way you justify anything these days, right? So yeah. But Mr. Hudson, thank you for coming on as long as you have. I guess you had today off.
No, I just work from home.
Oh, well, there you go. I did because my dad works for Fish and Wildlife Service, and he's just like, I have a day off, and I was like, oh, right. They made Juneteenth a federal holiday. When will you have me and Carl Baumrespect to discuss the state of contemporary music? I guess when I come up with music suggestions to do that.
The cultural significance of the Decemberists and why Garden State is the greatest.
No, the whole 2000 shit lib culture has already been covered on a stream with Dave, and he's like,
what? Oh, you got to send me that.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah, it's him, Philus Misanelry, and Anglo Ortho just riffing on early 2000s millennial culture.
Oh, send that to me because that sounds right up my alley.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, your support this stream has been wonderful and has been fantastic. Plus, hopefully we'll have it monetized despite me swearing about the economy. It'll be a good time. For those of you who are going to the Nashville event, I will see you all this weekend. I look forward to meeting you all. I'm speaking first thing Saturday morning, according to the schedule that I have access to. So that'll be fun. I'll be sort of opening things up that day. And with that,
you'll get all the hungover guys.
Well, I don't know. Is anyone speaking that Friday? That's the real question. I'm kind of saying shit I shouldn't be saying. Oh, Radlib has the first speech Friday evening. So it'll be a good time. I actually don't know what happened to Acorn Dave Bergeron. I remember it got investigated by Congress. I don't know if it exists anymore.
I think they killed it.
Acorn fraud. Voter registration fraud. Ballotpedia. Yeah, they killed it. 18 former Acorn workers have been convicted. So yeah, there you go. There's an answer. But Mr. Hudson, where can people find you and your great work?
You can find me on Twitter at tr_Hudson. You can find me on Substack, trhudson.substack.com. And you can buy my book, Automaton by T.R. Hudson, on Amazon.
And you should really go buy that book. Buy book, read book, simple as. Because if not, bad things will come your way. And you just imagine it could get worse. But anyways, with that, ladies and gents, I will see you all later this weekend. I'm recording a talk with Marty Phillips tomorrow evening, and
Nice.
I will be on in less than an hour over at Oren McIntyre's channel. So God bless, and I'll see you all next time.